Hello, and welcome to Total Training's Adobe Photoshop CS5 Extended Advanced Series. I'm Amadou Diallo. I'm a photographer, author, educator, and digital imaging consultant. But most importantly, I'm your guide to the wonderful world of Photoshop CS5. In this series, we're going to explore the advanced tools and techniques that professionals use to create Photoshop masterpieces. I'll show you how to make short work of even the most challenging editing tasks. And because I'll be using images that are available for you to download, you can follow along every step of the way. We've got a lot to look forward to over the next several hours. At the end of this training, you'll be able to create impressive results in the most efficient manner possible. You'll also learn how to take full advantage of brand new features introduced in Photoshop CS5. Let's get started by configuring our preferences, settings, and workspace.
Working efficiently in Photoshop requires a bit of tweaking before we even open up an image. Now, we do have the ability to configure much of Photoshop's behavior via preferences. I'm going to begin this lesson with my preferences set to their factory defaults, and I'd like for you to do the same. So the very first thing that I want you to do is quit Photoshop if it's already running. Then, if you're on a Mac, hold down the Option-Command-Shift keys. On Windows, that would be Alt-Control-Shift while launching Photoshop. That brings up the "Do you really want to do this?" dialog box. Yes, we do want to delete the Adobe Photoshop settings file, so we'll simply click Yes. I should point out that deleting your preferences is also a great troubleshooting step. If Photoshop starts acting strangely, crashing repeatedly, quitting unexpectedly, or simply exhibiting just plain weird behavior, one of the first steps of troubleshooting is to delete your preferences and restart Photoshop, as we have just done. Now we've got Photoshop in its default state, and we're going to go up to the Preferences menu. On a Mac, that's under the Photoshop menu, Preferences. If you're on Windows, that would be under the Edit menu. Or you can simply use the keyboard shortcut Command-K on a Mac, Control-K on a PC. And let's begin with the General pane. Here, I do want to point out the HUD color picker because this is brand new to CS5. We have a new and much more efficient way to choose colors. I'll just show you the options here. We're going to go into this in great detail in an upcoming lesson, but I want you to see that we can choose between hue strips and hue wheels and different sizes of those. We're going to leave this at the default right now. And let's look at image interpolation. The choices I want you to really pay attention to here are the bicubic options. Now, if you resize images a lot, the thing you want to ask yourself at this point is, do I typically downsample my images? Do I make my images smaller? If you do that, you want to choose this bicubic sharper option. Choosing this option means that whenever you go to the image size dialog box and check the resample box, bicubic sharper will be automatically selected as your interpolation method. On the other hand, if you find yourself most often enlarging images, you want to choose bicubic smoother here. That way, when you pull up the image size dialog box and check the resample box, bicubic smoother will be your default option. This way, this choice will automatically be made for you whenever you go to the image size dialog box and check the resample button. I'm going to set mine to bicubic sharper here because we're going to be downsampling some images in this training. Let's go down here under Options. Use Shift key for tool switch. Turn that off, off, off. One of the biggest time wasters in Photoshop. Basically, if you have a tool and you want to switch to another group tool or hidden tool, turning this off allows you to simply press the keyboard shortcut. If you're in the rectangular marquee tool and you want to go to the elliptical marquee, you just have to press M. If you keep this option on, you'll have to press Shift M. So you'll find it to be a huge time saver if you only have to press one key on the keyboard to move between group tools. We'll go down here. We have Enable Flick Panning. This was a feature introduced in CS4. Now, if you like to be able to flick the image with the mouse and have it continue scrolling past your eyes, by all means leave this on. If, like me, you find it a bit disturbing, let's turn it off. And I just want to say a few words about the history log if you're not familiar with it. This option, turning it on, allows you to record information about everything that you've done editing-wise to your images in Photoshop. You could choose to save that information as metadata that's saved with the file. You could save that information as a text file, or you could choose both options. Now, this history log isn't something that you can click through and move backwards through history states. It's simply a list of what you have done in Photoshop. You could restrict that list to individual Photoshop sessions, or you could create one ongoing list that records everything from the time you set this preference in Photoshop until you turn this off back in the Preferences panel. But the option is there. We're not going to be using that in this training, but it is something to be aware of if you need a record of the work that you've done in Photoshop. Let's move on down to Interface and Show Menu Colors. For advanced Photoshop users, this is more of an annoyance than anything else, and you definitely don't want to have extraneous colors on your screen when you're doing color critical work, so let's turn that off. Show Tooltips is generally a very good thing to have. For this training, though, I'm going to be your walking, talking tooltip guide, so let's turn those off here. If you're working on a Mac, you're going to see an Enable Gestures option here. This will allow you, if you're using a trackpad, to pinch, rotate, and use all these very cool multi-finger gestures. But we're going to be working on a desktop machine without a trackpad, so I'm going to deselect this option. And now under Panels and Documents, we have this Open Documents as Tabs option here. This feature was introduced in CS4, and the response from the Photoshop community was, to be polite, quite mixed. Some people loved it, some people hated it. With this option checked, when you open multiple documents, they will all be contained within a single window, differentiated by tabs. With this option off, you'll get the previous behavior in Photoshop where multiple documents would each open up in individual windows. If you prefer the old behavior in Photoshop, turn this off. For this training, we're going to leave this on because we are going to do some work with tabs, so we're going to leave that just where it is. And let's go down to file handling here. There's something I want you to take a look at. We've got this Save As to Original Folder option here. Now, if we keep this checkbox on, if we have a file in Photoshop and we go to File, Save As, no matter what the last folder we visited was, the folder that will show up in our Save As dialog is the same folder that the original file is located in. If we turn this option off, whenever you hit Save As, you go to the last folder that you opened in Photoshop. So it really depends on how you work best. In this training, we're going to leave this option on so that we always go back to the original folder whenever we choose Save As. But depending on your workflow, if you always want to be pointing to a particular folder and you don't want your Save As file to be grouped next to your original, you'd want to turn that off. Now this one down here, Ask Before Saving Layered TIFF Files, drives experienced Photoshop users absolutely nuts. We'll turn this off because with this checkbox on, you will get a dialog box every single time you go to save a TIFF file that has anything other than a background layer. Let's take a look at performance next. Now if you're on a Mac, this is a big deal. Photoshop CS5 is now a 64-bit application on the Mac operating system, meaning that you can access every last ounce of RAM installed on your computer. You can see here I've got almost 8.5 gigs of available RAM, and Photoshop would let me access pretty much all of it. Now, it's a good idea to back off and leave enough RAM for your operating system and any other applications that you want to run. So somewhere between, 65-75% is pretty good. But again, on a Mac, you can load up your machine with RAM and Photoshop can access as much of it as you designate with this slider. Windows users have had this capability in the last version of Photoshop, but for Mac users, this is a pretty big deal. Let's take a look at scratch disks. Now, if you're not familiar with what a scratch disk is, it's very important to understand this. When Photoshop runs out of memory, and no matter how much RAM you have available, if you start working with very large files, chances are at some point you'll run out of available memory. What the scratch disk does is designates a hard drive to function as sort of virtual RAM. If Photoshop runs out of physical RAM, it will use hard drive space for RAM. Now, this isn't going to be as fast as having more built-in RAM, but it's a great second option if you have a dedicated scratch drive. Now, by default, Photoshop selects your startup or boot drive as a scratch drive. You do not want to use your boot drive as a scratch disk. I have a separate hard drive called Scratch that I'm going to use instead. So I'm going to turn off my boot drive here. Now this is a separate dedicated hard drive that I do not store files on. This doesn't hold my iTunes collection. I don't save documents here. This is empty and it is only used by applications that need a scratch disk. So if you want to have a scratch disk, it's very important that you don't keep any files on it. You want to have a very fast hard drive here, because what we're doing is offering a substitute for physical RAM. When that runs out, Photoshop will point to here. And the faster the drive you have that's selected here, the faster your performance will be when you run out of actual built-in RAM. I'll point out that you do have to restart Photoshop in order for this scratch drive change to take effect. Here to the right on GPU settings, enable OpenGL drawing. This is something that CS5 takes advantage of to an even greater degree than CS4. So you want to enable this. Now, if this checkbox is grayed out, it means that your video card does not support this feature. Now, you can certainly still use Photoshop, but there will be certain features available that you won't be able to use. So if it is not grayed out, by all means, click on this checkbox, and we'll click on Advanced Settings. Now, depending on the video card you have installed, you may see Basic, Normal, and Advanced all selectable. My video card only supports the first two options, so I'm going to select Normal, which is the more powerful of the two, and hit OK. Finally, let's take a look at cursors. Now, we're going to leave these where they are, but I just want to explain a couple of things. If you ever find yourself on someone else's machine and you notice that your cursors are this same icon no matter what tool you have, you want to go into Preferences and make sure that it's set to Standard. Your standard cursor will show the icon of the tool you're in. So the Move tool, you'll see the Move tool icon. The eyedropper, you'll see the eyedropper icon. Okay, most people find it much more preferable to work that way so that they can see at a glance what tool they have selected. We have two brush tip options here, a normal and a full-size brush. Now I'm going to leave this set to normal brush tip, but if you want to be super duper precise, you can set full-size brush tip, and it will show you the full size of the brush so that your strokes would be contained almost completely within that circle. If we set it to normal brush tip, that's showing us in Photoshop where the bulk of our painting is going to happen, but there will be some spillover. We have the option to show crosshairs in either of these. Now that will give you the center of the brush, and some people find that a nice handy visual reference, but it's far from essential. I'm going to turn that off for this training. So we're just going to stick with a normal brush tip. And there we have it. We have set up our preferences. Now again, some of these are sort of personal choices, but the big performance-oriented ones we've really set up so that Photoshop can work in the most efficient manner. So we're just going to hit OK, and now we've got our preferences all set up, and we're ready to move on to the One of the biggest keys to working successfully in Photoshop is having accurate color rendition of images. In order to achieve this, we have to understand a little bit about both working spaces and color gamut. Every image you open in Photoshop has to be viewed through a working space. A working space, also referred to as a color space, is an artificial model that contains a range of colors. Think of a working space like a paint bucket. Now, the larger the gamut of a working space, the more unique and individual colors a working space will contain. So gamut determines the size of our paint bucket. Why does any of this matter? Well, every digital image is made up of unique and individual colors. So for a high-quality workflow, we need to ensure that our working space in Photoshop is large enough to contain the range of colors present in our images. You can't edit what you can't see, and you don't want to inadvertently lose colors in an image. Now I've got some files here to help illustrate my point. Let's open up Chapter 1. Inside your Chapter 1 folder, I want you to open up these 4 files, space 01, 2, 3, and 4. I'll simply click on the first file and shift-click on the last one. I'll press Enter to invoke the Open button. And let's take a look at space 01. This is a model of the sRGB color space, probably the most common color space there is. You see it all the time on the web, but it's a very small space. How small is it? Well, let's compare it to the Adobe 1998 color space. I'll click on the Space 2 document, and you can see that Adobe 1998 engulfs the entire gamut of the sRGB color space. You can see out here in the blues over into the cyans and into the greens and back into the yellows that Adobe 1998 is much larger than sRGB. Let's take a look at the Space 03 file. This shows the Pro Photo working space. That's even larger than Adobe 1998. You can see the sort of ghosted image here of the Adobe 98 space, and inside that is the sRGB space. So we're looking at a very, very large gamut color space here with ProPhoto. Let's click on Space 04 here and we can get a sort of an overview of the three of them. Here we've got the gamut of our sRGB space, followed by Adobe 1998. So again, you can see just how large Adobe 1998 is compared to sRGB, and again with ProPhoto, it's significantly larger. Now, why is this important for us? As I mentioned, every image you open up has a set of unique and individual colors. Now, if you have an image that contains colors that fall outside or beyond the sRGB color space, what will happen? If your image has colors that exist in this range out here and you view it through an sRGB working space, those colors will simply not be visible to you. They will all be clipped to the nearest in-gamut color, so you're going to lose differentiation between individual and unique colors. Now, what if you're working in an Adobe RGB color space and you open a file that has colors that exceed even this larger gamut? The same thing will happen. If there are colors in your image that exist over here that are outside that Adobe RGB space and your Photoshop working space is set to Adobe RGB, you can't see those colors, you can't edit them, you can't do anything with them, and those colors will be clipped, they will be lost. So it becomes very important to take into consideration the types of images that you'll be working with when you go to set up your color settings in Photoshop. If you're shooting with a digital SLR, for example, there is a very strong likelihood that some of your images can fall outside the Adobe RGB gamut, so ProPhoto would be a very good choice. If you are scanning film exclusively, by and large, those images should fall nicely within the Adobe RGB space. And if you are 100% absolutely super duper certain that your images are only destined for the web or otherwise being viewed on a monitor or computer screen, then sRGB can certainly be a fine choice. If your images fall among these three categories, then the most conservative and safest choice is going to be to select ProPhoto as your RGB working space. So how do we set ProPhoto as our working space in Photoshop? Well, to do that, we need to go to Photoshop's Color Settings dialog. The shortcut is Command-Shift-K on the Mac, Control-Shift-K on Windows. You can also find that here in the Edit menu. We'll scroll down to the bottom and choose Color Settings. Now I'd like for you to choose North America General Purpose 2 in your settings option, just so we're starting from the same place. And here's where we're going to make our changes. Under Working Spaces, let's look at RGB. The default here is sRGB, and we just talked about why that's not a good solution. So we're going to click and choose ProPhoto RGB. For CMYK, it's fine to leave it set to US Web-Coded Swap version 2. Now for grayscale, this applies only to grayscale images. We're going to click on dot gain 20% and change that to gray gamma 2.2. That's probably one of the most common grayscale working spaces that you'll run into. And spot is fine at a dot gain of 20. Now let's look here at color management policies, because these are very important. We have separate policies that we can set independently for RGB, CMYK, and grayscale images. They're all set currently to preserve embedded profiles. Here's your other choices. We could turn it off, or we could choose Convert to Working RGB. By far, the safest choice here is Preserve Embedded Profiles. Now, what does this mean? This means that if our color space, let's say for RGB images, is ProPhoto RGB, and we open an image in Photoshop that has a color space of sRGB, the sRGB color space will be honored. So the appearance of that image will not change unexpectedly. So we want to keep all three of these to preserve embedded profiles. Now we can tell Photoshop to give us a heads up whenever there's a mismatch between a file's embedded working space and the default working space that we set up here in this dialog box. If we check Ask When Opening, Photoshop will give us a warning whenever there's a mismatch between a file's embedded profile and our current working space. Now in the warning dialog, the default choice will be set to preserve embedded profiles, which we've set here as our preferred behavior, but we will have the opportunity to change this to a different option if necessary. For missing profiles, now this is very important. If you're opening an image that does not have a profile, it's not tagged with sRGB or Adobe 1998 or Gray Gamma 2.2, we do want to know about that. So we want to check here and say Ask when opening. Now let's go here and click on the More Options button. I want to verify a couple of settings here. Under Conversion Options for the engine, you want to have that say Adobe, ACE. Intent, it's fine to leave it relative colorimetric, and you can have these next three options checked. What you do not want to have checked are these advanced controls, desaturate monitor colors and blend RGB colors. We want to leave these two options off. Because we made changes to the preset, we now have custom settings, and if we choose any other preset from that settings menu, our changes will be lost. To keep that from happening, we're going to save these settings by pressing the Save button. So I'll click here. By default, Photoshop is choosing the correct folder to set these into. Let's call this TT Demo, and we'll simply hit the Save button. Here's an option that allows us to type descriptive notes about this setting. We're going to clear this by selecting the text and pressing the Delete key, and then we'll hit OK. Now under Settings, we have TT Demo. So if for any reason we ever need to change here and go to, let's say, North America General Purpose 2, we can quickly and easily get back to our settings by choosing TT Demo. Let's hit OK, and now we've got our color setting. Photoshop's workspace is your virtual office, and just like in a real one, you want to set things up just so in order to work productively. Instead of furniture and picture frames, however, we've got panels, keyboard shortcuts, and menu configurations to deal with. Now, everyone works differently, and over the course of a single day, you may even want to have different sets of tools handy depending on the type of work you need to do. Fortunately, Photoshop makes customization easy with an improved workspace switcher. You can find it up here in the Applications bar, and the first thing I'm going to do is click on this divider and drag to pull these out so that you can see all of the workspaces that ship with CS5. Now, workspaces are not new to CS5, but they do have improved functionality. You'll notice here we've got different templates set up here, and we're going to make our own custom workspace, but I'm going to click on photography to begin with. That gives us a good basis because for the next few lessons we're going to be using a lot of photography-based tools. Now what we're going to do here is customize this. There's some things here that we don't really need right now. I'm going to toss mini bridge, get rid of actions. We don't need this one here. Let's see, histogram, we'll get rid of that as well. Info and navigator we'll keep, but I want to have info be first, so I'll click that there. And masks we don't need to use right now. I'm going to click this expand icon here to give the history panel more room. I'm going to take the layers, channels, path grouping out, and I'm going to delete paths for right now. What I want to do though is have layers and channels be right underneath history. So I'm going to click, we got the blue line there. Let it go, and we've got layers and paths under there. Click on layers, and let's drag this up a bit. History doesn't need to take up that much space. Okay, that looks pretty good. The next thing I'll do is go over here to the tool panel, and I'm going to simply make it a 2-column tool panel. Now you can leave it at 1 column. I'm simply making it 2 because the screen resolution for this training clips off the bottom. So we'll have a 2-column panel there. And now, here's what's different about the workspace switcher in CS5. We selected the photography workspace, and we made changes to it, but we don't have to save it like we did in the past. The workspace switcher now auto-saves your configurations. So watch this. If I click off of photography and go to painting, for example, there's our painting workspace, and when I click on photography, it goes back not to the factory default, but to the custom configuration that we've set up. This is a huge time saver because we won't lose this workspace configuration unless we deliberately change it or reset it. Now we are going to make this a custom workspace, and I find it helpful to actually give it its own name. So let's click here, and we're going to go and select New Workspace. Now what it's going to do is take this configuration that we've just made and allow us to give it its own name. Let's call it TT Demo. Sounds good. Note that we can click here to set keyboard shortcuts and menus that will stay with this workspace, but we haven't configured those yet, so we're going to leave those unchecked. We'll hit save. And now we've got a TT demo workspace up here. So again, if we move to Essentials or Design, we go back to our custom space here. Now because Workspace Switcher auto-saves, TT Demo and Photography are identical at this point. But here's what we can do. With Photography selected, we'll click and say Reset Photography, and that will take it back to its factory default. So we've saved a new workspace here, TT Demo. I'm going to drag this in and tidy things up just a bit. And now, before we bring in some images in our next lesson, what I want to do is go over a couple of panel options. We'll start with the Info panel, and we'll click on the right flyout menu, select Panel Options. Now we've got document sizes checked, and that's a handy thing to see, but we're also going to check document profile and document dimensions. This is going to allow us to see crucial information about the image at a glance without having to hunt through menus, and that's going to be a big productivity booster. I'm going to turn off Show Tool Hints. Now when I turn it off and hit OK, watch what happens to the length of the Info panel. We've gained back some space here, and the Show Tool Hints simply has text here that describes the function of the tool you have selected, but we don't really need that. Under the Adjustments panel, we're going to make some options changes here. We're going to talk about Auto Select Parameter. So what I'm going to do is turn this on, and so that you can see what it does, let's open up an image. In fact, let's just create a brand new image. We'll press Command N on a Mac, that would be Control N on Windows. And let's just set default Photoshop size. We don't need a big document, we just need something open. Now let's go to our Adjustments panel, and let's create a hue saturation adjustment, for example. We'll hit OK. Notice that in the text field above the hue slider, the value is already selected. It's highlighted in blue, which means to change it, we can simply press the up and down arrow keys. We can add the Shift key to those arrow keys to move in greater increments, but the key is that that value is automatically selected so we can get started with an edit right away. And that's all made possible because we selected Auto Select Parameter in the flyout menu. So if you have that on, let's go back and choose, let's say, Levels Adjustment. Notice that this first field here, the shadow value is automatically selected. And of course, if it's selected, you can cycle through the other text boxes simply by pressing the Tab key. So that Auto Select Parameter option will save you from having to click into a box first to enter text or to change a number. Now this may seem like a minor change, but when you add up all the time over the course of a working day that you would spend clicking to highlight a box simply to change a value, the fact that they're already selected is going to be a big productivity boost and save you a lot of time at the end of the day. The last option that we want to talk about here, we'll go over to the Layers panel and click on Panel Options. Now here, this is new to CS5. We have this Add Copy to Copied Layers and Groups. Now this is the old behavior of Photoshop in that whenever you duplicate a layer, it has the same layer name and just appends copy to it. Now if that really got your goat and really just bothered you to no end, you can turn this off, and we'll hit OK. Click on Background and watch what happens if we create a new layer. We just have Layer 1. If we do New Layer again, we have Layer 2. If we copy this layer, we have Layer 2 again instead of Layer 2 Copy. Okay, so we've turned off the preference that automatically appends the word copy to a duplicate layer. If we duplicate Layer 1, we don't get Layer 1 copy like we normally would in previous versions of Photoshop. We just have Layer 1. Now the downside here is that we've got identically named layers, but if you're going to go in and give these custom names anyway, and you're just really tired of seeing that copy, you can set that here in the panel options bar. Okay, so now we've got Photoshop nicely configured, and it's time to move on to the next lesson. And viewing images is obviously at the heart of working in Photoshop, but as with most things in Photoshop, there are a staggering number of options, particularly when you've got multiple images open at a time. Let's get a handle on viewing and navigating documents on screen. We'll get started by going to our Chapter 1 folder. So I'm going to do File Open, which is Command O on the Mac, Control O on the PC. We'll navigate to our Chapter 1 folder, and let's simply double click on this first file, Horizontal 01. If you get an embedded profile mismatch dialog box here, I want you to simply go ahead and click OK. Way back when we set our Photoshop preferences, we did ask Photoshop to give us a warning if there was a color profile mismatch when opening new documents. So just click OK and you're ready to go. Now we've got the image up in standard screen mode. Of course, we can cycle through with the F key and get to the different screen modes. Once will take us to full screen mode with menu bar. Again, will take us to full screen mode. And one more time to go back to where we started. Now I'm on a Mac right now, but if you want to emulate the look of being on a Windows machine, simply go up to Window and you can turn on the application frame. So all the elements of Photoshop are nicely contained within one movable window. I'm going to set that back for right now, so we'll turn application frame off. One of the new features of CS5 is an addition to the behavior of the zoom tool. Let's select the zoom tool by pressing Z on the keyboard. And notice up here in the options bar, we've got a brand new option called Scrubby Zoom. Now, if you don't see Scrubby Zoom, or if it's grayed out, that means that your video card is not OpenGL compatible. If that's the case, just sit back and watch. Normally with the zoom tool, we click once to zoom in specific increments, or we could click and drag to zoom in on a specific location. But with Scrubby Zoom selected, we simply click and drag to the left, and we can continuously zoom out, drag to the right, and we continuously zoom in. So we can go back and forth to our heart's content. The nice thing about this is that if we want to zoom in on a particular location, let's say the cockpit here, we would simply click and drag to the right, and as we keep dragging, we zoom right in on that initial location. So that's a nice new feature here in CS5. Let's go back and press M to get back to the marquee tool. Zoom tool is one of the most often used features, so if you're not familiar with the shortcut, it is Command spacebar on the Mac, Control spacebar on the PC. No matter which tool you have selected here, that combination will get you to the zoom tool, and as long as your Scrubby Zoom option had been checked in that options bar, it will still work. So we can click and drag to the left to zoom out, and to the right to zoom in. Now what I really want to spend some time talking about is handling multiple images on screen in Photoshop. So let's go back into our Chapter 1 folder and open up some more images. We'll select horizontal 02, 03, and vertical 01, 2, and 3. I'm making these non-contiguous selections by holding down the Command key on the Mac, Control key on the Windows machine. And we'll simply press Enter to invoke the Open button. And now we've got 6 images open, and because our preferences were set to open documents as tabs, they are all nicely contained as tabs inside a single window. Now, if you'd rather have them be in their own separate windows, we've got some nice options for doing that. Up in the application bar, we've got our Arrange Documents icon. If I click and hold down, this second icon here is Tile All in Grid. So it's going to take all 6 images and space them out in a grid. So I'll select that, and there we go. We've got our 6 images there. We have other tile options. We could tile them all vertically. We could tile them all horizontally. Okay, let's go back to Tile All in Grid for a moment. I want to call your attention to this second set of icons in here. These are all what's called N-up layouts, where here we've got 2 up vertically, 2 up horizontally, here's 3 up, and we can see we've got 4 up here, so you can arrange a specific number of images in a particular layout. So if I choose this 4 up option over here, 1 image is going to be vertical on the left with 3 images horizontal on the right. So let's see what that would look like. Okay, and of course, because we had more than 4 images, notice that these 2 are still tabbed within a single document window. So we've got 2 ups, we've got 3 ups, 4, it goes up to 5. So if we choose 5 here and we'd have 2 vertical, 3 horizontal, it would look like that. Okay, so the N-up selections are good if you have a specific number of images on screen that you want to see in a particular location. If you just want to see everything tiled, of course, you'd go to Tile All in Grid. Now here's what you can do. If you like the layout, but of course you'd like to see the full frame of each of these images, and the problem is that some are horizontal and some are vertical, and our tiling here is in a vertical orientation, here's what you can do. Let's click on this horizontal image, And let's invoke the zoom tool with Command spacebar on the Mac, Control spacebar on the PC. And let's simply click and drag to the left to zoom this out until the whole image fits in the window. That's at a viewing percentage of 13.17%. Now, if we go back up to our Arrange Documents icon, and if we say Match Zoom, it will apply the zoom of the selected image to all the other images on screen. So now we can see that we've got all the images now completely visible. We simply took the horizontal image and applied that image's scaling to the other images in this layout. So lots of things that you can do here if you're trying to view multiple images on screen. You just need a quick sort of almost thumbnail overview of them inside Photoshop. You can do that. You can choose to match the zoom and the location. If you wanted to float all the images in their own separate windows, you could do that. If you wanted to actually open a new window with an image and have the same image viewed in two separate windows, you can choose New Window, and because this plain image, horizontal 01, is selected, that's the one that will get a new window. And if I click and drag this out, we can see there we have two window views of this image right here. Of course, we can consolidate everything back into tabs simply by clicking on the very first icon. Of course, if you are going to be working in the tab mode and you need to move from one image to the next, instead of clicking on each image, what you can do is use the keyboard shortcut, which is Command tilde on the Mac, Control tilde on the PC, and that will cycle you through all of the open images here. So you move from one image to the next, to the next, to the next, quickly and easily. There's also a little flyout menu here where you can click and easily select the image you want to view by name. So we've got a ton of options here for viewing multiple images.
Do you want to work faster and get consistent results time after time? Photoshop offers many built-in features to accomplish this. Let's take a look at how they work.
One of the biggest ways to speed up Photoshop doesn't require a faster computer or a memory upgrade. It's learning to use keyboard shortcuts at every opportunity. Nothing slows you down more than mousing over to the Tools panel or up to the menu bar. Photoshop already contains dozens of ready-made shortcuts, but a number of items still don't have them, and you may find that some of the built-in shortcuts are simply too cumbersome or too difficult to remember. In this lesson, we'll see how to replace existing shortcuts and assign new ones to items that don't have any. Let's get started by going up to the Edit menu and scrolling all the way down to Keyboard Shortcuts. Notice that any menu item already assigned a shortcut displays that shortcut to the right of the menu name. So let's click on Keyboard Shortcuts. And I want to point out before we get started that we can actually affect three different types of shortcuts. If I go here to the pull down menu, we can look at application menus. That's everything that's in the menu bar. We can look at panel menu shortcuts, and we can look at tool shortcuts. I'll select Tools here first. And this gives us a scrollable list of every single tool that's in the Tools panel. Now, I don't recommend that you change the tool shortcuts for a couple of reasons. One, tool shortcuts have to be single letter keyboard shortcuts. And Photoshop has long ago run out of letters of the alphabet. So everything here from A to Z is already spoken for. So the only way to add a new keyboard shortcut to a tool is to take a shortcut from an existing tool. So it's not really going to be helpful there because all you're doing is switching around letters, and that can get quite confusing if you find yourself working on someone else's machine or a different copy of Photoshop. So let's go back up to this menu and let's take a look at panel menus. Now this shows us a list of every panel that shows up in the window menu. And the beauty here is that the vast majority of panel menu items do not have keyboard shortcuts. So let's go here and take a look at the adjustments panel. We'll click the triangle to open it up. And I'll scroll down here. There's Curves Adjustment Layer. Now if you find yourself using that quite often, you can apply a keyboard shortcut simply by clicking here, and we've got an empty box. This box is where we're going to type our keyboard shortcut. Now, what values can you use for a keyboard shortcut? Well, we've seen that single letters are already taken, and because Photoshop does have dozens and dozens of existing keyboard shortcuts, it's very rare that you're going to find a single keystroke available to use. So what we're going to concentrate on here is using modifier keys. The Shift, Option, and Command keys on a Mac, that would be Shift, Control, and Alt keys on Windows, in combination with the F keys, the function keys. So if we want to set a shortcut for curves, here I'm going to select Option F1. On Windows, that would be Alt F1. Simply press the Accept button, and that shortcut is now applied to curves. Let's take a look here at levels, and if we want to add a shortcut for levels, you may be wondering what happens if you choose a shortcut that is already in use. Well, Photoshop will give us a warning. So let's choose here Option F9. On Windows, that would be Alt F9. And we get a warning icon. It says that Option F9 is already in use by the Actions menu underneath the Window menu. So we can choose to override this by simply clicking the Accept button up here. Or we've got another option down here, Accept and go to Conflict. If we click Accept and go to Conflict, that Option F9 is assigned to levels, and we are taken immediately to the menu item that have that shortcut. So we could give another shortcut here to replace the one that we just removed. Let's see here if we do, let's try Shift Command and maybe F2. Let's see. Now we do get a warning, but this one is slightly different. It's simply telling us that this Shift Command F2 can be assigned to actions. We're going to talk about actions in the very next lesson, and if you do apply this shortcut to an action, it will override this choice here. We can accept that for now, so we'll just press the Accept button. And again, you can go through here and look for any items that you use frequently that do not have shortcuts. The goal here is not to apply a shortcut to every single item that's in this list. We don't have that many key combinations available. We're simply looking for items that we use frequently that don't have shortcuts. Now, what happens if an item that we do use a lot does have a shortcut, but it's really hard for us to remember? Well, let's go here. We'll stay in Application menus, and let's go up to the Edit menu. That's always got some long keyboard shortcuts in it. We'll scroll up here, open up Edit, and let's find a good one here. Well, let's take a look at Content Aware Scale. Option Shift Command C on a Mac. That would be Alt Shift Control C on a Windows machine. Let's click in here, and if we want to try to find something that's a bit more user friendly, let's see what we can come up with here. We can choose Command F2. Now that's a much simpler keyboard shortcut to remember. And again, the warning here is simply telling us that this can also be used in an action. For now, that's okay, so we'll press Accept. We can press Accept up here in the top, or we could press it down in the bottom left. So we'll do that. Puppet Warp, a brand new feature to CS5 that we will go into great detail in an upcoming lesson. Let's add a shortcut here, and let's use Shift Command F2, for example. Now, again, a warning that this is already in use. If we want to override that and permanently switch this, we can simply hit the Accept button. Now, I want you to notice that up at the very top menu, our set initially said Photoshop Defaults. Now it says Photoshop Defaults Modified, and that's because we have changed these. Because we've made custom settings now, we really want to create a brand new set with these. So we're going to click over here to the Save As icon. It gives us a save dialog. The name is highlighted, prompting us to give it a new and unique name. Let's call this one TT Demo. Photoshop automatically selects the proper folder to save this in. It's called Keyboard Shortcuts. And we'll hit the Enter key to invoke the Save button. Now, in this top menu, we have Photoshop Defaults here, and we now have our TT Demo that we've just saved. You'll notice here that I have already made my own shortcuts, and I can simply click there to toggle between those, the Photoshop Defaults, and the shortcuts that we have just made. I highly recommend that you take some time setting up custom keyboard shortcuts. Every second that you spend here will pay dividends every time you work in Photoshop. Now here we've just gone and changed a couple of things at random, But I don't want you to keep these. I want you to really take your time on your own to select your own keyboard shortcuts. So with TT Demo selected here, we're going to simply press the trash can icon, and that will delete that set. We are being asked to confirm that's what we want to do. I'll press enter to hit the yes button, and we're back to our Photoshop defaults, and we'll hit OK. In the previous lesson, we saw how to add items. But what if you find yourself performing the same tasks over and over again? Ones that involve multiple steps, menu items, or dialog settings. For these situations, it's time to leverage Photoshop's extensive actions capability. An action is simply a recording of a series of steps that can be played back with a single button click or even, you guessed it, a keyboard shortcut. Let's get started by bringing up the Actions panel. We'll go up to Window and choose Actions. Now what I'd like to do first is dock this right next to the History tab just to save some space, so I'll drag it right there. And I'd like to point out a couple of things here. You'll notice that Default Actions is at the top. That ships with Photoshop. And this folder, which is technically referred to as a set, contains the actions. Actions must live inside of sets. They cannot be floating around outside of these folders. So in your machine, you've got Default Actions. If you open that up, you can scroll down and see a number of built-in actions. I've got some folders here with custom actions that I've built. So obviously you won't see those on your machine, but we're going to create our own actions here in this lesson. So the very first thing we need to do is create a set or a folder. So let's go down here to this Add Set icon. We'll click on it and we'll name it TT Demo. And we'll hit OK. Now that we've got a set, we can start recording some actions. Now the easiest way to record an action is to have an image open on screen. So let's go to our Chapter 2 folder and let's select the file Action01. Now we've got our embedded profile mismatch dialog because of the way we configured our color settings in the first chapter, and we do want to use the embedded profile, so let's hit OK. Now we're going to create a few actions in this lesson, and we're going to start very, very simply. Let's say that when you edit images, you're typically creating a curves adjustment layer and a hue saturation adjustment layer. We're going to make an action that will automate that for you. So with our TT Demo set selected in the Actions panel, I'm going to click on the new action icon, and we're going to name this Adjustment Layers. And now we can press the record button. Now Photoshop is recording, waiting with bated breath to record our every move. So what we're going to do first is go to the adjustment panel and let's select a curves adjustment layer. So we'll click here. We have a curves 1 layer. Let's go back to the adjustment panel and select a hue saturation layer. There we go. Now we've got a curves layer and a hue saturation layer. And that's it. We're going to go here and press the stop button. And now let's open up a second image in our Chapter 2 folder. We'll go to Action 02 and bring that up. Again, our embedded profile mismatch showing, and we can simply hit OK. Now with Action 2 selected, we can go in our TT Demo set. I'll close this up here. We can click on Adjustment Layers and simply click play to run this action. And there we go. We've automatically got 2 adjustment layers ready for us to edit. Now let's click on History and go back here to the open state of this file, and let's go back to Actions. Because instead of having to select adjustment layers and then click the play button, for an action this simple, we should really define a keystroke for that. So with this action selected, we're going to go up to Action Options, and we're going to choose a function key here. Let's choose F5, and we'll add Shift as a modifier key to this by clicking on the checkbox. And let's add Command, that would be Control on Windows, for safety's sake. So we've got 2 modifier keys with the F5 key, and we'll simply hit OK. Now, on the keyboard, if we simply press Shift Command, that's on a Mac, on a Windows, it would be Shift Control F5, and there we go. Couldn't be simpler. Alright, but that's a pretty easy one. Let's start to add some more steps. Let's get rid of both of these images, and instead of closing these one by pressing Command W on the Mac or Control W on Windows, I can press Option Command W on the Mac, Alt Control W on Windows, and get rid of both of those files. Now here's a nice feature. We can hit Don't Save, and there is now in CS5 an Apply to All button. So we'll hit Don't Save, Apply to All, and everything is gone. Let's go back now to our Chapter 2 folder, and this time we're going to open up the file Screenshot01. In this situation, we've got an image with the incorrect color profile embedded in it, and we need to change the file size. We're going to build an action that will accomplish both of these things. So with this image open on screen, the very first thing we're going to do is create a new action. So we'll go to the, and we're just going to call this color space and resize. And we'll press record. Now we're going to go to the edit menu, and we're going to check assign profile. Now here the profile embedded is currently ProPhoto RGB, but these colors are way off, and that's because the file should have a profile of sRGB. So I'm going to click File here. sRGB is already selected in the pull down menu. If it's not, simply click on it and you have all your color profile options. Notice how the color is much more believable now, and we'll simply press OK. Now what we'd like to do is resize this image. So we're going to go up to Image Size, and instead of having a width of 1916 pixels, let's suppose we want to have a width of 800 pixels. We can select that. That'll bring the file size down and make it smaller. But I want to point out something here. This is a horizontal image. What if these images are going to the web and we need our longest side to be 800 pixels, whether it's a horizontal or vertical image? There's a better way to do that. So we're going to cancel out of image size. And instead, notice that because we canceled out of that step has not been recorded. We're going to go to the File menu, Automate, and Fit Image. If you're prepping images for the web, Fit Image is going to be your new best friend. I'll bring it down a little bit. You can see we've got constrain within values here, one for the width and one for the height. And the beauty of this is, if I type in a value here, let's see, this is at 800, let's make this 600. If I type 600 for the width and the height, it's not going to create a square image. It's simply going to make sure that neither the width or the height exceeds 600 pixels. So we're going to hit OK. And that's it. We've recorded our 2 steps. We're going to press the stop button here. Now this was kind of a dummy image that we used. We don't need to save the change here, but let's make sure that our action works. So let's open up a second image back in Chapter 2. We'll open up Screenshot 2, and again we can see we've got very inaccurate colors here on this screenshot. So what we're going to do in the Actions panel, we're going to click on the name of our action. Make sure you're not clicking on an individual step, but we're all the way out at the name of our action, and we're simply going to click the play button. There we go. I'll increase this a little bit so you can see it. We have assigned the sRGB color space, and we have resized that image. Let's verify that. If we go up to image size, we can see that it is indeed 600 pixels on the long side. So there we have 2 relatively simple examples. Now we'll go into a bit more complicated use of actions. We'll close both of these images again with our shortcut of Option Command W on the Mac, Alt Control W on Windows. Close these. We're going to click Apply to All, and now we'll go back to our Chapter 2 folder, and this time we're going to open up the file Action03. Again, our embedded profile mismatch. We'll hit OK. And if you're really getting tired of seeing this mismatch warning, we can simply go into our color settings, Command-Shift-K on the Mac, Control-Shift-K on Windows, and let's turn off the Ask When Opening for profile mismatches. Okay, and we can simply hit OK. Now what we'd like to do is create an action that we can use with a pre-made selection and knock out the background and maybe put a little gradient on here, something nice that we can do repeatedly from one image to the next. We're starting with a background layer, and I have already created a selection around this plane and saved it as an alpha channel. So I want you to click on the Channels tab, and right here where it says Plane at the bottom, we're going to convert this alpha channel into a selection by holding down the Command key and clicking. That would be Control key on Windows. And you can see we now have a selection around our plane. Let's go back to the Layers panel. And now we're ready to start building our action. So we'll go and click on the New Action icon, and we'll name it. I'm calling this Silo and Gradient. You can name it whatever you like. Just make sure it's descriptive enough so that you know what the action is actually going to accomplish. And then we'll simply press Record. The very first thing we're going to do here is duplicate the background. So we'll click the background layer, drag it on the duplicate icon, and now what we want to do is we want to mask out the selection. So we're going to click on the Add Layer Mask icon. There we go. Now that we've got a layer mask built off of our selection, we need to add an additional layer just beneath our top layer here so that we can fill it with a solid color, changing out the background from the original background layer. So I'm going to highlight the background layer here to position my new layer correctly. Go to the Layer menu, New Fill Layer, and choose Solid Color. We can leave the default Color Fill 1 name and hit OK. And now we're going to choose the color. I'm going to start with something in the blue range, something over here. You could choose any color that you wish. And we'll hit OK. Now what I'd like to do is click on this bottommost layer again. You can see now the plane is silhouetted against that background. We want to add a second color fill here. So we'll click on the background layer and again go to Layer, New Fill Layer, Solid Color. Color Fill 2, we'll leave that default name. And this time let's choose a different color, something maybe in the green realm over about here. And we'll click OK. Now what we'd like to do so that we don't get confused here, we've got two layers named background. We're going to rename that top layer. So what I'm going to do is use the keyboard shortcut to select the topmost layer. And that is Option period on the Mac, Alt period on Windows. Our top layer is selected, and now we're going to go in the Layers panel and choose Layer Properties, and we'll name this Silo, short for silhouette. And there we have it. Our action is complete, so we can stop recording by pressing the stop button. Now, one of the best things about actions is that you can share them with people. And if we're going to share this action with someone else, it would be a great idea to make sure that they know they have to make a selection before they run this action. The action will not work if they don't have an active selection. We can do that simply by inserting what's called a stop. This will give a pop-up warning, and we can insert this stop at the very beginning of our action. So let's click on the very first step in our action, and in the Actions menu, we're going to, in the flyout menu, choose Insert Stop. Now the great thing about stops is that it will throw up a dialog box with a message that we type, and the user will then be able to click and continue after they verify that they're doing what the message tells them to. So let's type something like Now that's a long message, but it's always good to err on the side of overdoing it if you're going to be sharing your actions with someone. This is just telling them that they must have a selection active. If not, they need to press the stop button and create a selection. Otherwise, they can press continue. Now, in order for them to be able to press continue, we have to check this allow continue checkbox. Very, very important. So we'll check that, and then we'll hit OK. Now we have a stop. The only problem is that it's the second step in our action, and we need this step to occur right at the very beginning. Now we can move steps inside a given action, so we'll simply click it and we'll drag it up until we get that black line there, and that will set it at the very top. So whenever somebody runs this action, they're going to see that message at the very beginning. Now let's see what we've got so far. Let's go and open up a second image. Let's go open up action 04. Okay, we've got a completely separate image here now. The first thing we need to do is click on channels, and again I have a pre-made selection. Let's select that with command click on the Mac. On Windows that would be control click. We have our selection active. We can go back to our layers panel, and now we can click on Silo and Gradient and simply press play. Now here we go. We've got this first warning message, and we can hit continue because we do indeed have a selection active. And there we go. We've got our background layer. Our top layer now has been labeled Silo. We've got the layer mask on there, and we've got two color fill layers. Now, why did we have two color fill layers here? Well, what I ultimately want to do is put a gradient on this mask to allow these colors to blend in nicely. I'm going to click directly on the layer mask of the color fill 1 layer. Make sure that you have actually clicked on the layer mask itself. If you've done that, you'll see the 4 frame corners around it. And for our next step, we are going to select the gradient tool. G is the keyboard shortcut for that. I want to make sure that a radial gradient is selected, and I'm simply going to click somewhere in the middle and drag out. And there we go. We've got a nice little gradient effect. Now, unfortunately, painting tools cannot be used in actions. They will not be recorded. But if we do want someone to create a very similar effect, we can insert another stop with a message telling them what to do. So let's go back to our action here, and at the very end of the action we want to give them a message that says, hey, place a radial gradient on this file. Now, since we want our stop to be at the end of the document, we can simply highlight the action name, and again we'll choose insert stop, and we'll tell them to select the color fill 1 mask and create a radial gradient. And again, let's hit this continue button for them, and we'll hit OK. Now we'll have that message show up at the end, and we'll run this action one more time. So let's go to our history panel and go back to load selection where we have a selection active, and let's run this action again. So we'll go back to the actions panel, and right now we're at stop, which is the very last step. We need to make sure that we have clicked at the very beginning of our action, and we'll press play. We can continue. We do have a selection active. There we go. It's performed all those steps with blinding speed, and again we have this message now to select the color fill 1 mask and create a radial gradient. So we can press continue, and now they know that we want them to do something like this in the image. One last thing I'd like to point out about this action, we've recorded a few steps here that have involved dialog boxes. We added a color fill layer, and we chose a color for those layers. We chose blue for color fill 1 and green for color fill 2. Now as it stands, this action will always choose blue for color fill 1 and always choose green for color fill 2. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to run this action and choose different colors instead? Well, we can do that by inserting what's called a modal control. A modal control simply will allow the user to make choices in a dialog box while the action is running. So we need to go down to this make fill layer, that's the very first one, and if we click here, this turns on our modal control option here. So if we put a modal control here, and we put a second modal control on our second fill layer, now watch what happens to our action. Again, let's go back to history. We'll go all the way back to load selection, back to the actions panel, and we'll make sure we're at the top. And let's run this again. We'll hit continue. Now we've got new layer coming up, color fill. Even if we want to leave the name the same, now if we press OK, we have the option to choose a different color. So let's choose something, a red up in there. And again, the same thing for our second layer. So let's hit OK. We get to choose a separate color for that. Let's choose something like a yellow here. And now, when we get the message to create a radial gradient, we can do that with our specific choice of colors. So I'll click here, draw a gradient, and there you see our gradient. Now, actions are great because they're so completely flexible. Whether you're building actions for yourself and you want to use them on a wide variety of images, or if you're building them for others, you have the option to either have the action run with all of the default values that you chose when you created the action, or you can insert a modal control and allow any user to insert their own values in any dialog box that's been invoked inside the action. Either way, you still are automating a vast majority of the work, ensuring precise and consistent results. Now, in the next lesson, we're going to talk about batch processing images. So I'm going to create one last action here that we're going to use in that lesson. So let's close this up, Silo and Gradient. And we'll get rid of these two images. Actually, let's just get rid of the first one, and we'll keep the second one here. Let's go to history and go all the way back to its original state. Here what we're going to do is make an action that's simply going to resize the image and throw a logo on it. So what we want to do here is go to our Actions panel and create a brand new action. We're still in the TT demo set. And this one we'll just call Fit and Logo. Now we're ready to record. So we're going to take a trip to the Fit Image menu. So we go down to Automate, Fit Image, and let's make this 800 pixels for the width, 800 for the height, so those are our maximum dimensions. We'll hit OK, and of course it applies that to our test image here. Let's zoom in, make this a little bit bigger on screen. Now what we want to do is add a logo on here. So we're going to go to the File menu and go to inside our Chapter 2 folder. I have an Illustrator file that has a logo, a vector logo, so we're going to double click that to open it. We're going to hit OK. And now we've got our logo here. Let's drag it somewhere, say in this upper right corner. And if that looks a little big, we can shrink this down a bit. I'm going to hold the Shift key to constrain the proportion so I don't skew it. And let's move it somewhere over here. And we'll press the return key to commit to that. Now our preferences are set up so that this logo is automatically pulled in as a smart object. We'll cover smart objects in a later lesson. Now our logo is in color, and if you don't want the color of the logo to be conflicting with any colors that may be present in your image, we can easily take the color out of that logo, desaturating it so it appears as a grayscale. And that's very simple to do. So with this logo layer selected, we're going to add a hue saturation layer. We'll move to our adjustments panel, add hue saturation, and let's drag the saturation all the way down to the left. Now the problem, of course, is that this top adjustment layer is affecting both layers. We really want it to be limited only to the layer directly beneath it. And we can do that by creating a clipping mask. So we click on the flyout menu and create clipping mask. And now that hue saturation effect is only being applied to this logo here. Now that we've finished recording, we can press the stop button. And before we leave this lesson, I want to point out something very, very important. Once you spent the time, energy, and effort creating and saving actions, you should store them in a permanent location. By default, Photoshop stores your actions with its preferences. Now, should your preferences ever become corrupt, requiring you to delete them, your actions will be lost. So here's what you want to do. We're going to go to our TT demo set. You need to click on the set, or folder if you prefer, and in the Actions panel, in the flyout menu, you need to go and click Save Actions. This will bundle all the actions in that set. You cannot save actions individually. You can save sets, and you choose any location on your hard drive that you want to store these. This way they're in a permanent location, they can be backed up, and should your Photoshop preferences ever become damaged, you can simply load them from this location. So we could hit save here. You can save them anywhere you want. I'll hit cancel for now. But then you always have these somewhere in your hard drive, and you can call them back up at will by simply going up to the flyout menu and choosing Load Actions, and you simply navigate to where you saved those actions, and you're back in business. We'll hit cancel of that, and let's move. When you want to perform the same task on multiple images, the batch processing features in Photoshop can save you hours of work. In the previous lesson, we made some actions. Now we'll apply one of them to multiple images. We're going to go in our TT demo set here and batch process the fit and logo action. Now before you batch process dozens or even hundreds of images, it pays to do a quick test and make sure that the action behaves as expected. So let's go into our Chapter 2 folder, and we're going to open up two files, Action 01 and Action 04. And we'll hit Open. Now whenever you have an action that involves resizing or placement of objects, as we did in the last lesson, it pays to try them out on both horizontal and vertical images. So we've got our horizontal image open here, and let's simply, with Fit and Logo selected, press play. The image has been resized, the logo has been placed in the upper right, and the saturation has been set to -100. Perfect. Let's take a look and see what happens on the vertical image. Again, we'll select play. Now the image has been resized and the logo has been placed, but let me zoom in here with Command plus on the Mac, Control plus on Windows. You can see that our logo has been placed almost completely off of the image area. And that's because we have our ruler unit set to inches. So when we recorded our action, Photoshop recorded the precise number of inches that we moved our logo from the center. And of course that's not going to work on a vertical image. We simply run out of space. Fortunately, this is easy to fix. We're going to go up to our Preferences menu, Command K on the Mac, Control K on Windows, and we're going to select Units and Rulers and set our rulers to %, and then we'll hit OK. Now what we want to do is re-record this step. We don't have to toss the whole action and start over from scratch. I'm going to click the disclosure triangle for Fit and Logo. We'll go down, and it's this place step that's giving us a problem. So let's go here and bring back Action 04. And what we want to do is re-record this step. So we simply double click it, opens up our dialog box, we choose our logo, hit OK. Let's scale this down a bit. That looks pretty good. And now let's move this right up to where we had it initially. Maybe come off of it just a little bit. That looks pretty good. And we'll hit Enter to confirm the move. And that's it. Now what we've done is we have modified our place step to work with percentages instead of actual inches. So now let's go back to our vertical image. Let's go to History, take this back to its open state, and we'll zoom out here so you can see the whole image. We'll click back on our Actions tab, and now let's run the action. There we go. Now the action has performed a nice placement of our logo in the upper right of the image. So again, that's a good thing to test before we run it on a lot of images. It'll save you a bunch of time. Now before we get started with the batch processing, I do want to make one last step. We've left this image here with 3 separate layers. What I want to do is add a final step to our action that will flatten the image. So to do that, we're going to select the action, click on the very last step, which was Create Clipping Mask, and now we're going to press Record. And with Record running, I'm simply going to go to the Layers panel, the Flyout menu, and Flatten Image. Now we'll press Stop. So that's the final step. Now we're ready to run this action on multiple images. Let's get rid of these 2 files. I'm going to press Option Command W on Mac, Control Alt W on Windows, select Apply to All, and hit Don't Save. Now we'll go up to the File menu, under Automate, and choose Batch. At the top of this window, we choose the set and action that we wish to run. They've defaulted nicely to our TT demo set and fit and logo action. Next to source, we have it set to folder, and we need to choose the folder that contains the images that we are going to process. So we'll hit choose. Inside our Chapter 2 folder, we will select the batch folder that contains the images that we're going to process. So we'll hit choose. Now below this, if you have an open command in your action, it's imperative that you check this box. We do not have one, so we must not check it. We can include all subfolders if there are subfolders that we want to include in our batch processing. We don't need to do that for this example. It's a great idea to suppress file open options and color profile warnings. Both of these instances will throw up a pop-up dialog in Photoshop waiting for you to hit OK or cancel or continue. And if you leave the computer and set a batch action to run, the last thing you want to do is come back an hour or two later with that dialog box sitting on screen, pausing the action, waiting for you to take some action by pressing a button. Under Destination, we're going to set this to Folder, and we're going to choose a folder to save these files. Now you can save these files wherever you like. Inside your Chapter 2 folder, I've made a batch folder, and inside that batch folder is a folder titled Action Result. That's where I'm going to save these files. Now again, if you have a Save As command in your action, you must check this button. We don't have one, so it's equally as imperative that we do not check this. Now, a very cool feature of the batch processing here is that we can rename our files. I'm going to highlight document name and type batch. I'm going to choose a 2-digit serial number here. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to add the extension. So my files will be named batch 01, batch 02, etc., and have the file name extension. Our starting serial number here is going to be 1, and that's it. All that's left to do now is hit OK. The images are opening, they're being processed, they're being saved in our folder, and that's it. We've just processed 5 or 6 files in a matter of seconds. Let's go and open one just to verify. In our Chapter 2 folder, inside our batch folder, we can click on Action Results, and let's just open up the very first file. Of course, if you chose a different location when you created the batch action, that's where you'll want to go to open up one of these files. And there we go. It's been resized and the logo has been.
When it's time to edit an image, here are some tools and techniques no power user should be without.
The most common image editing tasks involve manipulating the brightness and/or contrast of an image. Photoshop offers equivalents of traditional darkroom techniques, but with an even greater degree of precision. We'll begin this lesson with a look at the Levels tool. We'll begin in our Chapter 3 folder, so let's open that folder and choose the file called Levels. Now, a bit of housekeeping before we get started. At the end of Chapter 2, we had set our ruler units to percents in order to create a batch action. Let's set that back now to inches, and instead of going up to Preferences, I'm going to show you an alternate way to do that. The first thing we need to do is show the rulers, and the shortcut to do that is Control-R on Windows, that's Command-R if you're on a Mac. And with the rulers present, we simply right-click, that would be Control-click on a Mac, and select, instead of percent, choose inches. And there we go, we've set our ruler units back to inches. Now we can hide our rulers again. Shortcut is Control-R on Windows and Command-R on the Mac. Now let's take a look at Levels. We're going to create a new adjustment layer. Simply click on the Levels icon. Now with the Levels tool, what we can do is quickly and easily identify pixels at the same or similar brightness level while simultaneously changing that brightness level. We've got an image here that's flat and dull with very little contrast, and in our Levels Adjustment panel we've got 3 sliders. If we move over here to the white point slider and drag it to the left, what we're doing is reassigning pixel values. So every pixel that's located at a brightness value of 229 is now automatically mapped to maximum white, which is 255. So we can see that that's brightened up our highlights, and if we go and click on the black point slider, we can do a similar thing to the shadows. If we click here and drag in to the right, what we're doing is remapping our darker pixels. Every pixel at a value of 19 and darker now gets automatically changed to a brightness level of 0. And we've got this midpoint slider here, or gamma slider. If we drag this to the right, what we're doing is changing the definition of midtones. All of these pixels that were brighter than a midtone residing here above this midpoint slider are now darkened so that they are at midtone levels. If we dragged it to the left instead, we would take pixels that were previously darker than a midtone and brighten them so that they are at a midtone value. A lot of people like to think of this as the contrast slider because if we drag it to the left, we're lowering the image contrast. As we drag it to the right, we're increasing the contrast. So let's choose something right about here. Looks pretty good. And you can see if we toggle the preview off and on simply by clicking on this eyeball icon, we started with a flat, dull image, and now we've punched it up. We've got a lot more saturation, much better contrast, and it's a much richer image. There's our before, there's our after. Now the Levels tool is fine to use for images that are destined only for screen output. It's a fast, easy, and intuitive way to work. The problem is that it's a fairly blunt editing tool. It's kind of like writing calligraphy with a jackhammer. Notice that what we did by moving these sliders was we actually clipped values. With the highlights, we took all of these unique highlight values. There were a lot of pixels at a level of 229 and higher, and we mapped them all to a single value of 255. 255 again is maximum white and includes no detail. So while we've got a nice bright punchy image, we've lost a lot of detail. And it's not so bothersome on screen, but if we were to print this, we would have a lot of areas in our image that would just have no ink laid down. It would just be a hole on the page. And similarly with shadows, we clipped a lot of shadow values here. Now if your images are destined for the web where they're not going to be that large in terms of size, and if they're only going to be viewed on a monitor, the Levels tool can give you some quick down and dirty results. But when you want to make a high quality print, which is much more demanding than screen output, you really need to have a way of working with much greater precision. Fortunately, we have the Curves tool, which will give us much more precise control over how we move our pixels. So let's close this image. We don't have to save it. I'm just going to choose Control W on Windows. That would be Command W on Mac. And we don't want to save this, so we'll hit No. And let's go back to our Chapter 3 folder and open the file Curves. Now here we've got a shot of Mount Fuji in Japan. It's very flat, dull, low contrasting, and let's add a curves adjustment layer here and see how we can change that. Now what we're going to do with the Curves tool is set our highlight and shadow values. In essence, we're going to determine how bright our brightest whites are going to be and exactly how dark our darkest blacks are going to be. Now to do that, we need to quickly and easily identify where our brightest and darkest pixels are in the image. To do that, I'm going to hold down the Option key while I click on the white point slider. If you're on Windows, that would be the Alt key. Notice that the entire screen turns black. And as I drag to the left, we're watching for the first pixels that show up. And you can see there, along the dome of Mount Fuji, those are the first pixels to appear on screen, meaning that those are the brightest pixels in the image. So if I let go of the mouse, you can see here that along this ridge on either side are where my brightest pixels reside. Now I'm going to drag this white point slider back. We're not editing the pixels yet, we're just taking a diagnostic look to find out where we're going to make our edits. And let's do the same with this black point slider. I'm going to again hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on the Mac, and drag to the right. The screen is entirely white, but as I drag, you can see pixels appear. And right over in this area is where our darkest pixels reside. So I've got my darkest pixels over here and my brightest pixels up here along the edge of Mount Fuji. I'm going to set this black point slider back. And now we're finally ready to start editing this image. We're going to start by clicking the On Image Adjustment tool, and hovering the mouse over the image area, we're going to locate our deepest, darkest shadows, those pixels that first showed up when we dragged the black point slider. Somewhere right about here looks good. Notice that in the Curves panel, as I move the mouse, that hollow circle updates in real time. That's identifying the pixels located directly beneath this cursor and where they fall along the curve. So if I know I'm looking for some shadow pixels, I want to move the mouse until I find something that puts that hollow circle down towards the bottom left. So that looks pretty good for my shadows. So I'm simply going to click. And when I click, that places a point right there for my shadows. Now before I move that point, what I'm going to do is find a highlight area. Again, I'm going back to the area that I identified in the previous step. Right there looks pretty good. You can see the hollow circle along the curve is over towards the top right, so that means I am indeed in my highlight range, and I'm going to click to place a point here. Now what I want to do with these 2 points is I want to move them. Because we have the On Image Adjustment tool selected, I can simply click on the location where I place the point and drag up. Notice that lifts the curve, and that's also brightening the highlights in the image. Now I'm going to do this just visually here to taste. Right about there looks pretty good. Notice that unlike with the Levels tool, we're not setting pixels here to maximum brightness. We're not setting any values to 255, for example. In fact, if you take a look at the Curves panel, you can see that black square on the curve. As long as that square does not butt up against the top horizontal axis, we still have at least some minimal detail in our highlights. We'll stay just about here. That looks pretty good. But you can see the overall image has brightened up. What we want to do now is select the point where we click to place our shadows and darken those. Now instead of hunting around until I place the hollow circle directly over that point, here's what you can do. You can use a keyboard shortcut. On the keyboard you want to press the plus key. Pressing the plus key repeatedly will cycle you through every single point along that curve. So if I start up here in my highlight point and press plus once, twice, a third time, I've now got my shadow point selected, and with that point selected, I can now press the down arrow key on my keyboard. Watch this. My shadows are now getting darker. Of course, if I had pressed the up arrow key, my shadows would be lightening instead. But what I want to do is make them darker. And much like with the highlights, as long as I keep that black square from touching the bottom horizontal axis, I'm still maintaining usable detail in my shadows. And right about there looks pretty good. Now let's take a step back for a moment and review what we've done. We've selected our highlights and made them brighter. Then we've selected our shadows and made them darker, and you can see what a huge difference this has on the image. Now what about these tones right around here in the middle? Right around here below the snow line of Mount Fuji, this area looks a little bit flat to me. So I'm simply going to click with the On Image Adjustment tool still selected, and I can simply drag down with the mouse. That's going to darken these mid-tone values here. And I'm just going visually until the image looks pleasing. So there we go. Let's take a look at the before and after. Here's where we started. Flat, dull, low contrast, and with just 3 points on a curve, we've gone to there. The Curves tool is really phenomenal, and it allows you to do very, very precise editing. Again, the difference between working with the Levels tool was in Levels, we were setting values to maximum white and maximum black. With the Curves tool, it's very easy to retain detail in the shadows and highlights. We can set them darker and lighter respectively, but we don't have to map them to maximum white or to maximum black. So when you go to make a print of this file, you have access to the full range of detail in the image from your shadows all the way up. Removing an unsightly color cast goes a long way towards creating a professional looking image. But there are also times when we want to create a color imbalance to achieve a particular mood. In this lesson, we'll take a look at ways to achieve either task. Let's go back to our Chapter 3 folder and open Color Balance 01. Now with this image, we see the color balance as it was recorded by the camera. Let's take a look at one way to change that. In our Adjustments panel, we're going to click on Photo Filter. Now what this tool does is really simulate the kind of filters that photographers would carry around in their bag to change the color temperature of an image. By default, Photoshop selects a warming filter, but if you click on this pull down, you can see a list of many others. I'm going to select here a different warming filter, 81, and you can see that that warms up the image to an even greater degree. Now we have a density slider here, which lets us control the strength of this filter. If I drag it to the right, you can see the image gets even warmer. If I come down here to the left, we can see by reducing the density, I can get a much more natural, realistic effect. So here's the before and after. The image started at a rather cool color temperature, and here I've warmed it up considerably in just a single step by going to Photo Filter. Now let's open a second image here. We'll go back to our Chapter 3 folder and open up Color Balance 02. For this image, we're going to take a look at the Color Balance tool. So we click Color Balance in the Adjustments panel, and here we've got the ability to move between cyan and red, magenta and green, and yellow and blue, and we can target these changes to shadows, midtones, or highlights. We're going to leave it here set to the default midtones. That's going to have the greatest overall image effect. And if I take this first slider, as I drag it left towards the cyan region, you can see that the whole image gets cooler, and more specifically gets a more cyanish tone. If I drag it over here to the right, for example, the image warms up. What I'll do here is choose a relatively small move on the reds, maybe about 5 or 6. 5 looks pretty good. Let's take a look at the next slider. We can move the image towards a more magenta or towards a more green tint. In this case, I think we'll leave this set to 0. And now for yellow and blue, we can move, you guessed it, between a yellow and blue toning of this image. If we move the slider towards blue, we're going to get a cooler image. Since we moved in the red direction in the first slider, meaning we wanted to warm the image, let's enhance that by moving over here to yellow. I'm going to come down pretty significantly just so you can see how much we can change this image. Right about there. So if we take a look at where we started, it's as if we shot the same image but at different times of day. Here's what you might get in midday with a strong sun in the sky. Or if you shot this image at dawn, you might get a much cooler effect like that. So you can see just how quick and easy it is to adjust the color balance of an image to get completely different renditions of the color tone. With these first two images, we were simply making them either warmer or cooler, but we were starting off with a fairly good and believable color balance to begin with. But there are going to be times when you're going to have to fix an incorrect color balance. Let's take a look at how we would do that. Let's go back into our Chapter 3 folder, and this time open the file Color Balance 03. Now here you can see we've got a situation that has a very strong and undesirable color cast. This image was shot indoors with incandescent lighting, and the camera was not auto white balanced to accommodate for that. So the camera maybe thought it was shooting in outdoor daylight, but we were shooting inside, and that's why we have this overly yellow warm image. But we can fix this, and we're going to use the Curves tool to do it. So back to our adjustment panel, and we'll click on Curves. I'm going to begin by selecting the On Image Adjustment tool. And the very first thing we want to do here is find something in the image that should be neutral. Now when I say neutral, what do I mean? Neutral simply means equal red, green, and blue values. The RGB channels should have the same number. We're looking for something in the image that should not have a color cast to it. Now what in this image should be neutral? Well, first I'll tell you what should never be neutral. Skin tones. People's skin should always have some sort of color, some sort of cast to it, so that's not a good candidate. But looking here at the background of the image, we've got a white wall. Now we've got molding alongside the wall too, and the molding is definitely off-white, but this wall should be white. White is a neutral color. Now neutrals can be white, they can be light gray, they can be dark gray, they can be medium gray, but in this case it's going to be a white area. So we want that wall to read as a neutral color. And here's how we're going to achieve that. With our On Image Adjustment tool selected, in the previous lesson we simply clicked and that placed a point on the composite RGB curve. Here we're going to do something a little different. I'm going to hold down the Command-Shift key on Windows, that would be Control-Shift on a Mac, and moving the mouse just over this part of the wall above her sleeve, I'm going to click. Now because we were holding down Control-Shift, Command-Shift on a Mac, no point has been placed on the composite RGB curve, but if I move over here and click on this menu and select the red curve, we can see we've got a point placed on the red curve. And we have another point placed on green and a point placed on blue. So that keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift on Windows, Command-Shift on Mac places individual points on each red, green, and blue channel. Very, very important here because we're not trying to affect the brightness of the image, we're trying to affect the balance of the red, green, and blue channels. Now before we go further, we're a little tight on window space here, so I'm going to click this info panel and drag it out here so we can see the info panel and adjustments at the same time. I'm going to set this back to the RGB composite channel, and what I'm going to do here is I want to show you how off the color balance here in the image is. If I go and select this point right about here where I clicked, we can see the values for the red are 227, green is 220, and blue is 192. We've got much more red than anything else. I'm going to hold down the Shift key and click, and that places a color sampler point here. So no matter where I move my mouse around the image, we can keep an eye on this set of RGB values. Now let's go back to our red channel here, and because we have more red than anything else, what we'd like to do is take the red down a bit. With this point selected on the red curve, I'm simply going to use my down arrow key on the keyboard and press down a couple of times. Get down there to about 221. You can see the color balance has started to shift. Let's click now and go to our blue channel, and with the point selected on the blue channel, we're going to press the up arrow key. We want to move our blue values up. So we're starting at about 192. We're moving them up here, and you can see the closer we get to 220, 221, the better our image looks. There's 220. So right now we're at a value of 221, 220, 220, and the image looks very, very good. We have effectively color balanced the wall and have that effect spill over to the entire image. Now if you want to take the time and make it exactly 220 on all three channels, that's perfectly fine, but to be 1 or 2 points off is not an issue at all. Really, you want to go visually with how the image is looking on the screen. And let's take a look at our before and after. If I toggle this eyeball icon off and on, here's where we started, a heavy yellow color cast. And simply by Control-Shift clicking on Windows, Command-Shift clicking on a Mac, I've been able to place individual points on the red, green, and blue curves and alter the color balance, eliminating a very strong color cast and ending up with a neutral color. Color, saturation, and lightness can all be adjusted independently to create images that satisfy your photographic vision, all within a single editing tool. That tool is called Hue Saturation and can be found in the Adjustments panel. Let's take a look at how it works. We'll go to our Chapter 3 folder and open the file HueSat01. I'm just going to slide this info panel back here and tab it next to Navigator. Move this to the left. There we go. Let's activate our Adjustments panel here, and we're going to click the Hue Saturation icon. By default, Hue Saturation opens up set to Master, and if we simply click and drag sliders, we're going to change the overall hue of the image, we can change the saturation, and change the lightness. But these are taking effect over the entire image area, and that's not what we want in this case. So I'm going to press this Reset icon here at the bottom, and instead we're going to click on the On Image Adjustment tool. And now, as we move over the image, if I simply click on this plane, and you see the cursor turn into our On Image Adjustment icon, and I drag to the left, notice that I am desaturating, but I am desaturating only the plane. If I click and drag to the right, I'm increasing the saturation, but Hue Saturation is limiting this effect to the plane. Why the plane? Well, because that's where I clicked, and Photoshop analyzes the image and limits this adjustment to the color that I have clicked on. So since we have an orange plane and a blue background, it's very easy to limit this adjustment to the plane. Now that's saturation. What if we want to change the hue? Let me go and reset this again. If instead of clicking, I hold down Control click, that would be Command click on a Mac, then I can adjust the hue. So I can adjust just the hue of this plane. I could make it yellow. I can make it light purple. And again, a nice clean selection. It's eliminating the blue because it's a different color than the plane. So you just click and drag to adjust saturation. If you want to adjust hue, hold down the Control key while you click on Windows or the Command key while you click on a Mac. What happens if we want to adjust lightness? Well, that you're going to have to go and drag the slider. But we can adjust the lightness or darkness, and again, it's going to be limited to the color that we initially clicked on. Okay, not bad. This is a great image to demo, but in the real world you don't always have these nice clean color selections. So let's take a look at a bit more of a challenging image. We'll go back into our Chapter 3 folder, and this time open HueSat02. Now here we've got a very colorful image. Let's add a hue saturation adjustment layer here. And again, if we click the On Image Adjustment tool, we can simply click to change the saturation of these greens. We can drag to the left to desaturate them, but notice here what's happening. There's a fairly wide range of greens in these feathers, and some are being desaturated and some are not. This is going to happen often with your images, but there is an easy fix. In the bottom of the hue saturation panel, we have 3 eyedroppers. If we click on the plus eyedropper, what this is going to do is expand the range of colors that we want to move. The initial color selection was based where I clicked originally with the normal eyedropper, but if I want to tell Photoshop, hey, include these greens too down here, I simply have to click with the plus eyedropper. And look at that, a single click, and now you can see many more of the green feathers in this headdress are selected. There's a couple of more spots here, so I'm going to click to add that, and now I've expanded this range nicely to cover the entire headdress that's green. So a great easy way to expand your color selection, and now that it's expanded, I can simply boost the saturation if I want. I can take it all the way down here to -100. I can adjust the hue. Notice that it's very difficult to see any change on screen. That's because our saturation is very low. To see a hue change, you must first boost your saturation to a level that will make the hue change much more prominent. Again, the key here is that with this plus eyedropper, we can continually expand the range of our color selection. Let's go and choose some other colors here. I'm going to click back on the On Image Adjustment tool to make sure it's active. And let's choose, let's say, this orange down in here. So if I click here, and if I drag, I can desaturate that a bit. But instead of desaturating it, I want to change the hue. So instead of clicking, I'm going to Control click on Windows, Command click on a Mac, and now I can adjust the hue of that. And I can make that an even more vivid color. I should point out that if Photoshop selects too much color for you, you click in a location and the range of colors selected is too wide for what you want to do, you can simply click on the minus eyedropper located at the bottom of the adjustments panel and click on colors that you do not wish to include. So you've got a lot of options here in hue saturation for quickly and easily identifying and adjusting. In CS5, the lens correction filter has gotten a bit of an overhaul. It now offers the ability to automatically correct for optical lens distortions. Best of all, you can use this new feature in conjunction with the full set of manual controls. Let's take a look at that, and we'll begin as always in our Chapter 3 folder, and let's open the file Lens Correction 01. Now it's important before you apply any kind of distortion correction to an image to duplicate the background layer. We want to keep their background image untouched, so if we ever need to go back to it, it's readily available. So I'm going to duplicate this background layer by pressing Ctrl J on Windows. That would be Command J on a Mac. We've got our layer 1 copy here, and let's go up to the filter menu. Now you'll notice, compared to earlier versions of Photoshop, that lens correction is now located right here at the top of the filter menu. The keyboard shortcut, Control-Shift-R on Windows, Command-Shift-R on a Mac. So let's select lens correction. I'd like to point out here that we now have an auto correction tab. And you can see here we have 3 different parameters we can auto correct for: geometric distortion, chromatic aberration, and vignetting. This works with what's called lens profiles. Now, your version of Photoshop ships with some default lens profiles, and of course Adobe's not going to be able to provide every single camera lens combination, but they've started off with a pretty good set. Here we have camera make, and you can see they've got all the big players here. You can choose by camera model, and you can simply go down and choose your specific lens. Now, the great thing about this lens profile feature is that Photoshop reads the EXIF data from your camera. You can see here this was shot with a Canon 5D, and here's the lens model. Now, if this lens model is supported by one of the existing lens profiles, Photoshop will automatically select it for you, as it's done right here. So I've got a lens profile specific to this lens. You can also create your own lens profiles. If you go to adobelabs.com, you can download their lens profile creator, and you can make custom profiles for all of your lenses. The first thing I want to talk about here is chromatic aberration. This is going to apply to a large number of images that you shoot in bright lighting conditions. I'm going to zoom in here on the image. That's Control 1 on Windows. That would be Command 1 on a Mac. And I just want to scroll over here to show you what chromatic aberration is. You'll find it where light edges meet very dark edges. And you can see here where we've got these white umbrellas from the restaurant, you can see a little red glow around them. You can also see it along the edge of his shirt. You can see it here along the edge of his shirt, and even here where the bright edge of her face meets the dark edge of her table mate's hair. That's chromatic aberration. In this case, it's red. It can often be cyan or even yellow or blue. Now, in the past,
This is something you would have to go in and correct by hand. There were chromatic aberration sliders that you could choose, but it always kind of felt like a bit of a guessing game, and to be honest, this always felt to me like something that should be able to be handled automatically by Photoshop. And in CS5, it is. If I simply click the chromatic aberration button, watch what happens. Look at that. We've eliminated the red fringing here alongside his shirt, and a good chunk of it here alongside her face. So for a one-click operation, this is a fantastic time saver. And again, chromatic aberration is going to occur where you have light edges against dark edges. And once you start to look for it, you're going to find it in a number of your images. So this alone is worth the price of admission, and it's what makes lens profile such a huge time saver. Okay, I'm going to hit OK now. And I want to talk about some of the geometric distortion features in lens correction. So we're going to open up a second image here, back in our Chapter 3 folder, and we'll open up Lens Correction 02. Again, we will duplicate the background layer, Control J on Windows, Command J on a Mac, and we'll go back up to Lens Correction. This time we'll use the shortcut, Control Shift R on Windows, Command Shift R on a Mac. Now here again, we're using this same 35mm lens, so our lens profile is selected automatically. And let me just show you what geometric distortion does. If I toggle this off, if you pay close attention to the right and left edges of this house, it appears that they're bowing away a bit from the camera. But if I click on geometric distortion, it corrects that behavior, and the image looks as if it was shot on a very flat horizontal plane. Now granted, this wasn't severe distortion, but to be able to correct that with the click of a button is pretty cool. We also have a vignette feature here, and this will counteract vignetting in the lens. Many lenses will be a bit darker in the corners compared to the center, so we can correct that automatically. We've got a preview button down here, so I'm going to toggle that on and off. You can either click in the box, or you can use the shortcut P for preview. So I'm going to simply press P, and here's our image before the correction. Here's our image after the correction. Now that's made some pretty good changes here, but we still have a problem. The image wasn't shot completely head-on, and the building is tilting a little bit to the right-hand side. So let's go into the custom panel. Regardless of what you choose for auto correction, you can apply custom corrections on top of those. So we're not going to lose our auto correction settings here. We're simply going to go down to this horizontal perspective slider, and we're just going to correct for a little bit of that, not moving it too far, just about
there looks pretty good. Again, I'm going to toggle the preview off and on, and you can see how the building appears a bit skewed to the left. We can correct that easily, and we'll hit OK. Now let's do some major perspective correction. We're going to call up a third image here, back inside our Chapter 3 folder. And this time, let's open Color Balance 02. It's a perfect example of an image that can use horizontal and vertical adjustments. Again, before we get started, we're going to duplicate the background layer. That's Control-J on Windows, Command-J on a Mac. And the problem here with the image is that we've shot this house from below, so it's a bit skewed. It's as if it's leaning backwards away from us. We're going to fix that with lens correction. So again, the shortcut, Control-Shift-R on Windows, Command-Shift-R on a Mac. Now here, our auto correction settings are grayed out, and that's because this camera, it's a small compact camera, is not supported with lens profiles. So we're going to go straight to our custom panel here. And what we want to do here is correct for the fact that the building is leaning backwards away from us. We're going to use the vertical perspective tool, and we're going to drag it here to the left. And you can see it straightening out rather nicely. We need to make a pretty aggressive move here. We'll go right about there. Looks pretty good. Yep, that looks good right there. We've also got some horizontal perspective issues, so we can set this here a much smaller amount. Let's just adjust it a little bit to the right. And the angle is a little bit off, so what we're going to do here is adjust the angle. Now there are a couple of ways of using this. You can click and drag this rotation angle icon.
You can use the scrubby slider feature here by simply clicking and dragging.
Or you can click once in the box to activate it, and you can use the up and down arrow keys. That's what I'm going to do here because we're going to make a pretty subtle move here. We're just going to go up. We're moving in hundredths of a point here. And I just want to go up right about there. Looks pretty good. I can hold the shift key if I want to go up in higher increments, tenths of a point. So let's do that. Right about there looks pretty good. Now it's obvious that with these corrections to the image, we're losing image area. You see these transparent pixels showing through. Now if you're not seeing a transparent background here, if instead you're seeing your image being stretched and skewed out to fill the original image proportions, I want you to click back on the Auto Correction tab and make sure that Edge is set to Transparency. Let's go back to Custom here, verify our settings. Everything looks pretty good. Let's check the preview. We're going to hit P to toggle that off. P again to toggle it back on, and let's hit OK. Now if I turn this background layer off here, you'll see that we're going to have to crop out this image. You may be wondering why I left the edge setting at transparency and didn't let lens correction automatically fill out those missing pixels. Well, when your goal is a high quality image and you make a major transform like this,
lens correction, to be honest, will usually do a fairly poor job of filling in those blank pixels. You'll see a lot of artifacts on screen, the image will look stretched, and it'll be pretty obvious that you have done some skewing to that image. So for the utmost in image quality, you get a much better result by simply cropping out that blank area. So we're going to select the crop tool. The keyboard shortcut is the letter C.
And we'll go and simply crop out those unwanted areas. And we'll hit the return key to commit. And let's take one last look at our starting image, which is here, and our final image, which is there.
Which is unnoticeable.
With content-aware scaling, we have the ability to change the horizontal and vertical proportions of an image without turning our subjects into funhouse oddities. Let's take a look at how that works. We'll start, as always, in our Chapter 3 folder, and let's select Scaling 01. I'm going to zoom out here just a bit with Control- on Windows, Command- on a Mac. What we would like to do with this image is convert it from a vertical orientation into a square image without cropping off any information. So before we use content-aware scaling, it's very important to make sure that we're not working on the background layer. What I'm going to do is duplicate the background layer, and I'm going to do that with a keyboard shortcut. It's Control-J on Windows, that's Command-J if you're on a Mac. So now we've got layer 1.
What I'm going to do is select the crop tool and show you a seldom used feature.
Going to drag it around the entire image, and now what I'm going to do is grab a handle and simply drag it to exceed beyond the image area.
I want a square image, and with this crop overlay here giving me a nice grid, it's very easy to visually adjust until I actually have a square.
And if I hit the enter key to commit to this, I now have a square shape. The only problem is my image is still vertical. So let's go up to the edit menu and choose Content Aware Scale. You can see my boundary here and my bounding boxes. I'm simply going to click on one and drag it to stretch this out. Now as I move slowly, notice the skyline in the background is stretching out. The boat is moving a little bit, but not as much as the background is, so we're looking pretty good. But as I get closer and closer here to my ultimate destination, we can see that that boat is getting skewed to an unacceptable degree. So I'm going to cancel out of this by going up in the options bar and clicking this cancel button. And I'm going to make a selection here. I'm going to choose the lasso tool. And I'm going to make a very, very rough, quick, down and dirty selection of this boat. And we're going to talk about selections in the very next chapter. But I want you to just follow along here. With my selection active, I'm going to click on the Channels panel.
And I'm going to go down here and click the Save Selection as Channel icon.
That has saved my selection as an alpha channel and given it the default name of Alpha 1. I'm going to click back on my Layers panel. I'm going to deselect this selection with Control D on Windows, Command D on a Mac. And again, in our very next chapter, we're going to go in depth into selections and saving channels as selections and all that good stuff. So for right now, just follow along. We're going to go up to the Edit menu, go back to Content Aware Scale, and we're going to do the same thing as before. Now I'm simply clicking and dragging this out. Now if you're paying attention, you might be saying, hey, that looks just as bad as when you did it the first time. And you are correct, but watch what we're going to do. Up in the options bar, I've got a protect menu, and right now it's set to none, but if I click on it, aha, the alpha channel that we just saved shows up here. And watch what happens if I tell Content Aware Scale to protect the contents of Alpha 1. Look at that. Our boat has now returned to its normal shape. I'm going to toggle this off and on one more time. Here's if we're not protecting anything. Watch the shape of the boat. It's very skewed and stretched, but if I set this back to our alpha channel,
the boat has been protected, the skyline has been stretched in a believable fashion, the sky is still nice and smooth, and the water looks great.
I'm going to commit to this by pressing the Enter key on the keyboard. So you can see how we can easily make a selection and tell Content Aware Scaling to leave this alone, stretch everything else in the image but this. Now I'm going to choose Content Aware Scaling one more time. I just want to point out one more feature here. We've got this little icon here of a human being. This is the Protect Skin Tones icon. Now what it's meant to do is to automatically protect people from being stretched or skewed. Now it sounds like a great idea, but in practice, Photoshop really can't tell a person from a tree. So it's only going by color information here. Photoshop is going to look for a particular combination of colors and assume that those indeed represent a skin tone. Now this will work better with skin tones than others, but here's another thing that can throw it off. Most of us are shooting people with clothes on, and Photoshop, even if it picks up the skin tones, will not recognize the clothes as something to be protected. So that protect skin feature doesn't really do you much good if the skin is protected while the clothes are being stretched. So it's a much, much better option to simply create an alpha channel and use the protect menu, select that alpha channel, and then you're guaranteed that Photoshop knows exactly what it is that you want to protect. Now you can cancel out of this scaling, close the document, you don't need to save it, and we're ready to move on to the next chapter. High-quality Photoshop work begins with making precise, natural-looking selections. Let's take a look at the tools that you need to do this. One of the keys to making great selections in Photoshop is to be lazy. Before you start to create a painstaking selection by hand, ask yourself if Photoshop can do the job for you. In this lesson, we'll take a look at how Photoshop can automatically make selections based on the contrast, brightness, and color values of pixels. Let's get started in our Chapter 4 folder, and we'd like to open up the file titled Contrast. Here we've got a single channel grayscale image, and what we'd like to do is to perform an edit on the sky, not the mountain. Now your instinct might be to go and simply trace along the mountain ridge, but I want you to notice that there is a marked contrast difference between the sky and cloud area and the mountain, and we can use that to our advantage. We're going to click on the Channels tab here and duplicate the existing gray channel. It's very important that we duplicate this channel, so we'll drag it down here to the duplicate icon. Now we've got gray copy active. What we want to do next is go up to Image, Adjustments, and Threshold, and this is why we made the copy.
We're converting the appearance of this grayscale image
to a single two-toned image. We're just going to have black and white. Everything that's darker than a midtone is going to black, everything lighter than a midtone is going to white, and we're simply going to modify that threshold level by dragging the slider. What I'm trying to do is eliminate all the white values in the mountain. So if I drag this to the right,
I'm actually redefining the point at which Photoshop sets pixels to be black. If I drag the slider to a value of 149, I'm instructing Photoshop to take all the pixels darker than a level of 149 and set them to black.
Basically, I'm telling Photoshop that 149 is the level at which we're going to split pixels between white and dark. I'm going to hit OK. Now, of course, we've got this selection up here, but this takes 2 seconds to clean up. With the marquee tool active, I'm going to simply select this. I'll press the delete key on the keyboard. Photoshop asks me what I want to fill it with. I want to fill it with white, so I'll hit enter to invoke the OK button. And now I'll click anywhere outside the image to deselect. Now we've got a perfect mask here. What I'm going to do is go to Gray Copy and hold down the Control key on Windows, that would be the Command key on a Mac, and simply click. That loads the selection from this gray copy. Now we click on our regular gray channel. We'll go back to our Layers panel. Let's add a Curves adjustment layer here. Now if this is the first time you're opening up curves with a grayscale image, I want you to go to the Options panel here and choose Curve Display Options and set this to light, 0 to 255. That's the standard way of working, and it'll just be very confusing if your blacks and whites are switched down here. So this is what you want to see: shadows on the left, highlights over here on the right. I'm going to click the On Image Adjustment tool, and for the clouds here, I'm going to simply click and drag up to brighten them a bit. Then I'll go here into a dark region of the sky, and I'm going to click and drag down. Now look at that nice contrast that we're getting in the sky. It's like shooting with a red filter, and we're leaving the mountain range completely alone. So we've been able to use contrast to make our selection for us. Now let's talk about how to make selections based on color. We're going to close this file. You don't need to save it. And back in our Chapter 4 folder, let's open up the file titled Color Range. Now what we'd like to do in this image is select all the flags that are green. Now again, instead of having to go and make manual selections, we are going to simply go to the Select menu and choose Color Range. Now this is a great tool. We've got an eyedropper here, and the way we use the tool is to simply click on a color that we want to select. Now Photoshop does its best to select that color throughout the image, but as you can see here in this preview window, a bunch of the green flags are not selected. Anything that is white is selected at full strength, whatever is black is not selected, and where you see areas of gray are partial selections. What we want to do is use the plus eyedropper
and simply look throughout the image for areas that are green that are not currently selected. If I click on this part of the image, you can see that in the preview window now more areas are showing up as white.
I'll click down here as well, clean that up, And let's see, there's a little corner over here and one big area right in here. So when I'm clicking with the plus eyedropper, I'm simply expanding the tolerance of what Photoshop is going to select. Now we've got a fuzziness slider here, and once you've made your selection, that's a way to further fine-tune it. If you drag it to the left, it will restrict your selection. If you drag it to the right, it'll expand your selection, and if you keep going, you're going to select much more of the image than you actually need. We were pretty good actually where we were at about 57, so let's set it right back there, and we'll hit OK. Now we've got the green flags selected wherever they occur throughout this image. They've been selected because they share a very similar hue. Now let's go to the adjustments panel and add a quick levels adjustment.
And if we simply drag this midtone slider, if we move to the right, you can see that those green flags are getting darker. If we move the slider back to the left, you can see them get lighter. But we are not affecting any other colors in the image. So this is a great way to limit any edit adjustments to a particular color.
Let's close this file. You don't have to save it. And we are going back into our Chapter 4 folder, and this time I want you to open the file titled Luminance. Now so far our selections have been fairly straightforward, but here's where we really get into a very cool and advanced feature of Photoshop that not too many people know about. We've got two layers here of an identical image. The exposure is different though. If I turn off the dark layer here, you can see this light layer showing through. So we've got elements from both layers that we would like to combine. Here the sidewalk is nice, we can see nice detail in there, but our subject here is too dark. But in the light layer, we can barely see the sidewalk. Most of it is blown out. Here's what we can do. With the dark layer selected, let's go into the Channels tab, and moving over the composite RGB channel, I'm going to hold down the Control key on Windows, the Command key on a Mac, click, and I've just made what's called a luminance selection. What's a luminance selection? Well, when you Control or Command click on a composite RGB channel, Photoshop makes a selection of pixels based on brightness. Pixels greater than a midtone are selected. Pixels darker than a midtone are not selected. The beauty here is that we end up with a very subtle, nuanced selection, meaning that pixels are selected at varying degrees of opacity. The brighter a pixel is, the greater the opacity at which it is selected. Let's click back on our Layers tab here. And what we have done is selected the brightest pixels in this image here, everything that's above a midtone. Now we can simply go down to the bottom of our Layers panel and click the Add Layer Mask icon. And look at that. We've retained the sidewalk from this dark layer, but we've allowed other elements to show through from the light layer. I'll toggle this layer off and on so you can see it. Here's our light layer. You can see that the child looks great, but the sidewalk is blown out. And now we can see the sidewalk, the child still looks good. It's a perfect blend of these two layers. Now just how complex of a mask was that we made? Well, I'll show it to you. I'm going to click on the Channels panel and turn on the eyeball icon of our mask, and you can see the red overlay indicating our selection. Now I want to point out a couple of things about this mask. This is a very subtle, nuanced selection with a lot of gradation. You can see solid areas of red here, and that indicates areas of the image that are masked out, so that layer is being blocked from view. Here along the fencing you can see nice areas of solid red, but if you look above here in the car, you can see we have very subtle gradations here, areas of partial opacity where you can see through the red. So in essence what we've got is a very subtle gradation here, a selection that to do by hand would be very, very time consuming if not impossible, and the fact that we can create this selection quickly and easily by simply adding a luminance selection is a great boost to any high quality. Spend just a little time with the Quick Selection tool and you'll quickly realize that its ability to make accurate selections will vary from image to image. Edges with distinct contrasting colors make the Quick Selection tool seem like magic, but images with more subtle transitions can give it some problems. I'm going to show you in this lesson how to train the Quick Selection tool as you work to get better results with more challenging images. Let's go to our Chapter 4 folder, and we'll open the file titled Quick Selection. What we would like to do here is select the horse away from its background elements, from the barn, from this wire. We're going to use the quick selection tool to do that. Now with the quick selection tool active, the keyboard shortcut is the letter W. We've got a very small brush here, so I'm going to increase the brush size. The shortcut to do that is pressing the right bracket key. Each time you press it, the brush gets a bit larger. If you want to take the brush down in size, you press the left bracket key. So right about there is a good place to start. And I want to show you what will normally happen with the quick selection tool. And by the way, before we get started, make sure that whenever you use this tool, you have the Auto Enhance box checked. On an older computer, this may slow you down a bit, but it ensures the most precise, accurate selections. If I simply start to paint here, you can see it's grabbing the horse. It's not grabbing too much of the background. But as soon as we spill over into this area, our selection has become much too broad. This bedding underneath the horse is very similar in color and tone to the horse's body. And again, we have a similar situation here with this fencing that's cutting across the horse. That area also is very similar in color and tone, and the quick selection tool is not able to make that distinction. So let's hit Command Z or Control Z on Windows to undo that, and I'll show you how we can avoid this situation. I'm going to make a small selection here on the head. I do need to begin with some area selected. Now, you see that plus icon in the center of my brush? That means we are in the Add mode. If I hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on the Mac, that will take me into the Subtract mode. So let me make my brush size a bit smaller here. And while holding the Alt key on Windows, the Option key on a Mac, I'm simply going to draw over this fencing. So I've got that there. I'll hit this one here on the bottom. Now nothing's happening on screen, we're just training the quick selection tool. I want to hit this part in here because I don't want to make any of this be a selection. We'll do this down here at the bottom as well. Another area in this image that's going to cause a problem is these wooden slats to the right of the horse's head and also above. So again, holding down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on Windows, I'm simply going to paint over these areas here. I'm telling quick selection not to select this tone of brown, even though it's very similar to the brown in the horse's skin. I'll hit this area over here along the top as well, taking care not to touch the ear, but to paint on the brown areas of wood. And the last area I need to touch up is this bedding right down in here. So again, holding down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac. One last spot here. And just for good measure, I'll hit that part right around a horse's nose. Okay, now we're back to our regular Add mode. I'll increase the brush size a bit. And let's paint. Notice that we are now being constrained nicely to the horse. Even if I move over this part, look what's happening. See how it's doing its very best to avoid that fence. And I can come in here in the middle and look, we're getting a nice selection up in here. I can come down on the legs. I'll reduce the brush size a bit to do that. Go a little bit smaller over here. And again, see how quick selection is remembering the areas that we told it not to select. So this area around here is not selected. Now we'll make the brush a little bit smaller, and I do want to tighten up this selection down in here. So staying in this Add mode, I'm going to brush down even closer to this fencing. And I'll do the same up here just to get it a little bit tighter. And one little spot down in here. So you can see by doing just that little bit of training work, we're able to make a more accurate selection. We'll go here, do this ear right up in here, make the brush size a little bit smaller, and get that part right up in there. We'll get one more little ridge just here, but notice we're not picking up any of that background. One last click there. And now we've got a pretty good selection. Let's touch up this last little area here. And now what I'll do is simply copy this selection to a new layer. The shortcut to do that is Control J on Windows, Command J on a Mac, and voila, we have a new layer with this selection. Let's turn off the background. And you can see what a good job it's done of not selecting the wire that cut across the body of the horse. All of our background has been knocked out, and we have a very nice selection around the horse's body. Now, of course, we've got these holes to fix, and I'll give you a quick sneak preview. I'm going to talk about content-aware fills in a later lesson, but here's a quick look at what it can do. I'm going to just select the lasso tool here, and I'm going to make a very rough selection around this area. And now I'm going to go to Edit Fill, that's Shift F5. And under Contents, instead of choosing a color, I'm going to select Content Aware and hit OK. And look at that, I'll deselect with Control D on Windows, Command D on a Mac. It has seamlessly now copied elements of the horse's skin to that empty area. Now when I talk about Content Aware Fill, we'll do a much larger job here, but we could take this same effect and apply it all throughout this image inside here. And this is all made possible because we train selections, no matter how they are created, are by default temporary. In this lesson, we're going to look at how to save and convert selections so they can be reused. We're going to start here with a brand new file. So I want you to go up to File, New, that's Control N on Windows, Command N on a Mac. And let's go down here to the width, and we're going to change the inches to pixels. And let's simply type in 1800 pixels by 1200 pixels. I'm moving among these text fields by simply pressing the Tab key. Resolution of 72 is fine, and an 8-bit file is plenty. We'll just hit OK. What we're going to do is make a quick selection and just modify it briefly. So the very first thing we're going to do is choose Select All, which is Control A on Windows, Command A on a Mac. That gives us our marching ants around the entire image. We're going to go up to the Edit menu and select Free Transform. That's Control T on Windows, Command T on a Mac. And we want to just bring this selection in off of the edges of our image area. So in the width field here, I'm going to highlight that and type 95%. I'm going to hit the Tab key to move over to the height. And I'm going to type in, let's say, 93 here so we can have an even amount. Now, if your height automatically went to 95%, you have your constrain icon activated. Simply click on it again, and you can type in separate amounts for the width and the height. That looks pretty good. I'm going to hit the Enter key to accept that change. And now we're going to go up to the Select menu, down to Modify, and choose Smooth. We want to round some corners here, so radius looks pretty good. Let's hit OK. We've got some rounded corners now, but what we have right now is a selection of everything on the inside of these marching ants, and what we really want is to select the area on the outside of these marching ants. So we'll go up to the Select menu and choose Inverse. Now what we've done is we've really got this border area selected. So we can go to Edit Fill. The keyboard shortcut is Shift F5. And we'll fill it with black. So if you have a different option here, simply go down and choose black and hit OK. Now with this selection still active, make sure not to click anywhere in the document window. Click on the Channels tab. And down here at the bottom, I want you to click on this second icon from the left. That's the Save Selection as Mask option. So we'll click that. And now we have a brand new alpha channel. Now an alpha channel is simply where Photoshop stores its selections. They're located in the Channels panel. And we can rename this. We can double click here and I'll just call this Frame. And now we can get rid of this selection by choosing Deselect. That's Control D on Windows, Command D on a Mac, because we have the selection saved as an alpha channel. What's so great about an alpha channel? Well, with an alpha channel, even though we've deselected, we can always reload this selection simply by going down here to our Frame channel and Control clicking on Windows, Command clicking on Mac. That reloads that selection. So With an alpha channel, you're never far away from reloading your selection. Alpha channels will be saved with the file. If we save this file and close it up and open it up a year from now, the alpha channel will still be here. What else is great about alpha channels? Well, you can move channels from one document to another. Here, I'll deselect this and show you what I mean. Let's go to our Chapter 4 folder. And we're going to open up a file that we haven't worked with yet. It's called Pen Tool. We'll get to that in an upcoming lesson. This file happens to have the same pixel dimensions of 1800 by 1200 as our brand new file. And let me show you what we're going to do here. Let's click back on our new file, which is untitled. In the Channels pane, we're going to click on Frame, and in the flyout menu, we're going to say Duplicate Channel. Now we can name this. We could just call this Frame. I'll take the copy out here. Now here's the cool part. For destination, we can choose where we want to save this. We can save it in our untitled document, or if we click the pull down menu, we can save it in this Pen Tool document. We could also save it in a brand new document. So let's select Pen Tool here, and we'll hit OK. Now watch what happens if we click on the tab for Pen Tool. You can see right there in our Channels panel is Frame. Now let me click on the Layers panel here, and I'm going to turn off these first two layers, and I'm going to control click here to load the selection. That's command click if you're on a Mac, and I'm going to click on RGB to turn that on. Now we'll go back to our Layers panel, and you can see over top of this cloud image we have our selection active. We're going to use the Edit Fill command. The shortcut is Shift F5, but before we do that, we must make the sky layer active, and we do that by simply clicking on it in the Layers panel. And for contents, we'll use black again. And there we go. We have our black frame around. So when you have a selection, if you spent any time at all making it, or if you think you're going to have a use to use it later on, save it as an alpha channel. And then you can reuse it in the same document, a different document, create a brand new document. You've got lots of options, and you'll never. One of the biggest selling points in CS5 isn't a brand new feature, but the vast improvement of an existing one. If you've ever spent hours separating strands of hair from a background, you will be absolutely drooling over the revamped Refine Edges feature. Let's get started in our Chapter 4 folder, and let's open the file Refine Edges. In this image, what we'd like to do is cut the boy out from his original background and replace that background with this beach scene. So we're going to have to make a selection and silhouette the boy and allow that beach scene to show through instead of this plain boring background. We're going to begin with our quick selection tool. Mine is already selected. If yours is not, simply press W on the keyboard. I'm going to increase the brush size here by pressing the right bracket key. I'm going to make this fairly large, because even though we ultimately want the boy selected, it's going to be much quicker and easier to select the background and then invert our selection. I'll show you how to do that. But before we get started, I want you to go up to the options bar and make sure that you have the Auto Enhance feature activated. Make sure that there's a check in that box. This will give you a much more precise selection. Now, because we're going to select the background, we simply start painting over the background area. And you can see how the quick selection tool is doing a fairly reasonable job of not cutting too much into the boy here. Okay, let's zoom in and take a closer look at this selection. I'll reduce my brush size with the left bracket key here. This is cut in too far, so I'm going to hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac, and simply deselect that area there. That looks much better. Let's take a look at this side. Again, it threw off our quick selection a bit, so I'm going to hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on Windows, and just make sure that we are not spilling over into this collar area. There's another little spot we need to get rid of. And now we're looking pretty good. Again, this is not going to be our final selection. We're going to have an opportunity to go in and fine-tune this, but it is worth taking a few moments at this point just to go in and clean up any glaring mistakes. I'm going to zoom back out here. I'm going to hit Control 0 on Windows, Command 0 on a Mac. Now because we want the boy selected and not the background selected, we need to go up to the Select menu and choose Inverse. Now we have a nice outline around the boy. Now the hair is obviously going to be an issue here. At this early stage, you don't need a super precise selection yet. You just want to have a selection of the bulk of the area that you're ultimately going to be working with. So we don't need to go and worry about individual loose strands of hair quite yet, but we just want to make sure that we've got the majority of the image area that we want to work with selected. Now we're ready to bring up the new Refine Edge dialog box. So we'll simply click here in the options bar. And the very first thing I want to show you here is that we have a number of very useful view modes. If I click here, you can see that we could view the image in marching ants mode with a red overlay. We could view it on black. We could view it on white. But here's what's really fantastic and will save you a lot of time. We have an on layers option, and when I click here, that's right, it lets our bottom layer show through so that we can actually work on this silhouette while viewing the layer that we are going to use. So if you're starting with an image and you know the background that you're ultimately going to be placing it on, bring that background layer into the file, stick it below your top layer, and choose this on layers mode. This is going to be a huge time saver because you can be editing on this white background, for instance, and your results may look significantly different when you replace it with your final background because the colors will simply be different. Notice that each of these view modes has a keyboard shortcut. On layers is L. You can also press the F key to cycle through these views individually. So we're going to stick with on layers mode here. Now if we zoom in to 100% here, that's Control 1 on Windows, Command 1 on a Mac, you can see that our selection is very rough and leaves a lot to be desired. But here's how we're going to start to fix it. Under these Adjust Edge options, we've got a Smooth feature. And I'm going to drag smoothing out right about there. Looks pretty good. And you can see it's better. It's not 100% fixed, but at least it's smoothing the difference between what we've selected and what we haven't selected. Now let's go and work with this feather feature. If I bring feathering out, I'm going to go just above a pixel here. Maybe right about there. And again, we're getting a more subtle, gradual, and natural looking result. But overall, you can see that our selection is really leaving too much of our original background here. So what we want to do is actually have this selection cut more into this boy's face and along his body. So we're going to go to Shift Edge, and we're going to move this slider down to the left, right about there, and you can see immediately that we have a much nicer selection along here. I'm going to show you our original here. You can check this Show Original box, or you can simply use the shortcut P. Here's the selection that we started with, and just by moving a few sliders, we can get to that. Now let's go up to the hair, because this is where the rubber meets the road. This is going to be the problematic area for us. Now right away you can see two problems. One is that obviously the white background is still showing throughout these curls, and also our selection around the hair is not very believable. It looks like it's been painted on. It's a little bit too smooth. So we're going to turn on Smart Radius. The Refine Edge tool now has excellent edge detection features, and what Smart Radius is going to do is to allow Photoshop to treat soft, fuzzy edges in a different manner than hard, contrasty edges. It will optimize results for each type of edge independently. With Smart Radius selected, we're going to boost our radius up here. We're going to start fairly conservatively at the beginning. We'll just go maybe there, about 1.7 pixels. And notice that it does a nice job here of giving us a more natural selection around these edges. But we're still left with the big problem of what to do here. Now, in previous versions of Photoshop, this would require a lot of manual labor. But we've got a brand new tool here called the Refine Radius tool. This tool is automatically selected when you bring up Refine Edge. So where my cursor is a circle with a crosshair, that's not the Quick Selection tool, that's the Refine Radius tool. I'm going to boost the size of this brush up a little bit. Let's change it from 20 maybe to something like 30, 31. Looks pretty good. And watch what happens. I'm simply going to paint over areas where there should be transparency from the top layer, allowing our new background to show through. So here I'm just painting in a very rough and coarse manner. And look at that. It's almost like magic. It's allowing our new background to show through, but still maintaining some of the individual strands of hair. I'll paint over in here, for example. Bring my brush size down a bit with the left bracket key. And so essentially what we're doing is painting over areas where there should be transparency, allowing our new background to show through. And you don't have to be super precise with this. Photoshop is automatically doing its best to determine what's part of the foreground, the strands of hair in this case, and what's part of the background. And look at that. It's just lifting out our white background and letting our new background show through. Again, this is just an absolutely fantastic feature, and it's really hard to overestimate just how much time this will save you. You can see the sand coming through nicely there. I'll go down a little bit more in the brush size, and again, we're just looking for areas where there should be transparency in this top layer, and Photoshop is doing an outstanding job of maintaining hair while letting the background come through. Now there's a couple more spots here to finish up, but you have the idea, so I'm just going to hit one more spot in here. Now, so far so good, but let me zoom out here. Control minus on Windows, Command minus on a Mac. You can see that it still looks a little bit like helmet hair. The selection is a bit too cut in. We don't have those free-flowing loose strands of hair. I'll zoom back in to Command 1 and come back out just a bit. But here's how we're going to make this a much more realistic result. We started with a fairly low radius of 1.7. Watch what happens if I increase this. I'll go all the way up to, let's see, maybe about 40. Should look pretty good, I think. 40, 42. Now look at what's happened. Notice that these individual strands are showing up, and they're showing up alone without that white background. I'm going to turn the preview off and on again. Here's where we started. You can see that selection. And there's where we got with the Smart Radius. Let me show you what Smart Radius is actually doing. We can actually show the radius, and I'm going to zoom out here so you can see more of the image. If I click the Show Radius box or simply press J, we can see that our radius has been expanded. What does the radius do? Well, the radius determines the area that Photoshop is looking at in order to separate our top layer from the bottom layer. So if I go back down to a very small radius, somewhere about where we started, you can see that Photoshop is only going to be looking in this narrow range here to find elements of the hair that should be showing through. But if we go back to, I think we were about at 40, look at how much further we've expanded that area, and Photoshop is intelligently picking up these individual strands of hair here and not bringing through that white background. I'm going to turn the preview off by pressing J. Now that just makes the hair look absolutely fantastic. We've got individual strands showing here, and they're silhouetted nicely against the water in the background. But look at what that's done here along this edge of the face and along that edge. But not to worry. Let me increase my brush size a bit. Because in addition to the Refine Radius tool, we have an Erase Refinements tool located directly beneath it. The shortcut for that is to press E on your keyboard. And you can see here that we've changed now to an eraser icon. In the same way that Refine Radius added transparency to our image, the Erase Refinements tool will eliminate that transparency, letting our top layer show through completely. So watch what happens as I paint over this area of his face. Now the preview is giving you just the background, but don't worry about that. If I let go, you can see now we've gotten back the edge along his face. We've gotten back skin that was cut off. I'll do the same thing here on this side. And again, this is more than just erasing on a layer mask, for example, because Photoshop is intelligently determining what should be allowed to show through and what should not be allowed to show through. So we've got a pretty nice selection here. The hair is looking really good. It's matching up well against our background. And along this shoulder we look good. Now there's a couple of little spots that we could touch up here. We could simply paint on the mask to adjust that. I'll show you how to do that as well. I'm going to zoom out here. But look at that selection. I mean, that's pretty amazing for just a couple of minutes of work. Now, yet another fantastic thing about these refined edge features in CS5 is that we can choose to output this to a selection, a normal selection on our layer. But if we click the pull down, we can output this to a brand new layer mask that will be built off of our selection. We could choose to create a brand new layer. We can choose a new layer with this layer mask. We could even make a new document or even a new document with this layer mask. Here I'm going to choose new layer with layer mask. Having the layer mask on there is going to allow me to touch up that part just over here without losing any of my hard-earned work. So I'm simply going to hit OK. And now notice it has turned off our original layer, so we always have this to go back to. It's made a copy of the layer, and it has made a mask in this layer that's comprised of our selection. Now let's zoom in here, Command 1 on a Mac, Control 1 on Windows. And if I select the mask here, I can simply choose my regular old brush tool, come down in size here, and what I want to do is verify that my foreground color is white, which it is, and I'm going to simply paint with white over this mask, and that's going to bring in the rest of my collar in here very nicely. So again, the flexibility it offers by giving us the results of the selection in a layer mask means that we can go in at any time and fine-tune our selection by painting on the layer mask. But this is just fantastic work here with the Refine Edge tool. It's going to save you a ton of time in Photoshop, and it's simply a feature that many of you will find is worth. Creating a smooth and very precise selection of a hard-edged object often requires you to make the selection by hand, and nothing beats the pen tool for both accuracy and flexibility. In this lesson, we'll move from relatively simple to more complex selections and see how to take advantage of what the pen tool has to offer. Let's get started, as always, in our Chapter 4 folder, and let's open Pen Tool. You'll notice this file is comprised of 3 separate layers, so I want you to verify that the topmost layer, titled Practice, is selected. Make sure that it's highlighted in blue. We're going to be working with the Pen tool. The keyboard shortcut for that tool is the letter P. Now up here in the options bar, I want to verify a few settings before we get started. Make sure that you have this middle icon here checked. This will allow us to be working in path mode. We're not looking to create shape layers or fill our selection with pixels, which is what the other 2 options will do. And to the right of that, make sure that this very first pen icon is selected. That's our standard pen tool. To the right of it, we have a freeform pen tool, and that'll simply let you draw freehand, but for the most precise results, we really want to be using the standard pen tool. Also, make sure that this Auto Add Delete box has a check next to it. That'll make it much, much easier to work with paths here. And last but certainly not least, let's verify that this first icon is selected, which will put us in the Add mode when we're creating points on this path. Now in our top layer here, titled Practice, I've got some shapes that we're going to use to talk about some basics of the pen tool. Now when you're going to use the pen tool to outline a subject, it's a great idea to be zoomed in at least at 100%. For complex selections, you might zoom in at 200 or even 300. For these plain shapes, 100% is fine. I'm going to press the space bar to invoke the hand tool and slide the image over to our diamond shape. We are simply going to trace the outline of this diamond. Notice that with the pen tool selected, my cursor has turned into a pen tip, and there is an X to the right of it. That means that we are about to create a brand new path here. So I'm going to simply click once on the edge, and if I click here at the top, you can see my 2 points are now joined by a straight line segment. We're simply going to click here to place another point, another down here. Now watch what happens to the cursor as I hover over the point at which I began this path. You can see that hollow circle. That means that if I click, I'm going to close this path. So I'm going to click there and close it. Now all this talk about paths, I thought we were making a selection. Well, here's the beauty of the pen tool. It actually creates a path for us. And let's go up to the window menu. And if it's not already selected, I want you to open up paths here. I've stuck this next to history and actions. Notice that we have something called a work path. And this work path now consists of our diamond shape. Whenever you create with the pen tool, you are creating a path. Now there are some advantages to paths that we'll talk about in a moment, but right now just be aware that instead of seeing marching ants, we're going to see a path, and it's temporarily here in this work path. Now let's press the space bar and slide over here to this heart shape, and we'll talk about how to work with the pen tool creating curves. Now I'm going to start here at the very bottom of this heart and simply click to place my first point. Now if I just click, I'm going to create a straight line segment, but obviously this heart has a curve to its shape. So instead of clicking, I'm going to click, hold down the mouse, and drag along the direction of the curve. That places a curve point, and notice that we have these two directional handles. As you drag out a directional handle, it influences the shape and direction of the curve. We're going to place another point here. Again, we still need a curve. So we're going to click, hold, and drag, and we're just dragging these handles out so that the outline of the curve follows our heart shape. Now one tip is that when you're creating curves, you don't want to space them too far apart. I wouldn't want my next point to be up here, for example. I want to place the curves relatively close together so that each segment here has a pretty modest curve to it. Again, we'll click here in this area, and see as that curve starts to bend, I need to drag inward a bit with this direction arrow. We'll place another one here. Now it takes a bit of getting used to with the pen tool and thinking about these direction arrows. One little hint that's handy is that when you click and drag, you basically want to drag the direction handle over the line segment that is coming up next. So if I drag it right over here over this part of the heart, the curve follows the shape that I'm after. I'm going to place another one here, click and drag, and let's do one right here. Now here's where we run into an issue. If I click and drag, it's going to place a curve shape, which is what I need, but I also need to start moving in a different direction. Here I'm going down and I want to go up along the heart here. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to click and drag to place our curve point. Notice that the directional arrow is facing down. I'm going to let go of the mouse and holding the Alt key on Windows, the Option key on a Mac, click again, and this time I can drag this direction handle, and now I want to drag this up in the direction of my heart shape so that the very next point I add will be going in this direction. So now I'm simply going to click and drag, click and drag again, and you see how repetitive this gets. Now it'll take a little bit of getting used to, but if you use these practice shapes a few times, you'll get the hang of it in no time. Again, here I'm dragging until my curve follows the object nicely. I'm going to place another point here, another one down here. We don't need too much of a curve on that one. One more down here, and finally I can come down and notice that hollow circle. That means I will be closing this path. Now we did a pretty decent job. Let's zoom in to 200% here, and I want to scroll up, again invoking the hand tool by pressing spacebar. Notice how this section of the path is a little bit off. It's not quite following the shape of our heart. Now here's the beauty of working with the pen tool. We've created a path. It's located here in this work path. And because it's a path, it is editable. We can edit the shape of this path. We do that by choosing the direct selection tool. The keyboard shortcut is the letter A, and this tool is located directly beneath the pen tool in the tools panel. But I want to point out there are actually two tools under here. We have a path selection tool, which is the black arrow, and our direct selection tool. The path selection tool is used to select the entire path. Here what we want to do is just edit a part of it. So we want to choose the direct selection tool here. Now with that active, we'll simply click on this area of the curve, and you can see that we have a curve handle active here, And let's see if we can use that handle to fix this shape. There we go. That's fixed pretty nicely down there. But notice that if we fix it along here, it's now cutting into the heart a little bit down here. What we need to do in this case is add another point. There was simply too much space here. So let's select the pen tool again by pressing P. Notice that if we hover that pen tool directly over our path, we have a plus symbol. That means we are going to add a point when we click. So I'm going to click here, a point is added, and now I want to move that point. I don't want to move the handles necessarily, but I want to click and drag the entire point. To do that, I'm going to invoke the direct selection tool, and the shortcut to do that is to simply hold down the Control key on Windows, the Command key if you're on a Mac. Then I can simply click and move this out, and now it follows perfectly along our heart shape. So you can see we could zoom in and we could fix tiny little areas here and perhaps over here, but again, the beauty of working with the pen tool is that it creates a path and you can come in later on and edit that path. Now, work paths do have some limitations that we're going to talk about in a few moments, but what I'd like for you to do after this lesson is to practice with these shapes. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, but that work is really going to pay off when it's time to use the pen tool in a more real-world example. Like, let's go here to the history panel. I'm going to click up here and take us all the way back to the very beginning state of the document. I'm going to turn off our practice layer, and now I'm going to just hit Control 0 so you can fit the whole image in the view here. That would be Command 0 on a Mac. What we want to do with this is take this car and separate it from its background. We have a great sky background that we want to put behind this car instead of this drab, boring showroom, and we're going to use the pen tool to select this car. We'll start down at the bottom, I think. And again, we're going to zoom in to 100%, Control 1 on Windows, Command 1 on the Mac. And with our pen tool selected, we'll simply start down here. Now, when you're going to select an object, it's a good idea to always cheat inside the object a little bit. We don't want to start the point here or right at the edge because we don't want to include even a sliver of this background. So we're going to just cheat it in just a bit to make sure that we're not including any of this background. So we're going to click here to add a point. We'll click again, click and drag because that bottom of the car has a little bit of a curve to it, and we'll click here. I'm going to invoke the hand tool again. Now we're going to go here to the edge of this tire. Now what we're going to do, and this is where the pen tool really comes in handy. With the quick selection tool, it would be very difficult to make a distinction between the shadow on the carpet and the black of the tire, but we can just do this manually. So I'm going to click and drag because I want to make a round shape here, a curve for the tire. I'm going to click down here, again at the bottom, and you can see you can drag those handles out. We'll click inside here. There we go. I think our next point can be straight, so we'll simply click there. And let's slide this out of the way. We'll click just inside here, curve it a bit. And now what we're going to do is simply follow this curve up along here. See why we were practicing on that heart shape with all those curves? Alright, we'll add this along here, give this a little curve. And here we can make a straight line. And we would just continue this on. Now, this is a very time-intensive process, so for the sake of this training, I am going to stop right here. I'll zoom out with Control 0 on Windows, Command 0 on a Mac, and I'm just going to close this path very quickly. But I do want you on your own to go and trace the entire car. This is a great practice. We've got a lot of nice edges to move around here. What I will show you, if I click on the Paths panel here, we have a path called Car Outline. Now, if I click on Car Outline, you can see that there's an outline. This is a pre-existing path that I made. Here's where we're going to talk about the difference between a saved path and a work path. A work path occurs whenever you use the pen tool, but it is temporary. If we close this document, even if we save it, that work path will not be saved. Work paths just live in the memory of Photoshop. If you want to reuse your path, you want to save it. So what you do here, if we take this work path, and if we say, well, we do want to save this for later on, simply go to the flyout menu of the Paths panel, choose Save Path, and you give it a name. Let's just call this Test, and hit OK. Now you have an actual save path in here. If you save this document now, the next time you open it up, this path will be in here, and to activate the path, you simply click on it in the Paths panel. Only one path can be active at a time. Now let's go to this car outline path. We're going to click on it to activate it, and you can see the outlines of this path going around the car. Now let's zoom in here to 100%. I'm going to bring up the hand tool by pressing the space bar, and let's go zoom in now at 200%. And again, here's an area of my path that was a little less than perfect. So what we're going to do is edit this. We're going to choose the direct selection tool by pressing A, and we're simply going to click on this path, and you can see that it was a little sloppy with following this part around the car. So we're simply going to click on this path, and let's see, we're going to move this over there so it cuts in nicely. And what we really need is an additional point here. So we're going to choose our pen tool and add a point. We'll hold down the control key and move this down just inside there. And let's go back to our direct selection tool by pressing A. Let's bring this down so we're cutting out all of the background. This could stand to come over just a bit. And I think we really need one more point here, so I'm going to press P to bring up the pen tool, click to add that point, hold down Control, and I can move this down nicely. So now we're cutting nicely into the image and eliminating the small edges of the background that we're showing through. I'm going to press Control 0, Command 0 on a Mac to zoom back out here. What I have just done is update my saved path. The path titled Car Outline now reflects the adjustments that we just made. And now that I've finished editing this path, I'm simply going to choose any other tool in the Tools panel to get rid of the pen tool. We don't want to inadvertently add any more points to this path. I'm going to just press M on the keyboard to select the Marquee tool. And I had previously saved this and called it Car Outline. Now here's the absolute most joyous, wonderful thing about paths created with the pen tool. We can use this path to create a mask. And not just any old mask, the pen is a vector drawing tool, so we'll have a vector mask. A vector mask is resolution independent. You can scale it, you can rotate it, we can adjust it at any point in the future without losing any quality. What we're going to do is click on this car layer here to make it active, and then go up to the layer menu, and we'll go down to vector mask, and we're going to select current path. Car outline is our current path, so we're going to select this, and automatically applied as a vector mask to this car, letting all the non-selected areas of that path reveal the sky layer below. Now let's just go here. I'm going to select the Move tool by pressing V, and I'll just move this car down a little bit. And look at our end result. This would be a nice illustration here. We've got the car cut out from its original background, placed over a much more interesting one. So spend some time with the pen tool. Once you get the hang of it, you'll be able to make selections like the pros do.
Layers are a big part of any non-destructive workflow. Let's find out how to use them to their full advantage.
Layers are a vital part of any non-destructive workflow, but using them effectively means getting a handle on their many features and options. In this lesson, we take an in-depth look at the Layers panel. Let's get started by going to our Chapter 5 folder and opening the file Layers. Now in this image we've got a ton of layers in the Layers panel, so the first thing I'm going to do is click on this Layers tab and drag this panel out, and we can have a nice long view of the bulk of our layers in here. Now if you're going to do any serious work with layers, it pays to learn some of the keyboard shortcuts, so we're going to go through some of the more commonly used ones. If you want to create a new layer, the shortcut is Shift Control N on Windows, that's Shift Command N on Mac. and that will bring up your new layer dialog. You can give the layer a name. You can set the blending mode, which we're going to talk about in an upcoming lesson, and you can even choose the opacity. If you hit OK, you've got a new layer added to your layers panel. Notice that the location of our new layer is determined by the layer that is active at the point that we invoke this shortcut. We had the Curves 1 layer active, so when we selected New Layer, that new layer is placed directly above the Curves 1 layer in the Layers panel. I'm going to undo that with Control-Z on Windows, Command-Z on a Mac. If you would like to select the contents of a layer, there's a shortcut to do that. I'm going to go here to this bottom right layer. You can see it highlighted in blue. I'm going to turn the visibility icon on. So if we want to select the contents of this layer, in this case the puzzle piece, simply Control-click on the layer icon, Command-click if you're on a Mac, and now you have the layer's contents selected. When you want to deselect anything, it's Control-D on Windows, Command-D on a Mac. Now here's a shortcut that I've been using throughout this training. It's called Layer via Copy. If you have a layer selected and you'd like to copy the contents of that to a brand new layer, the shortcut is simply Control-J on Windows, Command-J on a Mac. So I've pressed that, and the bottom right layer now becomes bottom right copy. Let's undo that. Control-Z on Windows, Command-Z on a Mac. If instead of copying the contents of that layer, you want to cut them instead, removing them from the original layer, you're going to have to do two things. First, you're going to have to select the contents of that layer. The shortcut for that is Command-A on a Mac, Control-A on Windows. Then you'll add the keyboard shortcut Command-Shift-J on a Mac, Control-Shift-J on Windows. That will create a new layer via cut. So it will cut the contents, removing them from the original layer, and place them in a brand new layer. Now we've got a long list of layers in this panel here, and if you'd like to quickly select the top layer, the shortcut is Alt period on Windows. That would be Option period on a Mac. So you press that shortcut and you quickly go to the top layer. If you'd like to go to the bottommost layer, it's Alt comma on Windows, Option comma on a Mac, and there we are at our bottom background layer. If you'd like to scroll through the layers one at a time, you simply hold down the Alt key and the left or right bracket keys on Windows. That would be the Option key plus the left and right bracket keys. So if I hold down Alt plus the left bracket key on Windows, Option plus the left bracket on a Mac, I can cycle down to my next layer. Now because I started on the background layer at the very bottom, cycling down with the left bracket key actually takes me to the layer at the very top of this list. I'll point out that this keyboard shortcut cycles you only through visible layers. If you have visibility icons off for a layer, that layer will be skipped. If you would like to group layers, you simply select the layers you'd like to group. If it's a contiguous selection, you can simply click one layer here, as I have with levels, and shift-click that hue saturation layer. And if we want to create a group, we simply press Control-G on Windows. That would be Command-G on a Mac. And those layers are nicely placed inside a group with the default name Group 1. Of course, we could name this group. Simply double-click on the text Group 1. It's automatically highlighted, and let's give this a new name, ADJ Layers, short for Adjustment Layers. Hit the Enter key to commit to this change and exit the text box. Simply press Enter on the keyboard. If you wanted to ungroup these layers, you simply select the folder, and instead of Control-G, you press Shift-Control-G. That would be Shift-Command-G on a Mac, so if we do that, we have our layers ungrouped now. Moving down to the bottom of the layers panel, I'll turn this bottom right layer off for the moment. We've got a lot of layers in this list. Some have their visibility icons turned on, some have them turned off. But if you want to quickly view a single layer in isolation, there's a shortcut for that. You simply hover over the visibility icon of the layer you would like to see in isolation and hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac while you click. So an Alt click or an Option click on the visibility icon will turn off every single layer except the one on which you have clicked. If you Option or Alt click a second time in the same location, those hidden layers will come back on. Notice that if a layer was hidden before you Option or Alt clicked, it remains hidden the entire time. If you've got a lot of individual layers you'd like to merge together, you've got a couple of options. You can select the individual layers and use the keyboard shortcut Control-E, that would be Command-E on a Mac. That will merge your selected layers. But in this case, I'll simply turn on the visibility of these three layers and choose the Merge All Visible Layers command with the shortcut Control-Shift-E. That would be Command-Shift-E on a Mac, and that will merge all of the layers that have their visibility turned on. Let's hit Control-Z to undo that. Now let's talk about how we can move individual layers around. We'll turn these three layers back off. I'm going to start here by turning off the visibility of the background layer. What we've got are 6 individual layers here. They're puzzle pieces. I've cut this image up into puzzle shapes, and we're going to put the puzzle back together. To do that, we're going to use the Move tool. The shortcut for that is the letter V. Now go up here in the options bar and make sure that you have this auto select option turned on. In the pull down, the default should be group. If you have it set to layer, that's fine for this example. So you can have either group or layer and you'll be just fine. The very first thing we need to do is turn on the visibility icons for all of these layers. And let's turn visibility off for the adjustment layers. We don't need these right now. Now I'm going to choose any layer here at random. I'll even choose the background layer that's hidden. Now with the Move tool, I simply click on this puzzle piece here at the top and notice that my top left layer is highlighted, that piece is automatically selected, and I can move it where I want. I'll drag this up here in the left corner. I can click on this piece over here. Notice that the top right layer is highlighted in blue in the Layers panel, and I can move this piece. So with the Auto Select feature turned on, I don't have to go and click on a layer to move its contents. I simply click directly on the image, and the content over which I'm clicking activates that layer. So you simply work visually. You don't have to remember what your layers are named. You can simply go and click, and we're just placing pieces here of the puzzle. Got one last guy to move right over here. We'll stick this in the bottom. Now I'm zoomed out very far, so it's going to be hard to place this precisely. If you want to continue on, zoom into 100% and you can align the edges of those pieces up absolutely perfectly. Now let's turn these back off. I'm going to turn my background layer back on. And I want to make a couple of groups before we end this lesson. Let's select these 3 layers here, these adjustment layers. We'll shift click and let's hit Control G to make a group. And again, let's double click and we'll call this Adjust Layers. Same thing we did earlier, but we're going to keep this change this time. And let's scroll up here. We're going to take these 2 layers and group those as well by hitting Control G on Windows, Command G on a Mac, and we'll double click on the name here and call this Effects. Now we're ready to move on to our next lesson. I want you to save this file. We're going to be working with this in our very next lesson, so you can save it or simply. Layer masks make it very easy to limit the effects of both adjustment edits and content from image layers. In this lesson, we'll look at some ways to manipulate these masks. We're starting here with our layers file from the last lesson. If yours is not still on screen, you can find it in the Chapter 5 folder. We've got an adjustment layers folder that we created in the previous lesson. So let's toggle that disclosure triangle to open up and see its contents. Now I'm going to turn off the visibility of these first 2 adjustments, and I want to focus on the levels adjustment here. If I click to bring it up in our adjustments panel, there it is. You can see that I've dragged this mid-tone slider to the left here in the levels adjustment panel. To lighten the image, I'll toggle the visibility off and on. There's where we started, and here's where we've brightened the image. Now suppose you like that brightening, but you wanted to restrict that brightening from happening to a particular region or area in your image. Imagine a scenario where for this foreground area, we don't want this levels adjustment to be applied. We don't want that area to be brightened. Well, we can easily fix that. I've got my quick selection tool selected. You can choose that by hitting W on the keyboard. And I'm simply going to paint over this area in the foreground to make a selection. And right there we can see the selection has gotten too broad, so let's hold down the Alt key on a Windows machine. If you're on a Mac, you would hold down the Option key, and we'll simply make our selection much more precise. That looks pretty good. I'll reduce my brush size by pressing the left bracket key and just extend it just a bit over this edge right here. Now, with our levels adjustment layer mask active, and we know it's active because you see 4 frame corners here. If you don't see 4 frame corners, simply click on this layer mask. It's very important that the layer mask be active and not the background layer, for example. We've got a selection made now, and our mask is entirely white. Now, white is a color that reveals the effect of this levels adjustment, and given that the whole mask is white, that means the adjustment is applying throughout the entire image. What we want to do is take our selected area and fill that on the layer mask with black. And we can do that by going up to Edit Fill. The keyboard shortcut is Shift F5. And for Fill Contents, we're going to hit Use Black and press OK. Now, if I deselect by hitting Control D on Windows, that's Command D on a Mac, notice what's happened. If I toggle the visibility icon off and on, you can see that the area has kept the original tonality. It hasn't lightened up like the rest of the image has. Now if I zoom in here, you'll see a problem right away. And let's hold down the space bar to get the hand tool. You can see that we've left behind some telltale edges here that let people know that we have edited this work in Photoshop, and not particularly well for that matter. We don't want that, so I'm going to show you a better way to make this kind of selection on a layer mask. We're going to go to our history panel here. Mine is partially hidden, but I'm going to simply step back to the point just before we use the quick selection tool. Now what I'm going to do is click on the levels adjustment again, this time with the layer mask still active. Note the 4 frame corners, and I'm going to select the brush tool. The keyboard shortcut is the letter B. Obviously you can always go over to the tools panel and click on the brush tool icon. And what I'm going to do is select a bigger brush. I'm going to go up here in the options panel and just verify that our hardness is set to 0%. That's very important to have it set to 0. That gives us maximum feathering. And now what we're going to do is paint on that white layer mask. We're going to paint with black. So we need to set our foreground color to black. Now there's a great shortcut that will always set your foreground color to black, and that's the letter D. If you press D on your keyboard, that brings up your default colors, and black will always be the foreground color, white will be the background color. Now I'll point out that if you happen to have a layer mask selected, pressing D will have the opposite effect. White will be your foreground color with black as the background color. If that happens, no problem. Just press the X key, which swaps your foreground and background colors. Now with our nice wide feathering set, we're simply going to paint in here, and where we're painting with black over the mask, that adjustment is being concealed. Now if I zoom in, we have a nice smooth transition between the areas where the level adjustment is being applied and the areas where it is being held back. You can't see any edge marks here. And this is the way you want to work. You paint directly on a layer mask with a soft feathered brush, and you have absolutely seamless transitions. Let's take a look at another method for manipulating a layer mask, and that's with the gradient tool. I'm going to leave the levels adjustment on here, and I'm going to click on this Curves 1 layer, and I'll toggle the visibility on so you can see just what's happened. We've made a curve that has a brightening effect. The curve has been pulled up above the original diagonal, so the image will be getting lighter. But if you notice here in the layer mask, the mask is black with this sort of glowing orb in the middle of it. That's from the gradient tool. Where the mask is black, this brightening effect has not been applied, but we see this sort of white circle that blends out nicely into gray. That occurs in the middle of the image. And let's toggle the visibility icon off and on. So if you look directly in the center of those mountains, you can see a lightning circular effect there. And we get that simply by choosing the gradient tool. The shortcut is G. And for this radial effect, we want to make sure that we have this second icon here, radial gradient, selected. And for our gradient mode, we want to be working from the foreground to the background. So in this little pop-up menu, click on the very first icon there, and that will guarantee that our gradient goes from foreground to background color. And now what we want to do to duplicate the effect of this curve is we want to switch our foreground and background colors. So we can simply press X to put white as the foreground color. And I'm simply going to click in the image and drag out. And you can see now, because I dragged further than I had in the original version, our circle here has gotten bigger, and if we toggle the visibility off and on, you can see that our brightening effect is now encompassing a wider area. Now that's with the radial gradient. If we choose the standard linear gradient here, and that's this first icon, then what we can do is make a nice linear gradient that reveals the curve at the top of the image but not the bottom. I'll drag the layers panel out of the way here. Now I've got white as my foreground color and black as my background. So if I move up to the top of the image and simply click and drag down, I'm drawing a line. Now to draw a straight line, I can simply hold down the Shift key, and once I release, look at what's happened to that Curves 1 layer mask. It's completely white at the top, and then slowly but surely it gets darker and darker until it becomes black at the point at which I release the mouse. The transition from off to on this effect is seamless, and here's the before version, and there's the after, without really touching this foreground area. Of course, once you've adjusted your layer mask, you're free to go back into your adjustment, in this case a curve, and modify it at will. Let's click on the On Image Adjustment tool here, and let's say that we want to not make this brighter, but let's go and find a shadow value down here. Somewhere right about there. We're going to click, and we are now going to make this darker. So I'm going to simply, with that point selected, press my down arrow key repeatedly, and you can see the effect is changing, but the mask remains the same. So now we have a darkening effect that's applied to the sky without touching the foreground. Now here's one last way I want to show you about how to manipulate masks, and that's with image content. So let's go to our Chapter 5 folder and open up the file titled Fort. Here what we'd like to do is take our top layer called Fort and replace the existing sky with the sky from our background layer titled Sky. To do that, we're going to begin with the Quick Selection tool. That's W on the keyboard. I'll increase my brush size just a bit with the right bracket key. We are going to select this sky area in here. And you can see right away we've got a pretty good selection. There's one little area here. I'll hold down the Alt key on Windows, that's the Option key on a Mac, and just paint out of this little ridge to get rid of that. Perfect. Now what we'd like to do again is to knock this out so that the bottom layer can show through. Now instead of pressing the Delete key and permanently getting rid of these pixels, we're going to add a layer mask to do the job instead. Now if I go down here to the bottom of the Layers panel, we have our Add Layer Mask button. But I want to point out something very important. Right now we have selected the sky. If I simply click the Add Layer Mask button, Photoshop is going to assume that the sky is what I want to keep, and it's going to build a mask that will mask out the rest of the image. What I want to do is the opposite. The sky is what I do not want to keep. Now I could go and invert this selection by going up to Select Inverse, but an even faster method is to hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac as I click on the Add Layer Mask button. That will tell Photoshop to make a mask of my inverted selection. So I'm going to hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on Windows, click the Add Layer Mask button, and you can see that the mask is all white over the area that was not selected, and it's black in that sky area, allowing the bottom layer to show through. Let's add a couple of little tweaks here to make this effect a little more believable. I'm going to select my sky layer here, and I'm going to call up the Free Transform tool with Control T on Windows, that would be Command T on a Mac, And those clouds look a little big for this image, so I'm going to grab up here in the top left corner, hold down the Shift key to constrain my scaling. I'm just going to scale this down, but I don't want to skew it. I want to maintain those proportions. Move over here in the middle. You can see that I have a little move icon where I can adjust this to taste, and I'll bring this down in size again, just a little bit more, again holding down the Shift key while dragging down from this corner. Move this right about there. That looks better. I'm going to commit to this transform by hitting the Enter key. And now let's go and apply a blur to this layer so that we get a sense that the clouds are far off into the distance. In our filter menu, we'll go to blur and choose Gaussian blur. And a radius of 1.7 actually looks pretty good. We can see what happens if we go here very high. That's a bit too much. So let's go back down about where we were, right around 1.7, 1.6, and we'll hit OK. And there we go, a much better result. Blending modes are a great way to combine the pixels of two separate layers. Granted, they're not the most intuitive tools in Photoshop, but by getting a general understanding of how they work, we can get very creative with very little effort. Let's go to our Chapter 5 folder and open the file Blending Modes. Now there are a couple of things that I need to explain about blending modes. I just mentioned that they work by combining two individual layers. Really, they're combining a blend color with a base color. Now if you have two layers, as I do here in this Layers panel, the top layer is always the blend color, the bottom layer is the base color. Now you can also choose a blending mode for a brush, and in that instance, the brush will be the blend color and the layer on which you're painting will be the base color. I'm going to go here in the Layers panel and click so you can see our blending mode options. Now it's a very long list and this can be very overwhelming, which is why most people simply leave blending modes alone, but we're going to break it down into manageable chunks. The first thing to notice here is that the blending modes are separated into groups, and that's not by accident. We're going to skip normal and dissolve for a moment, but I want to talk about this group that starts here with darken. We've got darken, multiply, color burn, linear burn, and darker color. These are your darkening blending modes, meaning that if you select any of these, your result will be a darker image. Those are followed by your lightening group. Choosing any of these will result in a lighter image. You should know that in the darken group, every single element there has its opposite function in the lightening group. So darken is the opposite of lighten, multiply is the opposite of screen, color burn, color dodge are opposites, same with linear burn, linear dodge, and then darker color and lighter color. Following that, we have what's called a contrast group. Now these blending modes are capable of both darkening and lightening an image in different areas, so they're adjusting contrast. Followed by that, we have the comparative modes. To be honest, these are probably used the least amount of any of the blending modes. Typically, they involve some kind of inverting of colors. And finally, we have blending modes that affect hue, saturation, color, and luminosity. We'll talk about luminosity later on in this lesson, but again, the idea here is to know that you don't have to memorize what each effect does. Just simply keep in mind that if you want a lighter result, you're going to start choosing from this lightening group. If you want to change contrast, you can go to this group here. So that's going to help us get a basic handle on when we would use a particular blending mode. I'm going to go and set this back to normal. Now in our normal mode, which is the default in Photoshop, the blend color overrides the base color, unless you change opacity. Certainly if we click here on opacity and we drag to the left, we can change how these two layers blend together, but at 100% you will always see your blend color. Dissolve gives you sort of a random effect here, and there's a great shortcut that I'll give you now. Underneath normal we have dissolve. Now this involves a random blending of the two layers, and again, to see it we really need to have the opacity turned down. So if we do that, you can see how it's sort of randomly letting one layer come through over another. I'm going to set the opacity here back to 100. Now moving through this list of blending modes can be done with a shortcut. If you want to move down the blending modes list, you press Shift-Alt+, or Shift-Command+ on a Mac. If you want to move up the list instead, you can hold Shift-Alt- or Shift-Command- if you're on a Mac. So let's simply scroll down to the next option here. Now we have our darken mode. Now darken is interesting because what it does is compare the pixels of the blend color and the base color, and whichever one is darker is allowed to show through completely. So you can see here in the body of this lion, the blend color is darker, this little rock texture that we have, so that's being allowed to show through. But over here in the sky from the base color is darker, so that's going to be allowed to show through. And let's just continue scrolling through with Shift Alt plus, Shift Option plus if you're on a Mac. Multiply gives us a blending here of the two options. We're still darkening the image. Color burn is even more extreme, linear burn, and we get to darker color. Now we're moving to our lighten group. We've had screen, color dodge, linear dodge, lighter color, and now we're getting to probably the most useful group that you'll find, the contrast group. Now if we have overlay selected here, we can see that the blend color is mixing nicely with the base color. And if we go and reduce opacity here, bring this down somewhere around maybe 70% or so, now you really get a good sense of how these layers are starting to blend together. What we want to do with this image is create an effect where the lion looks like he's actually carved out of a very rough rock texture. Now by setting overlay to an opacity of 69%, we're in the general ballpark, but I'm going to show you how to make it even more believable. Remember, we've got a wide option of blending modes to choose from, so if I go and choose a different blending mode, let's try soft light. Here you can see we have a much more realistic effect. Now you'll notice if you look closely, and I'll zoom in here, Control plus on Windows, Command plus on a Mac. Notice that while this rock texture looks great over the lion, it's also spilling out into other areas of the image where we don't want this texture to be visible. Now this calls into effect a great feature of blending modes, and that is this. The majority of blending modes have what's called a neutral color. A neutral color is a color that prevents the blending from taking place. Now we're in soft light, which is part of the contrast group, and the neutral color for the contrast group is gray, middle gray. Wherever there are areas of middle gray in the blend color, the effect will not take place. And let's see how we can use that to our advantage. I'm going to go here to my color swatch here on the foreground color and double click it. And what I want to do is change the color from black to middle gray. So you can see that by default, the red value is selected in this dialog. I'm going to type in 128 for red, hit the tab key, 128 for green, tab again, and 128 for blue. That's going to give me an exact middle gray. I'll hit OK. Now what we'll do is select a brush. B is the shortcut for brush. And let's see, maybe bring this brush size down just a hair. Now what I'm going to do is paint directly on the blend color layer, and I'm painting with middle gray, and watch what's going to happen. Notice that everywhere I'm painting with gray is preventing this soft light blend from taking effect. So if I simply go in here and paint around the outside of this statue, I can get rid of that blending effect and prevent it from occurring. If I go over here to this section, you can see how that's taking out this blend color here. And we'll go down to the bottom. It's great that the rock texture is showing through here, but we don't want it to affect this marble here. We want the marble to look like marble. And we can simply paint and take this out. Get this little corner here. And one more area here should do it. And I'm going to zoom out a bit here by hitting Control 0 on Windows, Command 0 on a Mac. And now you can see that we've allowed this texture to show through on the lion, but we've prevented it from happening anywhere in the background of this image. And if I turn off my base color here, you can see that I've actually painted in with gray. I'll set this opacity to 100% so you can see it much better. Here are all the areas where I've painted with gray, and that color is the neutral color for soft light, preventing the effect from taking place. Now I want to talk about another useful way that you can apply blending modes. I'm going to turn blend color off and select our base color layer. I'm going to make an adjustment layer. Now it doesn't matter which one we use because I'm not going to make an edit to it. In this case I think I'll just choose curves here, a curves adjustment layer. Now with no edit, of course there's no change to the image. But watch what happens if I change the blending mode here. So if I click and go to multiply, for example, which is in the darkening group, notice that even with an empty adjustment layer, I have built up density in this image. I've darkened it simply because I set the blending mode to one of the darkening groups, in this case multiply. I could have just as easily chosen a blending mode from the lightening group, something like screen for example, and lightened the image. This can be handy if you need a quick down and dirty way to build up contrast in an image. And of course we can adjust the opacity here. So if 100% looks too strong, I can come down here 49% and I'll toggle the visibility off and on. Here's our original, and here is what we get with an empty adjustment layer. This could have been a curves layer, a levels adjustment layer, photo filter. It doesn't matter because we're not actually editing it. We're simply changing the blending mode. Now, as I just mentioned, you could have chosen another blending mode. Let's go up here and choose a lightening mode. Let's choose screen, for example, and you can see how that brightens up the image. I'll toggle the visibility off. There's our original, and there's with our blending mode set to screen. Now let's go and set this back to normal. I want to show you one last feature here of blending modes. Now with our curves layer, this time we are going to adjust the curve. So I'm going to click my on image adjustment tool. And what I'm looking to do is simply add contrast to this image. I'm going to click here in a darker area and drag down. And I'll click over here in this cloud because that's a brighter area, and I'll drag up. So what we've got is an S-curve shape that increases the contrast of the image. But notice if I toggle the visibility icon off and on, it's not just the contrast that's increased, the saturation has increased. Now this is a characteristic of the curves tool. When you go into curves and make some pixels brighter and others darker, you're affecting contrast. But Photoshop is set up so that it will also tweak the saturation for you. So if you boost contrast, many times you'll see a saturation boost as well. Now a large majority of the time this is a desirable effect. If you're editing an image from scratch and it's dull, low contrasty, when you boost contrast, many times a saturation boost can be a good thing. But there will be times when you want to limit a curves adjustment strictly and exclusively to brightness and contrast. If that's the case, you can simply go and change the blending mode. All the way down at the bottom, choose luminosity. And notice the difference here. Let me move the layers panel here, and we'll go to the history panel here. And this is the curve with a normal blending mode. You can see how the saturation is increased, particularly in the blue sky. And here is the when we set the blending mode to luminosity. We retain our contrast adjustment here, but without any change to the saturation. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at some advanced options for determining how layers interact with each other. Let's go again to our Chapter 5 folder and open the file titled Blend Options. Now this composite should look familiar. We created this in the last chapter. We've got our car layer. We've got two adjustment layers that I've got hidden right now and a bottom sky layer. So the car is silhouetted nicely against this sky. And here's what we can do with blending options. Right now the car is showing through completely over top of the sky. Now of course we could change opacity, but that will change the opacity of everything, and we can see some clouds bleeding through, and that can be an interesting effect, but we're going to go for something a little bit different. I'm going to double click on this car layer, and that brings up our layer style dialog box. Now our blend mode is set to normal, that's fine. Our opacity is at 100%. What we're interested in is way down here at the bottom, these blend if sliders. Now this is something that people don't really use too often. It's not very discoverable, and it's not a very intuitive tool here. But here's the way it works. we've got two layers. They're calling it this layer and the underlying layer. We think of this as our top layer. This is the car layer here, and this is the sky layer. Now when the blend mode is set to normal, pixels from the top layer dominate those of the bottom layer. With these blend if sliders, we get to determine whether things can peek through or not based on their brightness. Now we're going to set this blend if option to gray. You can work with individual channels here, but in this instance we want to work with gray, which doesn't mean a grayscale color, it simply means a composite of the red, green, and blue channels. So what we want to do is move these sliders. Now this layer, this is the top layer for the car. Let me show you what happens if we drag this. We've got a range from 0 to 255, with 0 being shadows and 255 being our highlights. If we click and drag this slider, look at what's happening to the image. We're telling Photoshop to look in this car layer for any pixels that are darker than a value of 9, anything from 0 to 8, and those pixels should become transparent and let the bottom layer show through. So you can see that the darkest areas of the car, I'll slide this back for 1 second, are that grille in the front and the tires, and you can see those are becoming transparent so the bottom layer can show through. Now the same thing would happen if we drag this highlight slider here. If we drag it far enough, you can see the highlights on the car start to become transparent. So in this case, we're telling Photoshop to look for pixels brighter than a value of 194, and once it finds those, to let those become transparent. Now I'll set this back here, because for this image it's going to work really nicely if we adjust not the car layer but the sky layer. So we're going to go to this underlying layer here. So far all we've done is to click and drag on these sliders, but if we hold down the Alt key on Windows or the Option key on a Mac while we click, we can split this slider. And this is really where you're going to have the most creative use for this, because watch what happens as I split these. Notice that now I'm getting some clouds peeking through the car, almost like reflections. We can see it happening nicely up in the window at the top, and it's also coming in nicely across the bumper and the front of the car. So we can drag this right about here. We don't want to go too far and overdo it, but we want to just have some reflections of the clouds in this car. Now what we've done is chosen a partial selection. We've told Photoshop to look for pixels in the sky layer between a level of 212 and 255 and make them partially visible. So the brighter a pixel is, the more visible it will become. This is a great way to get very photorealistic results. So again, you hold down the Alt key while you click on these sliders. If you're on a Mac, you hold down the Option key, and that splits these sliders and gives you this subtle, partially visible range of pixels. I'm going to click OK. Now as it is, this isn't very realistic. We wouldn't really be seeing reflections through the grille of the car unless the grille was made of glass, I guess. But there's an easy way to fix this. I've got two adjustment layers here, and what I want to do for just a moment is turn off this top layer. You can see there's this region of clouds that are appearing through the car, and we don't want them to. Now they're appearing because the blend if sliders are set to look for a particular level of brightness to allow those to show through the top layer. Well, with an adjustment layer we can easily adjust the brightness of pixels. So I'll turn this car layer back on, and our darken clouds adjustment layer, I'm going to click and turn on the visibility here, and those clouds have disappeared, and I'll show you why. What we've done in this adjustment layer is simply make a curve that darkens the highlights. And what highlights did they darken? Well, if we toggle off this car layer, you can see that we've darkened these highlights in the cloud area. Again, it's an adjustment layer, so we're not permanently altering the pixels, but we've darkened them enough so that they fall below our threshold for transparency, thereby blocking them, and we still have the car showing through here, but we've got clouds over here and we've got clouds over here. Well, if we've got clouds along this bumper, it'd be nice to have at least a few peeking through here, and that's where our second adjustment layer comes in handy. I'll show you this in the Curves Adjustment panel. We have done the opposite. We have taken tones and brightened them. And watch what happens if I turn the visibility on. Now we see clouds peeking through inside here. Let's turn off the car layer so we can see what happened. Here's with that layer off and on. So we've darkened the clouds over here to keep them from showing through the car, but we have lightened the clouds right over here, made them much brighter so that they do show through. And here's the grand effect that we have. So the advanced blending options really give you a phenomenal amount of control when you've got two image layers and you're trying to blend them seamlessly.
When it's time to go beyond basic image corrections, Photoshop offers some fantastic tools for both retouching and creating composite images. Let's see how they work.
When it comes to removing unwanted objects from images, CS5's new content-aware technology lets you achieve in minutes what used to take hours. Let's take a look at how we can achieve that. We're going to go into our Chapter 6 folder, and I want you to open up the file CAF01. Now before we get started, I'm just going to move this Layers panel out of the way. I'm going to dock it back where it was initially, next to Channels, and we'll maybe put Layers first. And I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to go into full screen mode with this image by pressing the F key. And let's just increase the magnification here a bit with Command plus. If you're on Windows, that would be Control plus. Here's a great image for us to demonstrate what content-aware fills can do. If we take a look at this image in the park and decide that it's a great shot, there's just too many people in it, we can get rid of some of them. We can get rid of them with extreme prejudice, as they say in the movies. I'm going to zoom into 100% view here, actually. That's Command 1 on a Mac, Control 1 on Windows. And if we want to get rid of, let's say, this woman down here, we simply select the lasso tool, and we can just use freeform lasso here. We don't need to make a super precise selection. I'm simply going to draw a rough outline around her. And now what I'm going to do is go to Edit Fill. The shortcut is Shift F5. And instead of picking a color from this Contents menu, I'm going to use Content Aware and simply hit OK. And there it is. She's gone. If I deselect with Command D, that's Control D on Windows, you can see how Photoshop in one step has removed the woman and replaced her with patches of this grass field. Now, to the well-trained eye that's paying very close attention to that area, we do need to make that a bit more seamless to make it completely believable. But don't worry, in a few moments I'm going to show you how to take a content-aware fill selection and make it absolutely perfect. But for an automated one-step tool, this is pretty phenomenal. What about this guy over here? Let's see, we could select him with the lasso tool as well. And once we have our selection, again, Shift F5. Fill using Content Aware, and he's gone. Notice that Content Aware has actually duplicated the bag or blanket or whatever that is laying on the grass, so we now have two of them side by side. Now we'll clean that up in a moment, but this is a great opportunity to point out something that should be obvious. Photoshop is blind. It doesn't know a tree from a blanket, from a bag, from a person playing volleyball. So when you're using automated tools, you do have to double check the work and make sure that you're not copying something that's going to be a telltale giveaway that you've worked on this. Now you don't have to use the lasso tool here. You can instead use the spot healing brush. So I'm going to go to the spot healing brush. The shortcut for that is J. And make sure you've actually selected the spot healing brush. Make sure that you see this little outline here to the left of the Band-Aid, because that will give you access to Content Aware up here in our options bar. So make sure that you have Content Aware selected here. And with our brush we can simply paint over areas, and they are automatically filled with surrounding areas in a very believable, useful manner. Let's get rid of this guy too. Alright, so let's just zoom back out here. Doing Command minus on the Mac. That would be Control minus on the PC. And let's see, I'll go back up here to the beginning. Here's where we started. And here's where we've ended up, with those people gone, as if they never existed. In many respects, this is a perfect image to demonstrate content-aware technology on. And when you see results like this, you think, wow, I could use this on all of my images and it will be 100% right all of the time and I'll never have to make any manual adjustments. Well, not quite. The content-aware fills and heals are most successful when you're taking something out of an area that has a random sort of background, like with this grass. Now, if there were a group of people and we were taking somebody out of the front row, for example, it wouldn't be as effective. But when you have large areas of random patterns and texture, it works really phenomenally. Let's take a look at what we would do in more challenging situations. Let's close this image, and you don't have to save it. And let's go back to our Chapter 6 folder and open the file CAF02. Again, I'm going to press F to go into full screen mode. I'm going to drag this over to the left a bit. Now let's say in this image there are some things that we want to remove as well. Again, we'll select the lasso tool, pressing L on the keyboard as the shortcut, and let's start with this little object here on the brick face. So I'm going to simply draw a rough outline around it. Shift F5, content aware, and hit OK. I'll do Command D to deselect that. That's Control D on Windows. So again, that's a pretty seamless result. Couldn't get any easier. What about if we choose something a bit more complex? We're going to take out these pipes here. So I'm simply again going to drag around here a rough outline. Feel free to use any selection tool that you want. And again, we'll hit Shift F5, use Content Aware, and now if I deselect that, you can see it actually did a reasonably good job, but we're left with this little artifact over here. The key to using Content Aware heals and fills is that most often it will be used in conjunction with another tool. So I'm going to select my spot healing brush here. I'm going to verify that this is also set to Content Aware, and I'm going to paint over this area that didn't take so nicely in the first pass. So we'll simply click here, paint like that, and presto changeo. Now we have a very realistic looking result. What about if we take this newspaper here that's been left, and if we simply paint over this? Okay, now that's not quite as successful. You can see we've got these little smudges here. To get rid of that, don't give up on the tool, simply paint over it again. Content Aware randomly selects the exact areas to copy from, so each time you use this tool, you'll get a slightly different result. So multiple passes of the tool can usually be pretty successful. So we'll make one more pass right here. And we're cleaning this up very nicely. There's this area in here that we'd like to get rid of, and there we go. That's looking pretty good. Maybe one more pass over here. We're just underneath the door, and we're fixing this up quite nicely. So again, multiple passes here can lead to success, so don't give up after the first or second try. And last but not least, let's go back to our lasso tool here, and we just want to get rid of this mail slot. And again, we'll press Shift F5, use Content Aware, and that one worked out great. So let's take a quick before and after look here. We'll scroll up to the top. This is the image that we started with, and here's after just a few passes. So again, the idea of multiple strokes and multiple passes with Content Aware heals and fills will get you to results that are just quite simply pretty phenomenal. We're going to take a look at one more image here. Let's close this file, and you don't need to save it. Back in our Chapter 6 folder, let's open up CAF03. Again, I'll go into full screen mode by pressing F, zoom in here, and here I'll go in at 100%. Actually, let me zoom back out here a bit to make more of the image visible. Now what we want to do is remove the wire here. And traditionally this has been a tricky issue when the wire crosses over detailed or textured areas like the roof of this house. We're going to use our spot healing brush set to Content Aware mode, so we simply press J on the keyboard. Now the key to making this work, if we just click and drag one long pass over here and just continue and continue and continue, the sky may look pretty good, the roof may be okay, but it's really going to start to fall apart down in here. So what we want to do instead of one long continuous stroke is use multiple shorter strokes. I'm going to start my first stroke painting over the wire and stop just before it gets to the roof. So we're just working on that sky area, and that's seamless. You can't tell any work was done at all. Now what I'll do is I'll start just inside the roof line, come in here, and I'm going to stop before I get to this gutter. And that is not bad at all. That's actually very, very good. Now you can see we've got a little smudging up here in addition to the area that we didn't touch, so we'll simply come across here on that part of it, and you can see very good results with a minimal amount of effort. Again, the key is that we're using a series of shorter individual strokes as opposed to one long stroke. Okay, we'll come in here a bit, and we'll stop before we get into the roof. That again isn't bad. Maybe a little touch up here on that side. Maybe hit this again here. And again, we're just giving Photoshop as many chances as it needs to make this look pretty believable. There's a little smudge here. Let's see if we can move that out. And let's make a longer line here, see if we can clean that up. And as you can see, that one actually made it much worse. Let me undo that with Command Z. That would be Control Z on Windows. And I'll actually undo a second time. I'll step backwards, and that's a handy shortcut to have. It's Option Command Z on a Mac, Alt Control Z on Windows. So let's come back out there, and let's fix this up here on the roof. There we go. That's pretty good. And again, you just keep making multiple passes until everything aligns nicely. Now here we'll get rid of this part of the wire over here. This, again, since it's over a dark area, that's a pretty straightforward edit. Now here's where we're going to have some problems. And this is where we're going to call in some additional tools. What we want to do here is not really rely so much on the spot healing brush and content aware fills so much as we want to use the standard healing brush so we can set our own source points. So I'm going to press J again till we go into the standard healing brush tool. Notice up here we can choose a blending mode to paint with. We're going to leave that set to normal, leave source set to sampled, but it's very important here to make sure you check this aligned sample box. This is what's going to tell Photoshop to continuously sample as you move, so you're not always painting from the same location, and that's very important to get believable results. So what we want to do is simply, in getting rid of this wire, we want to choose a series of lights here in another part of the image that we could simply erase this whole section with. So I'm going to press my Option key here on the Mac, Alt key on Windows, and I'm going to choose this guy right here because it's pretty close in shape to what we're dealing with before. And if you'll notice, I'll make my brush bigger so you can see this. As I drag over the image, you can see this overlay that shows what my first painting stroke is going to look like. Now this can be very helpful. If you find it distracting, you can go up to Window, choose Clone Source, and you can simply turn off the show overlay like that. I'm going to leave this on for now, and let's get rid of this and bring my brush size back down. And let's start from here. Looks pretty good. And we're simply going to paint that over. So we're starting to get rid of the wire there. We can find another series of lights to get rid of this one as well. So let's see, I think we'll try, we don't want to try the same one because then it'll be obvious that we've worked on it. Let's try this guy over here. And we'll simply line this up visually and paint down with here. So we're starting to get rid of that wire very, very nicely. We can continue on like that. Now, one area that we're definitely going to run into some issues with is this object that's protruding out of the house here. It looks like an old sort of air conditioning unit of some sort. What we're going to do here is use this clone stamp tool because we're not trying to really sample and blend items here based on texture. We really want to replace something completely. So I'm going to press S to get my clone stamp tool. I've got a very small brush size selected here. What I want to do here is set my source point over here to the right, and I do that by holding down the Option key and clicking on a Mac. That would be the Alt key and clicking on Windows. That will select my source point. And if I simply paint over here, I'm completely erasing whatever was there. And I can do that Click here to get rid of the last little bit of the wire on that side, and we can go up here, option click to set a source point, and I can simply paint over that. And there's one last bit of wire here, and there we go, the wire is removed. Now, for the sake of keeping the training at a reasonable length, I've left some imperfections here, and this is what I want you to do. At the end of this lesson, before you close this image, I want you to zoom into a 100% view and go in and fine-tune some of these areas. Pay close attention to the tiles in the roof, as well as the edges of the gutter. Now remember to use short, multiple strokes, and if one stroke doesn't give you a desired result, simply try it again. This will be a great opportunity to practice using both content-aware fills and heals in combination with the more traditional cloning tools like the healing brush and the clone stamp tool. Brand new to CS5, Puppet Warp represents a new frontier of technology that can be used to transform photographic subjects in a very realistic manner. We'll begin this lesson with the image Puppet Warp 01 on screen. You can find that inside your Chapter 6 folder. Now I've got a shot here of tennis player Scoville Jenkins about to serve, and notice that he is silhouetted against a transparent layer. You can see that here in the layer menu if I turn off the bottom layer. Using an image that's layer is going to be by far the fastest and easiest way to use Puppet Warp. And let's go up to the Edit menu, choose Puppet Warp. Now we've got this mesh here, and that's giving you an idea of the amount of control we're going to be able to have on this selection. I'm going to turn it off so that you can really see what's going on here. Now before you can do anything with Puppet Warp, you have to place pins on your object. I'm going to place some pins here at various joints on this player's body, in the shoulders and in the hips here. Now pins can serve two functions. A pin can allow you to move a part of the subject, in this case a body part, if it's selected. And this black circle that's here in the last pin I clicked on indicates that it is selected. Now when you have pins that are not selected, those serve as anchor points and restrict movements here. So I'm going to go and select this pin on the shoulder, and I'm going to hold down the Option key on a Mac. On Windows, that would be the Alt key. And notice that my icon here turns into a rotate symbol. Now you don't place the cursor directly over the pin. That'll give you this cut icon. But if we move it off of the pin, you get a rotate icon. And what we're going to do is rotate along the axis of his shoulder. You simply click, and by dragging to the left, I can rotate his shoulder. Pretty cool, huh? Notice also that his head and neck are rotating a bit as well, and that's because the next closest pin to the active pin is on his opposite shoulder. So it is that area in between the two pins that is going to see the bulk of the rotation here. These are just fantastic results here, and this is something that you just could not do in Photoshop until CS5. And let's see what we can do here. We're going to select another point. Let's select the wrist. We'll rotate that. So simply hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on Windows. We'll rotate just a little bit in with the wrist just to change the racket angle. You can also select multiple points here. If I shift click, I can select this pin at the elbow in addition to that on the wrist, and I can select here at the shoulder. Now with these three pins selected, I can move. If I hover over any pin, you can see I've got my move icon here, and I can drag these as a unit up or down. Of course, if you go too far, then you're just doing things that simply aren't possible with the human body. So let's undo that with Command Z on a Mac, Control Z if you're on Windows. Now you don't have to use the mouse to move these points. You can use the up, down, left, and right arrow keys on the keyboard, and this will give you a very high degree of precision. You can simply move in any direction in extremely small increments. So if I press up once, I can move up in one point. I can move to the left, I can move to the right, simply depending on which arrow key I press. So you've got a lot of options available here for making very, very realistic movements. Let me just make a couple more adjustments here just so we can see a nice little before and after. We'll move this up as a unit a little bit, put him just over there. And maybe what I'll do, I'm going to click on this shoulder again to isolate it, hold down the Option key, and just get a little bit more of a stretch like that. Okay, I'm going to commit to this by pressing the Enter key. And here's where we started. And here's where we ended up. And very, very believable results. So put some time in with Puppet Warp, and we get very, very believable results. I want to demo Puppet Warp on a second image to give you a bit more of a complex example of how you would go about achieving realistic results. Let's go back to our Chapter 6 folder and open the file Puppet Warp 02. With this image, you'll notice that we have just a single background layer. Our statue has not been cut out here, so we're going to have to add a couple of steps. What I want you to do is click on the Channels panel, go down to the bottom, and you'll notice that I've created an Alpha 1 channel for you. That's actually a selection of the statue. So I want you to Command click on the Alpha channel. That would be Control click if you're on Windows, and that will automatically load that channel as a selection. And let's go back to the Layers panel now. And this is what we want to do. We're going to just rotate the head of this statue a bit. But if we move any part of this statue, keep in mind we're going to leave a hole behind it. And here's a great technique you'll find useful for dealing with this type of situation. With this selection active, what we're going to do is make a new layer via copy. So the shortcut for that is Command J on a Mac, Control J on Windows. So now we've got layer 1 over top of our background that's nicely silhouetted here. Now what we want to do is Command click on layer 1 so that we reactivate this selection. That would be Control click if you're on Windows. Now we want to click on the background layer to activate it. And we're going to press Shift F5 to bring up our Edit Fill command, and we're going to select Content Aware. Notice now if I turn this top layer off, you can see that we've replaced the statue on the background layer with a Content Aware fill. Now obviously this fill has some issues, but for our purposes it's going to do just fine. So here's what we're going to do. We'll activate our top layer here. We'll select it, turn it back on. We can deselect with Command D on a Mac, Control D on Windows. And now with this top layer selected, we're going to go back up to Edit and choose Puppet Warp. We are going to place a pin here. We'll place one down at the neck, and we're just going to place pins at various points in the body so that we restrict our movements as much as possible to just the head. Now if I click here to activate this pin on the head, I can simply drag it. I can drag it over here to the left. I can straighten it a bit. Of course I could stretch it up if I wanted to, or squash it down. I'm going to leave it roughly at the same height. I just want to move it over to the left a bit. Of course, we can see now through to this background area that had our initial Content Aware fill that actually leaves a lot to be desired. But we can fix that in one fell swoop. I'm going to press the Enter key to commit to that change. And now in my Layers panel, I'm going to activate the background layer, highlight it so it's blue. And I'm simply going to choose the Lasso tool. L is the shortcut. This is the freeform lasso. You could use any tool you want to make a selection. I find this is probably about the fastest way to do it. And simply draw a selection around that area on the background. Even though we're looking at our top layer, layer 1, we are actually selecting the background layer because it is active, it is highlighted in blue. And we're simply going to use another Content Aware fill. Shift F5, Content Aware, and there we go. We fixed the background so that it's a nice seamless blend now with our new position of the head. You can close both of these images without saving them, and we'll move on to the next lesson. One potential drawback when photographing subjects at very close distances is limited depth of field. Only a small area of the entire image can be in sharp focus at a given time. With just a little advanced planning, however, you can let Photoshop automatically extend the depth of field for you. Here's what you have to do. You want to take multiple exposures of your subject, and you want to change the focus with each exposure. So if you're shooting an object and it's only possible to get one area in focus at a time, focus on, let's say, the frontmost area of the image, take an exposure. Take another exposure where you focus on a middle area of that image, and then you could take another exposure where you focus on the back edge of that image. You just want to end up with a number of exposures, each with a particular area of your subject in focus. Now, of course, I've provided you with images where I have done that, so let's go up to the File menu, and we'll go down to Scripts, and we're going to choose Load Files into Stack. Now this is a great command because it's really going to save us some time. I've got 3 separate images here. We'd have to open the 3 images, merge them all into one document, and have each image occupy its own layer. Load Files into Stack is going to automate that process for us. So we'll select it. And our Load Layers dialog comes up. Hit the Browse button and navigate to the Chapter 6 folder. And I want you to open up 3 files, DOF01, 02, and 03. I'm clicking the 01 file and simply shift-clicking to select all 3 of them and hit Open. Now before you hit OK, it's very important that you check this first checkbox where you tell Photoshop to automatically align the source images. Why is this important? Well, even though I shot these images on a tripod and the camera never moved, when you adjust focus, you're actually changing the size of elements within your image. So it's very important that Photoshop realign the image here so that everything lines up nicely. If you don't check this, you're going to have very disappointing results once we blend these layers together. So with that selected, let's simply hit OK. And Photoshop in one fell swoop has opened up the 3 images, merged them into a single document with each image residing on its own layer, and they have all been automatically aligned, so all the pieces match up nicely. And let's take a look at what we're working with here. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Let's zoom back out here so we can see the entire image. And we've got 3 cars, obviously, and in this top layer, you can see that the purple car is in focus. I'll turn this off. We've got our middle car in focus, and you guessed it, in the 3rd layer, we have the yellow car in the rear that's in focus. So we've got all of them in focus. It's just spread out over 3 separate layers. And what we're going to do is combine that into a single layer. And we do that by selecting all these layers. So the bottom layer is already highlighted. I'm simply going to shift click on the top layer. And now we go up to our Edit menu and we choose Auto Blend Layers. Notice the Auto Align option just above it. We included that step when we loaded the images into a stack. If we had forgotten to do that, we would have a chance to simply come and choose that here. But that's already done, so let's choose Auto Blend Layers. And we have a choice of blend methods. Obviously, we're not making a panorama. We want to stack the images. And this Seamless Tones and Colors option is a good idea to have checked in case anything changed lighting-wise between your multiple exposures. So we'll simply hit OK. Now Photoshop is going to go through 2 fairly lengthy progress boxes here. Even on a fast computer, this process can take a little while, so just be patient. And look at that, just like magic, Photoshop has blended these 3 layers together so that the sharpest parts of each image are now merged together. You can see these complex masks that have been created here, where it's allowing only the sharp details to show through from each layer. Now you may be wondering, couldn't we have just gone in and told Photoshop to auto-align these layers, add layer masks ourselves, and then simply paint on the layer masks? Well, certainly with this image, with only 3 exposures, we could have done this work by hand. But imagine an image that has 15, 20, or 30 different exposures, each with a slightly different area in focus, and you can see how this auto blend feature is going to save you. HDR images have gained in popularity recently as photographers explore ways of capturing more detail through multiple exposures than their camera can do in a single shot. In CS5, the HDR tool has gotten a makeover that makes creating these composite images very straightforward. In this lesson, we'll also see how to mimic the HDR look using just a single image. Now, to merge HDR images, we need to go up to the File menu, down to Automate, and choose Merge to HDR Pro. That brings up a dialog box where we choose our source files. what I want you to do is hit the Browse button, navigate to your Chapter 6 folder, and we're going to select all of these files titled HDR-EXP. So I'm simply going to click the first file and shift click on the last one here and hit open. Now we've got an option at the bottom to automatically align these source images. I'm going to turn this off because these images were all shot on a tripod. If in the future you're using handheld images, definitely check this box. It's going to make the results much more professional. We'll simply hit OK. And now we have our Merge to HDR Pro dialog box. A couple of things I want to point out here. One, these images are all RAW files. They're actually in the DNG format. And far and away, you're going to achieve the best results if you're bringing in RAW files. And if you're starting with a RAW file, don't convert them to TIFFs or PSDs or JPEGs and then bring them into HDR Pro. Point HDR Pro directly to the RAW files. It will open those up through Photoshop. The second thing I'd like to note is that, especially in the initial loading sequence that we just finished, and later on when we actually create the composite file, this operation takes quite a bit of computing power. So if you've got an older machine, this may take a while. So just be patient. Now in our dialog box, this is completely revamped from CS4. So let's take a look at what we've got here. At the top, we've got a list of presets. Now this gives you a lot of sort of standard looks, things that you can use either as is or use them as a jumping point to build your own renditions of the file. We're going to leave our settings here at default because we're going to go through each of these sliders one by one. Now there is a new feature here called Remove Ghosts, and this is very important. If you're shooting a series of images that include people in them or other objects that are moving, it could be birds in the sky, anything moving across your frame, Remove Ghosts will match content from a base image and eliminate any other elements that don't match that. I'm going to turn on Remove Ghosts here. Now we don't have any people or animals in this scene, but if you notice this cloud area up in here, the wind wasn't that strong, but the clouds were moving. So watch what will happen. You see this little magenta cast right here along the edge. This is happening because the clouds were in different positions over the different exposures. And simply by clicking Remove Ghosts, Photoshop will process these files, base everything off of a source image, and now we've got a much more seamless blend in the sky. Now, which image is Photoshop using to determine whether objects have shifted or not? Well, it's this image here, selected with the green border. And you can move this to any image that you want. Simply click another image, that border will become green, and that image will be used as the base to eliminate objects that exist in one frame and not another. We're going to work in 16-bit mode here. Choosing 32-bit will retain all the information here, but to be honest, right now there's not a whole lot you can do in terms of output with a 32-bit image. That contains a dynamic range that you can't even really display on your monitor. So we're going to set this to 16-bit. And this menu here has 4 different choices to work in. We're going to choose local adaptation because that gives us the most flexibility. It gives us access to the greatest number of controls for the image. The other 3 have a bunch of automatic settings. Now the first thing I want to talk about here, I'm going to skip Edge Glow for a moment and go down into Tone and Detail. The first thing we want to look at here is the exposure slider. And this does really what it sounds like it would do. It adjusts the overall exposure. So if you feel that the image needs an exposure boost, drag it to the right. That lightens it up a bit. You want to take care not to overdo it with the exposure, but you want to just get something that feels pretty good. Next, let's jump down here to our highlights. And now we're going to specifically control the range of highlights in the image. I'm going to click here and drag my highlight slider to the left because I want to keep as much detail in the sky as possible. So I'll bring it down somewhere about here. Looks pretty good. That way we can get some nice detail down in here. And we're going to do the same with shadows. Now the shadows here are very open, so I'm going to take my shadow slider and drag this pretty aggressively down to the left, over here in the 60s somewhere. Like that looks pretty good. So now we've got nice shadows down in here and in the door. And now let's take a look at the gamma slider. You can think of this as a contrast slider here. If we drag it to the right, you can see that we greatly decrease the amount of contrast in the image, and we start to get that HDR surreal kind of look that you see so often. We're going to go for a more photorealistic result here, so I'm going to actually drag the gamma slider to the left and add some more contrast. Now we have something that looks much more photographic. We've got a detail slider here, and again, if we take this all the way to the left, we do get that real sort of soft focus, dreamy kind of effect. Again, what we're going for is a much more photorealistic effect. So I'm actually going to boost detail a bit right up in here. Now you don't want to overdo it because the image can quickly get very, very crunchy and overly stylized. So 74% looks pretty good. I wouldn't go beyond that for this particular image. Now let's talk about edge glow. We've got a radius and a strength. Now this is controlling areas of local brightness. And the radius is going to determine how far those areas spread. The strength determines the point at which Photoshop identifies neighboring pixels as having a similar level of brightness. So what we're going to do here is come down a bit on the radius. Maybe go about there. And strength, we can also bring that down just a bit. Again, we're trying for just a very natural, realistic result. If you move both of these sliders to the right, then you're far off into super duper hyper realistic land, and this image we want to keep as a photographic image, so I'm going to be very conservative here with these sliders. Now we've got vibrance and saturation controls here, and much like in Photoshop proper, vibrance is an intelligent saturation. When you move saturation, all of the colors are shifted by the same amount. With vibrance, however, colors that already are starting with more saturation are shifted less than colors that are beginning with less saturation. So it gives you a much gentler, much more believable result. So while we can leave saturation here at the default, maybe we'll pull back on it a bit here. Where we really want to do our work is with this vibrant slider. So watch the green and the blue of the sky and the green in the foliage. If we come up here, now we've got some nice saturation going on here, but we're not clipping any colors. The last thing I want to show you here, if we click on this curve tab, is we have a tone curve to work with. Now if you find that these tone and detail sliders don't quite give you the precision or granularity that you're looking for, this is where you want to go. What we can do here is work on a curve in a similar fashion than we can inside the Photoshop Curves adjustment layer. Unlike in the Curves dialog box, though, there's no on-image adjustment tool, so we're going to have to manually click and drag here. What I want to do, perhaps, is add a bit more contrast to this image. What I'm going to do is click and place a point down here in the shadows, somewhere like that. But I don't want my highlights to get darker, so I'm going to put a point here on the highlight region, bring this back roughly where it was originally, and what I'd like to do with the midtones is maybe open those up a bit. So I'm going to click here and just drag up a bit, just making a slight S curve. That looks pretty good. We just have a nice range of contrast in the scene, and there we have our preview of what our composite HDR image is going to look like. We'll simply hit OK, and Photoshop will get to work creating a file that is combining the exposure of all of these individual images. And there we have it, our HDR image converted to a 16-bit per channel file and looking pretty good. Now, what about if we don't have multiple exposures, we just have a single image? We can achieve the sort of stylized HDR look very simply. Let's go back to our Chapter 6 folder. And let's scroll down here and open up the file HDR toning. What we want to do with this single image is emulate the HDR look that normally we would have to get by merging multiple images together. To do that, we go up to the Image menu, under Adjustments, and we select HDR toning. This is brand new to CS5. Now this dialog box should look very familiar. It's got the identical controls that we just saw in HDR Pro. The difference being this time we can apply them to a single image. And now we are going to take a look at some of the presets here. We've got a bunch of black and white presets here. We've got monochromatic, artistic, And you'll see that with these presets, you're really getting some highly stylized and creative results, far removed from how the original image looks. We've got photorealistic, high contrast, and so on, and we've even got surrealistic options down here. Now, of course, whichever preset we choose, we're free to modify it. We're going to go back to the presets here, and I'm going to start with more saturated. This is going to really give us something that you really come across on sites like Flickr. If you go and type in HDR, this is really the kind of style that you're seeing for these type of images. So we'll start here, and it looks fairly good. The only things I would do here is maybe come down just a bit on the saturation. Just a bit right there. We could maybe bring our shadows down a little bit heavier. You can see we've got this super duper hyper realistic effect full of colors that don't exist in nature but that will make you very popular on photo sharing sites. Again, we could adjust the exposure just a bit here. Maybe I'll come down just a touch there. And the gamma here, let's just bring this down a bit. You've got all of these options here to work with, including the tone curve down here at the bottom. So in this case, with a single channel image, these presets are great. They can really get you to a good starting point when you're trying to achieve a very stylized result. If you're happy with these results, simply hit OK. And you've now got a faux
Painting in Photoshop has never been more fun. Let's take a look at some features brand new to Photoshop CS5.
Photoshop has a brand new color picker with a heads-up display or HUD interface that lets you keep your eyes on where you're working. Choosing colors in CS5 has become a much more seamless experience. Let's get started in our Chapter 7 folder and open the file titled HUD. Now this may look like a blank empty document, but if you click on your paths panel here, you'll notice that there are 3 paths. Now if you don't see your paths panel on screen, I want you to go up to the window menu and select paths. We've got path 1, 2, and 3, and I'll click on them in turn so you can see what they contain. There's path 1, 2, and 3. Essentially what I've done here is convert type into a path, and I'll show you how to do that at the end of this lesson. What we want to do now is add color to this type. To do that, we need to convert the path to a selection. So with path 1 active here, I'm simply going to command click on the path icon. On Windows, you would control click, and that converts our path into a selection. Now what we want to do is paint on this selection. So let's choose the brush tool. B is the shortcut there. And the size of the brush isn't that crucial, but what I do want you to make sure of is that your hardness is set to 0. We want to have a nice feathered edge for the effect that we're going to achieve here. Now let's bring up the HUD interface. The shortcut is Control-Option-Command on a Mac, Shift-Alt-Right-Click on Windows. And let me go into full screen mode here, and I'll drag this over just a bit. And again, our shortcut Control-Option-Command on a Mac, Shift-Alt-Right-Click on Windows, and that brings up our HUD color picker here. I should point out here that Photoshop actually offers 2 different HUD color pickers. They have a hue strip, which is what you're seeing on screen, and there's also a hue wheel. Both of these options come in varying sizes. What we're looking at right now is the smaller sized hue strip. If you'd like to experiment with the other options, simply go up to Preferences, and in the General tab, you'll see a HUD color picker pull down that will list all your available choices. Now in this main box, we have our Saturation Lightness picker. So we can choose a color that's over here. If we want to change the hue, notice we have a hue slider to the right of this. Now to move back and forth between these 2 boxes, you press the space bar. Why the space bar? Well, notice that I can move the mouse with the space bar pressed and this color ring stays put. It doesn't drag over here towards the edge of the box. Once I am over the hue slider, if I let go of the space bar, now I can select a hue. Let's start with something right around here. Notice that my foreground color in the Tools panel has automatically been updated, and I'm simply going to paint, swiping across this selection. And notice that because I have such a wide feathered edge, we get this nice soft gradient where the feathering blends out nicely. We're going to go choose our HUD color picker again, Control Option Command on a Mac, Shift Alt right click on Windows, and let's choose a different color. We'll move over here, press the space bar to change the hue. We'll get a cyanish color right about there. And let's paint across in the opposite direction. So now we've got a nice little blend, a sort of gradient of those two colors. We're going to load our Path to selection here, simply Command clicking. That would be Control clicking on Windows. And again, we'll bring back our HUD color picker. And for this, let's choose a pretty saturated color. We'll press the space bar, and we'll start down around here. Simply paint across that. Again, our HUD color picker. Let's move this down a bit, and we'll just paint a slightly different green there. And let's load our Path 3 selection here. Command click on a Mac, Control click on Windows. And for this final one, let's bring back our color picker. We'll press the space bar so we can move and change the hue. We'll start this one in this yellow range. And again, another selection. Let's move this over here. Again, we'll press the space bar. We'll go for something right about here. We can fill that. And last but not least, let's choose a blue this time. So we'll move over here to the hue slider, choose a blue. We'll press the space bar again so we can move back to our saturation lightness, and we'll choose a lighter blue over here and simply paint across with that. So we've got our HUD color picker, which provides a fast, seamless way to choose colors. We don't have to mouse around to different areas of the screen to choose the colors, and we don't have to take our focus off where we're working. Now, I promised that I would show you how I got my text to be converted into paths, and it's very simple. Let's choose the Type tool here, and we'll deselect with Command D on a Mac, Control D on Windows, and I'm simply going to click and type. The font doesn't matter, the size doesn't matter. I'm just going to type the word my and hit the Enter key to commit to that. Now I'll go down to Layer, under Type, and I did warp the text here in these examples, so I'll show you how we do that. We simply bring up our warp text dialog box, and we'll just choose a shape here at random. We'll just bulge that, and let's maybe make it a little more obvious, a little more distorted. And we'll do something like that. We'll hit OK. And we've got our type layer. Notice the icon here has changed. We have T resting above what looks like a little mound. That indicates that we have warped text. What we're going to do next is go back up to the layer menu, choose Type, and create work path. Now we have a work path. I'll click on it so you can see that it is the outline of our type. If we turn off this type layer or even throw it away, we still have this outline intact. And of course, a work path is just a temporary selection, so we can go up here to the flyout menu, choose Save Path. We'll leave the default name for now, and now we have a fourth path. So there you have it. That's how you convert type into a vector path. CS5 introduces a whole new category of brushes and bristle tips designed to mimic real-life brushes that painters use. In this lesson, I'll also show you how to automatically add variation to individual brush strokes, and along the way, we'll take a look at the benefits of using a drawing tablet. First things first, let's go to our Chapter 7 folder and open up the file HUD. This is our plain white canvas. If you have this file still open from the previous lesson, I want you to go ahead and press Shift F5. That'll bring up the Fill dialog box, and I want you to fill the contents with white. That'll give you a plain white canvas like you see on my screen. I want you to select your brush tool, press B on the keyboard. I'm going to press F to cycle into full screen mode with menu bar here on the Mac, and let's drag this over nicely into the center. Now I want to point out that in the options bar, we've got our brush panel icon here. If we simply click it, it brings up our brush panel. By default, brush is bundled here with brush presets, which is fine, but also with clone source, which we're not going to use. So let's just get rid of it. We'll click on the tab, drag this out on its own, and delete it. And let's move this just slightly out of our way. And I'm going to click the Brush Presets tab here. And you can see if we start from the top, we've got our normal brushes, but just below these we have a whole new category of brushes distinguishable by their icons. Very detailed icons of actual brushes. Let's click on here. We've got a fan shape brush, and notice that once I click on this brush, and these are the natural media brushes, you can see that I've got a brush preview over here that will actually show us the angle rotation of the brush as well as any changes that we make to it. Now there's a few different ways to view this. Right now I've got this set to a color viewing. If you hold down the Shift key and click, it will go to the default black and white view. I'll Shift click again to go to color. And I've got a drawing tablet hooked up to my computer, so I want to show you how this preview picks up those drawing tablet changes. I'm simply holding the pen now, and as I rotate the pen, you can see that brush preview rotating in a 3D space. Now we can actually change the perspective from which we're viewing this brush. If I click in this window, I'm viewing the brush from the right. You can see the light and shadow, how they fall alongside the brush, and it's tracking my movements. A second click will take me to a top-down view of it. So it's as if I'm viewing the brush looking straight down on it. And again, it's nicely tracking my movements with the pen hovering over the drawing tablet. If I click a third time, that takes me to a left view of the brush. So a lot of options here, and you can use whichever one is more comfortable. Now let's click on the brush panel here, because there are some very exciting qualities to these natural media brushes, and they're all grouped together under the bristle qualities section of the brush panel. We can change the shape of this brush. Right now it's a round fan. We can make it a flat point. Notice here our preview updates automatically, so we have a good visual as to what our brush is going to look like. We can adjust the amount of bristles. We can have fewer bristles in the brush. We can have more bristles in the brush. And we can also adjust the length here. We can make the brush longer. We can make the brush shorter. We can adjust the thickness of individual bristles. We can also adjust the stiffness and angle. Now if you're using a drawing tablet like I am, stiffness and angle can be controlled by the pressure and angle of your pen, but if you're going to be using a mouse, these are two settings that you can come here and adjust as you paint. I'm going to set this shape back to where it was originally, to a rounded fan. And let's see what happens if we take bristles all the way down so that we're just painting with actually two bristles here on this brush. And I'm simply going to come over in this document and draw. You can see that we now have a markedly different brush, and because of the angle at which I'm holding the pen, only one of those two bristles is actually touching the canvas. Let's drag this out and add more bristles and see the difference. So again, the only thing I've changed is the amount of bristles on this brush. We can change the length here. If I make this a longer brush, then we can alter characteristics of this stroke. I'll paint here, and you can see with that longer brush and the longer bristles, I'm getting a much different stroke than I was originally. So we can change a lot of qualities here in terms of how the bristles are affected. We can also change the spacing here. If I change this, we will get a much different brush shape, and you can see that updating here in this little preview box. So if we paint with that spacing set all the way to 86%, again, a much different type of brush stroke. So you can get a sense here of the creative possibilities. You can really fiddle around with so many parameters for these brushes and get very realistic effects. So that's something you want to spend some time experimenting with, setting up parameters so that you end up with a brush that has the exact characteristics that you're looking for. What I'd like to talk to you about now is brush dynamics. And for that, I'm going to choose one of our standard normal brushes here, because this is something that's really powerful. Now, before we move any further, I want to clear out the contents of this, so I'm simply going to press Shift F5 to bring up Edit Fill, and I'm going to fill the contents with white. Now, inside the brush panel, you can see that there are much fewer options here than with the natural media brushes, but let's click on Shape Dynamics. This is really exciting because what you can do is use these jitter functions to add randomness to your brush strokes. We've got a size jitter here. I'm going to drag this pretty far over to the right, and what this is going to do is randomize the size along our brush stroke. We've got an angle jitter. we could adjust that as well. And we could also adjust roundness. To really see this take effect, we're going to go back to brush tip shape and change spacing here so that we can actually see individual shapes with each brush stroke. And look at this randomness here. The size, the angle, and the roundness are all different. And if we simply paint here, just by dragging in one stroke, I'm getting a nice variation here. But that's just the beginning. Let's go down here to scattering, and we can choose to scatter these strokes. If I drag this down here to the left, they all sort of fall along the traditional curve that brush strokes do. But if I drag them all the way over here to the right, you can see that these dots now are very scattered, so that's going to give us a very random approach. We can adjust the count here in terms of how many we have. So if I increase the count number here, you can see in our preview box that a lot of elements will be added to each individual brush stroke. And of course, if we adjust the count jitter here, it will randomize that. So again, I'll just come in here and paint with this. And again, just a simple stroke, and look at how it's scattering all of those. So you can see just how easy it is to get some creative, interesting effects regardless of your drawing ability. The other thing I want to show you here that's really fun is color dynamics. Now we've got here a foreground background jitter, which is simply going to randomize the color from our foreground color stretching all the way through to our background color and picking up colors in between. So we're going to place the jitter fairly high here. We can also adjust the hue. I've got hue up pretty high, which looks good. I'll boost it a little more, and saturation up here is set pretty high. So now when we paint, watch what's going to happen. I'm going to hit Shift F5 to clear this out so we have a nice blank canvas to work with. And I'm simply going to paint as I did before, and now look at that. In addition to the randomness that we had before, we've now added color. So this is picking up all the colors in the spectrum from blue to white and randomizing it. Now this is a fun way to play with brushes, but if you're using a drawing tablet, there's even more control you can have over this, and I'll show you how to do that. Let's go back to Shape Dynamics. I'm going to hit Shift F5 to clear our canvas. And under Size Jitter, we have a control menu. Now when we turn this off, the jitter just happens randomly. But if we have a drawing tablet attached, we can choose pen pressure. And this will adjust the size based on how much pressure we apply with the pen. So with all of our settings the same way we had them before, watch what happens if I set pen pressure to control the size jitter. I'll start down here in the bottom, and I'm going to start with very light pressure from my pen. And notice the size, they're very small. As I increase pressure and drag, they get bigger. So again, it's very easy to start and get some very creative shapes here. Again, very light pressure gives us small elements, and as I hold down the pen harder, I get larger elements. So a great way to get some nice design elements here simply by varying the pressure you're applying to the pen. I'm going to clear this out by pressing Shift F5 and hit OK to fill it with white. Now a couple of other options when you're using a drawing tablet that I want to talk about here. Up in the options bar, we have an opacity control. You can manually set this if you're using a mouse by simply going and typing in an opacity amount here. But if you're using a drawing tablet, you can simply click on this icon, which will target the opacity to the strength of which you're painting with the brush. So a very light pressure with the brush will yield a low opacity. I'm going to go back to our brush presets here and just set a normal, regular, plain old brush so it'll be very obvious what I'm talking about here. I'm going to click on this brush here, and I've got a decent sized brush. I'm going to increase it a bit by pressing the right bracket key, make that bigger. Now if I start painting with a very light pressure, I'm getting a very low opacity here, but as I press the mouse down harder and harder, I'm getting a much stronger opacity. So if I started a stroke very heavily, I can get that, and I can ease up on the pressure and get a very light opacity here. I'm going to actually click now to a brush that has a more feathered edge so we can see what that would look like. So here we've got a light opacity, barely filling in, and we get heavier and heavier. Now we've got another useful option up here, and this is our size control for a drawing tablet. When we toggle this on, no matter what brush size we have selected here, we can choose to begin with a smaller diameter brush simply by painting with less pressure. So I'm going to start here with less pressure, and you can see that I'm getting a very, very small brush size, but as I press down harder and harder, this line is getting larger and larger until ultimately it fills up to the maximum dimension of the brush size that I had manually selected. So you can start with a little wisp of something down here and make that larger and larger. So when using a drawing tablet, you can really take full advantage of Photoshop's brush tools, even just using the plain old standard brushes. They give you a phenomenal amount of control when you're drawing, and then when you apply that to these new natural media brushes, really you're only limited by CS5's new mixer brush feature opens up a whole new range of painting options. In this lesson, I'll show you how to give a photographic image the painterly touch. Let's get started in our Chapter 7 folder by opening the file titled Mixer Brush. I'm going to press F to cycle into full screen mode, and I'm going to drag this image over here out of the way. Maybe increase the size, and again let's drag it back over here. Now the first thing we need to do is select the mixer brush. It's located directly under the brush tools in the tools panel. So we simply click here, and right down at the bottom we have mixer brush. The shortcut again is B. Now a couple of things we need to talk about before we get into the mixer brush. There are a lot of new options here in the options bar. This very first color swatch here is what's called our reservoir color. This is the color into which we'll be dipping our brush. Next to the reservoir, we have two icons that we can toggle off and on. This first one is our load brush icon, and when we toggle it on, Photoshop will dip our brush into the reservoir between each and every stroke. To the right of that, we have our clean brush option, and this will clean the brush in between every stroke. So with both of these options turned on, each brush stroke will begin with identical amounts of reservoir color. We have a pull-down menu here that gives us a ton of handy presets, everything going from dry options, moist to wet, and even very wet. And we're going to take a look at what these individual settings do, because this is the key to how the mixer brush works. The mixer brush, for the first time in Photoshop, allows us to simulate what happens when painters paint onto a wet canvas. You dip a brush into a color and you paint on a canvas, and if the canvas is wet, the brush color and the canvas color will mix together nicely, and that's what we're simulating here with the mixer brush. Now our wet value determines the wetness of the canvas. If we set a high amount in the wet value, that means we have a very wet canvas. The paint on that canvas is wet. So when we paint on a wet canvas, we can obviously mix and blend and smudge colors together to a higher degree. If we set wetness all the way down to 0%, we're painting on a dry canvas. The load option here determines how much of the reservoir color we pick up with the brush. When we set a high load percentage, we're picking up a lot of color each time the brush is dipped into the reservoir. A low value would do the opposite and leave us with very little reservoir color on our brush tip. Now, if these two controls weren't enough for you, we have a mix option. And what the mix option does is let you fine-tune amounts between the reservoir color and the canvas color. When a mix is down at a very low value, the reservoir color takes precedence. So if we have a mix of 1 or 2 or 3%, the reservoir color is going to dominate the color that's existing already on the canvas. If your mix is set to a very high value, that canvas color is going to dominate over the reservoir color. Now you can use the mixer brush with any brush shape. I'm going to choose here this round fan brush shape, and I'll point out in the last lesson we made a lot of changes to brush dynamics. So I want you to go here to the flyout menu and choose clear brush controls. That's going to set all of the brush dynamics back to their defaults so we can be starting with the same values. Now with this round fan brush, the only thing I'm going to really change here is the length. The default is 25%, And I really want you to get a good look at the effect we're going to paint, so I'm going to boost that up just a bit to about 39%. Now let's collapse this brush panel here so we can free up more room, and we'll move it out of the way. We've got our brush selected. I'm going to increase the size a bit. That's a little small for what we're about to do. So what I'm going to do is go up here and set a brush size of somewhere around 40, 45. Should be pretty good. Now here's what we're going to do in this example. We are going to paint over this flamingo with our mixer brush set in such a way that we can have a nice blending of color, so it looks like we actually are painting on a wet canvas. Now before we do any painting, it's always a good idea to have a layer above your background layer. We want to keep this background layer pristine and untouched, so let's create a brand new transparent layer above our background. The shortcut for that is Shift-Command-N on a Mac, Control-Shift-N on Windows. That brings up our new layer dialog box. We can leave the default name for this example and hit OK. Now what we need to do is decide on a reservoir color. We don't want to paint with green on this orange flamingo. We want to go for something that's a little more believable than that. What we want to do actually is sample a color from this flamingo and use that as our reservoir color. And I'll show you how to do that. To sample a color from the flamingo, remember the flamingo's on our background layer. We have to select our background layer. And a quick way to make a selection of a color that's on an image is to simply position the mouse over the color that you wish to sample, and we're going to hold down the Option key on a Mac, Alt key on Windows, and that is going to load our reservoir color automatically. Now I'll point out here there's a pull down menu associated with this reservoir color. I want you to verify that you have a check mark next to Load Solid Colors Only. That's very important. If this is unchecked, when we did the Option Alt click on the flamingo, you would have, instead of a solid color patch here, you would actually have a pattern of their fur. So we want to be painting with a solid color, so just make sure that that's selected. And the very final step we need to do, actually two more steps, is we need to reselect our layer 1 because we don't want to paint on the background layer. And because we are painting on a transparent layer, we need to turn this Sample All Layers option on so that our colors will mix from the reservoir with the brush all the way through down to the background layer. Now we are finally ready to start painting. I'm going to use a drawing tablet. You can just as easily accomplish this with the mouse. And what I'm simply going to do is come over here along the edge of the flamingo and simply start brushing. I'm painting with an orange sampled from the flamingo, and we're simply mixing these colors together, and I'm just loosely following the shape of these feathers here, following the plumage. We'll come down here, and this is going to be very quick, but I just want to give you an idea of how you can use this mixer brush tool to create an artistic effect here. There we go. I'm not going to be too fine with this, but just as a rough example. Now one thing I will do here before I paint on the neck is I'll increase the wetness here. So instead of our default of 50, let's go up, high to something about 68, 69%, and let's see what that will do as we paint here. Here again, I'm just following the curve around. So you can see now with a wetter canvas, we're getting much more of a blurring, smudging of colors here. Just touch up this part and come right over here. And one more brush stroke right around there. And let's zoom in at 100% so we can take a closer look. Command 1 on the Mac, Control 1 on Windows. And you can see that where we've painted with our brush strokes, we have a very nice blend between the canvas color and the reservoir color. And because we've used a natural media brush, we have very naturalistic, believable brush strokes here. This combination of natural media brushes with their many bristle tip options and the mixer brush opens up a whole new world of creative possibilities for your images. And let's do a quick before and after. Let's turn this layer off and on. There's our original image with the mixer brush. So this is the tool that you can have a lot of fun with, and if you were going to other software programs to apply sort of painterly effects to images, now you can do those right inside Photoshop.
Adobe Camera Raw offers the most flexible and precise options for editing RAW files. Let's take a look at some of its more advanced features.
CS5 offers significant enhancements to Camera Raw's file processing engine. To take advantage of these changes, however, you must update any previously edited RAW files to the new process version. In this lesson, I'll show you how to do that. Let's get started by going to our Chapter 8 folder, and what I'd like for you to do here is open all of these files. I'm simply going to click on the first file, shift click on the last one, and hit open. And because these are all RAW files, they are all opening up inside Camera Raw. Now in this new version of Camera Raw, version 6, we have a brand new process version. And I'll show you what that's about. We're going to scroll down here to this fourth image called Process and select that so we can see it in our preview window. And notice here in the bottom right we have a warning icon. This is telling us that the image is currently being processed in the old process version. In fact, if we go click on our calibration tab here, we can see under the process pull down menu that we're set to 2003 instead of the new 2010. And let me just show you some of the benefits of the new processing version here. First, I'm going to zoom in on this image by hitting Control plus on Windows, and it's Command plus on Mac, and I'll just keep hitting that keyboard shortcut till we get to 100%. I'm going to press the space bar to invoke the hand tool and drag this over. We have a very noisy image here. This was shot at an ISO of 1250. And again, you can see all of this color noise that's in here, and we can see that the skin here is getting very blotchy. Now watch what happens if we simply change the process version from 2003 to 2010. Look at how much of that color noise is automatically removed, and the texture here in the skin is much more pleasing. I'm going to undo this with Control Z so you can see. I'll point out that an even faster way to update the process version is to simply click directly on that warning icon. There's our old 2003 process version, and here's our new one. Now the new process version is going to make very noticeable differences in regard to sharpening and noise reduction. So simply by updating to the new process version, you're going to get a cleaner, more natural, realistic looking image. I should point out that in an upcoming lesson we're going to be talking specifically about noise reduction. There are some new controls here, but to access those new controls, you must have the file updated to the new process version. I should point out that images that you open up for the first time in version 6 of Camera Raw will automatically get this 2010 process. The manual change you're going to have to make only to images that you have previously edited in earlier versions of Camera Raw. So if you've got a large library of files before you update it to CS5, you're going to want to take some time and go through and update those files to this 2010 process. What I'd like for you to do is to leave these images open inside Camera Raw. Throughout the rest of this chapter, we're going to be going through each of these images one by one, highlighting different aspects of Camera Raw. So I want you to leave the images open here, and we'll get to them one by one in the rest of Camera Raw's tone curve allows us to make finely tuned adjustments to brightness and contrast. But before we get started, I should point out that the tone curve is meant to be used after going through the adjustments in the Basic tab. This tool is meant for subtle, finely tuned adjustments, not as a replacement for the global editing controls in the Basic tab. With the tone curve, we're going to isolate our edits to pixels based on their brightness level. Now I've got Camera Raw open here with the images that we selected in the previous lesson. And I'd like for you to scroll down to the very bottom and you'll see a file called Tone Curve. If you do not have your images open, you can find Tone Curve in the Chapter 8 folder. Now this image you can see in the Basic panel has some adjustments made to it already. I'll turn these adjustments off so you can see where we started. I'll set it to camera raw defaults. That's where the image began. And I'll go back here and choose image settings. So you can see that we've gone from a flat, dull, low contrast image to a version that's much more pleasing. But let's go into the Curves tab here. That's the second icon just to the right of the Basic tab. And we've actually got two curves here. We're going to start with the parametric curve first. The interesting thing about the parametric curve is it offers us a number of ways to work. You can see that we have four sliders here: highlights, lights, darks, and shadows. And we can adjust those regions of the image simply by dragging the sliders. If I wanted to make my highlights brighter, I can click on the highlight slider and drag it to the right. And you can see those clouds getting much brighter. I can drag it to the left and darken the highlights. I'm going to set that back to 0 for now. I can do the same thing for my lights. Those are areas that are bright but not quite as bright as highlights. And again, simply move the slider to the left to darken, to the right to brighten. And notice that when I drag these sliders here, I'll move darks here for a second. Watch what happens to the curve. The curve is being adjusted here, but these sliders are saving me from having to go click and place individual points on the curve, and many people find that this is a much more intuitive way to work. However, we do have a great deal of flexibility here. I'm going to go and drag the highlights over here to the left, and you can see that my highlight regions are getting darker and the curve slopes down nicely. What I can do though is fine-tune this adjustment with these region sliders. By default, Camera Raw is defining highlights as everything from, let's say, 75% to 100% brightness. But we can change that by moving this region divider slider. If I drag this to the right, watch what happens to the slope of the curve. It's becoming more narrow. In essence, what I'm doing is telling Camera Raw to define highlights instead as pixels residing at a brightness level of 87% up to 100%. So I'm restricting the definition of highlights. Now if I drag this slider over to the left, I can expand Camera Raw's definition of highlights, making that negative highlight adjustment carry further through the image. Let's set this back here to the default of 75. I can do the same if I move shadows here. I can drag to the left to darken them. And if I want to restrict the effect of the shadows, I can simply go here to this region divider and drag it to the left. So just by using the slider interface here, I do have a fair amount of control. I can set my values here by moving to the left or to the right with these sliders, and I can restrict or expand the definition of the tonal range that is going to be affected. But there's yet another way to work with the parametric tone curve. I'm going to set this region divider slider back to its defaults, and I'm going to reset my shadows to 0. I'm going to tab key, move down to highlight, set that to 0. Up in the top here in our little toolbar, we have what's called a targeted adjustment tool. And if I click and hold on this, you can see that the very first choice here is parametric curve. It has a check next to it. That means that we can affect this parametric curve simply by clicking and dragging on the image. A very, very intuitive way to work. Let me show you how that works. If I simply click in this sky area and drag down, watch my curve. You can see that slope of the curve bending down. You can see that my light slider is moving. That means that the area on which I click, the blue sky here, is defined by Camera Raw as a light. I can drag up and I can brighten those. So you can see obvious changes to the image, you can see changes to the curve, and the sliders move in real time as well. I could go down in here in a darker region. And again, notice how my shadow slider is moving, how the curve is bowing down in the shadows. So I could darken up my shadows ever so slightly. And I could take some values that are lighter than shadows here. Let's see, these will be darks. I could open up my darks at the same time. And of course, I'm still free to adjust these region divider sliders. So if I wanted to expand the definition of my shadows, I can drag to the right. And that will let my negative 16 value for shadows spread to pixels that are brighter than shadows. If I drag to the left, I can restrict that. So you've got a lot of flexibility here with being able to finely tune your adjustments either by using the targeted adjustment tool or using these highlight lights dark shadow sliders in combination with the region dividers. Now if that weren't enough control for you, we have an additional tone curve here called the point curve. I'm going to click on this point tab. And before I show you the point curve, I want to point out that the parametric curve and point curve work independently of each other, meaning that if you make adjustments to the parametric curve and then make adjustments to the point curve, both of those adjustments are applied to the image. They do not cancel each other out. They will always be used in combination. So if you only want to make adjustments to the point curve, it's very important that you make sure that your parametric curve is set back to its default. So let me set this here to 0, tab down, 0 again, tab down again, 0. So my parametric curve now is at its default. Clicking here on the point curve, we have a pull-down menu with some presets. We have a linear curve, medium contrast, strong contrast, and whenever we make changes to any of these presets, the curve pull-down will default to custom. Raw files by definition are going to come in very flat and low contrasty. How flat? Well, if we choose the linear curve, which doesn't apply any adjustment, you can see that the image appears washed out. The default in Camera Raw is medium contrast, and that's going to be a great place to start for the vast majority of your images. You can see that the medium contrast curve has a slight S shape to it. The highlights here are opened up just a bit, the mid-tones are kept where they are, and down here where we get into the shadow and dark regions, those are darkened a bit. If we select strong contrast, then we have a more prominent S shape, and you can see that the image becomes much more contrasty. Let's go back here to medium. Now if you're not 100% happy with these presets, they are very easy to adjust. You can go directly on the curve, click, and drag a point up or down. In this case, I'm opening up my highlights. You could move down here and add a point there. You can click an existing point on the curve and drag it up or down. This would be darkening my shadows here. Let's go back to medium contrast. Additionally, you can place points on the curve simply by clicking over the image. If I hover the mouse over the image, and I still have my targeted adjustment tool selected, but it really doesn't matter which tool we have. In fact, I'll change it here to the hand tool. If I hold down the Control key on Windows, the Command key on a Mac, and click anywhere outside this image area, notice that my cursor turns into an eyedropper. And as I move this over the image, I'm not clicking, I'm simply hovering now. You see a hollow circle over the curve interface that tracks my cursor movements. You can also see the RGB numbers directly beneath the histogram update. These RGB numbers represent the pixels directly beneath my cursor, and the hollow circle shows precisely where those pixels underneath the cursor fall on the curve. So if I hover my mouse down in this region, I can click, again I'm holding down the Control key on Windows, that's the Command key on Mac. If I click, I have a point placed there, and I can adjust this point in one of two ways. With the point selected, I can simply use my up, down, left, and right arrow keys on the keyboard to nudge that point, or I can mouse over, click directly on the point, and drag it in any direction. I could place another point over here. Notice that even though I have the hand tool selected, if I hold down the Control key on Windows or the Command key on a Mac, I automatically get switched to my eyedropper. And I'll go here to, let's see, another point down in here. You can click, and now I can move this point up or down. Keep in mind I could have used the arrow keys on the keyboard, but I'm clicking here in the curves interface just so you can see visually what I'm doing. So a number of ways to work here with both the parametric and the point curve. Just remember a couple of things. Those two curves work in combination with each other. And it's really your choice as to which one you prefer to work with. Whichever one is easier, whichever one is more intuitive is fine. I would highly recommend, though, starting your point curve at the medium contrast preset And again, in many cases, that's going to give you a great starting point. In some images, you may just leave it there. If you want to make very subtle adjustments, you can go to this parametric curve here. And if you wanted to, let's say, just bring down your highlights a tad, you're not altering that medium contrast curve. It's still set to the default. You're simply placing an adjustment on top of that curve. So you've got a ton of options here and a lot of flexibility to finely tune your edit. New to CS5 is the option to add grain to your RAW file for a more natural film-like appearance. And for images captured at a high ISO that contain excessive noise, we'll take a look at some brand new tools available to minimize these artifacts. I've got my Camera Raw dialog open here, and I want you to select the image at the top titled Grain. Now, if you don't have your images open from the previous lesson, you can find Grain in the Chapter 8 folder. So simply open that up in Camera Raw. Now we're going to demonstrate the new Grain feature here, and probably the easiest way to see that is to look in this sky area of the image. So I'm going to zoom in by pressing Control plus repeatedly on Windows. That would be Command plus if you're on a Mac. And let's scroll up here to the sky area. And this is really typical of what you see with digital camera files. In smooth areas of sky, it's just a silky smooth rendering. But if you want to mimic the effect of shooting on film, we can go over here to this Effects tab, and at the very top we have Grain. Now we've got 3 sliders, and notice that when amount is set to 0, size and roughness are grayed out. Amount is our volume control. So before we can do anything to these settings, we need to set an amount at a value other than 0. So you can see if I set a value of 25 here, size and roughness are activated. Now let's go through these in turn. With size, we can adjust the size of the grain. If I drag here to the left, I have a very, very fine grain. Looks almost like reticulated film. If I drag all the way over to the right, then the size of the grain increases. And of course, the further I go, the larger the grain gets. Now let's bring this back down here to a smaller size and get a much finer grained result. Now roughness is very interesting because roughness really refers to the texture of the grain here. And as I drag the slider to the right, I get a more random texture. So look at what happens here. You can see that there's a much more random approach here versus coming to the left. Bring this all the way down. We have a much finer, tighter, and more repetitive structure to the grain. So you can really play with these. Let's see, we'll set roughness right about here. The size will come down a bit on, and the amount is pretty heavy. But let me show you what it looks like if you go really, really too far. You can start to get some non-realistic effects there, but let's bring this down to a more believable range. Right about there actually looks really good. So what we've got is, instead of this silky smooth sky, we've got something that looks very, very similar to what would happen with a well-crafted scan of film. I'll turn the preview off and on. You can simply check this preview box or press the letter P. So there's our silky smooth digital camera file sky, and here is our simulation of film grain in the sky. Big difference, and you can get some very believable results with a minimum amount of effort. Now that's adding something to the image. Suppose we need to take some artifacts out of the image. If you've got a very noisy image, something that was shot either in low light at a high ISO or on a small camera sensor, when you zoom in to areas of the image, you will see lots of noise. And let's show you what that would look like. We're going to use this third image called NR for noise reduction. So I'm going to click here to highlight it, and we are going to go to the Detail tab, and just below Sharpening we have our noise reduction controls. Now before you use sharpening or noise reduction, it's very, very, very important that you be viewing the image at 100%. So again, with Control plus on Windows, Command plus on a Mac, I'm simply going to keep pressing that shortcut until I am at a 100% view. And let's get a good look here at the face and in the hair. Now noise reduction has 2 basic controls. It can control luminance noise and color noise. Even though luminance is listed first, we're going to start with color noise because that's by far the most common defect that you're going to have to correct for. Right now we've got a value of 25, which is eliminating color noise, but let me show you what it looks like if this is off. Set that to 0, and look at this. You can see these red and green speckling all through the image here in the face. You can definitely see it down here into the hair. So when you have issues with this kind of noise where it's specks of identifiable color, you simply take your color slider and drag this to the right. Now, it's very rare that you'll need to go all the way to the right, so what you want to do is be very careful and conservative and just drag the slider until the bulk of the noise is eliminated. So if we go right about here, that looks pretty good. Now we've got this color detail slider, and what this does is really modify the color noise reduction. As we drag this slider to the right, we're preserving detail in the image. We're protecting detail from being softened up or obliterated at the expense of not removing as much color noise as we could. I'll show you what that looks like. If we take color detail and slide it all the way to the left, we're allowing that color noise reduction to work full strength. But as with all noise reduction tools, it's not magic. It works by softening up some of the image. So if we start to lose too much detail in here, we take the color detail slider and drag it to the right. And the further to the right we drag it, look how we're gaining back some detail here into the skin. Okay. Now this is not a night and day approach. It can be fairly subtle, so you want to be zoomed in at 100% and just pay close attention, because if you go overboard until it's a completely night and day difference, then I can guarantee that you will have obliterated some image detail. And we also want nice subtle results. We don't want our image to look overworked. You can see here, if I move this slider all the way over to 68, or let's go even further, that now you're seeing color noise in here because we're protecting detail so much that we're not effectively eliminating this color noise. So let's bring this back down to a more manageable level. Right about there. And this does a really good job of eliminating color noise. Those red and green specks are gone. Now let's talk about luminance noise. Unlike color noise, luminance noise doesn't show up as randomly colored pixels, but rather as splotchiness or just overall artifacts that make the image look grainy. It's in many ways a completely separate phenomenon from color noise, and that's why we have a completely separate set of tools to deal with it. It's a much stronger feature, meaning that you need to be much more conservative with it. Again, notice that below luminance we have detail and contrast, and those are grayed out when luminance is set to 0. So to activate any of these sliders, we must first turn luminance on. Luminance, just like with grain, is our volume control. So if we set luminance noise here, and this is a relatively aggressive move here at 20, look what's happening to the image. Look at how much it's actually being softened. Here's 20. I'll show you here's what 0 looks like. So you can see that we've really softened up that image a lot. So you have to be very careful with luminance noise, and you really want the use of this to be a last resort. If you can get rid of your noise issues with the color slider, by all means start there. But let's bring luminance noise up a bit. Now again, we're softening the image a lot, but we have a luminance detail slider. And with this slider, the further we drag it to the right, the more detail we're preserving. So if I drag this all the way to the right, it stops the skin from being softened up as much as it would be if I had this all the way down at 0. I think for here, luminance, let's bump this up a bit. And I'll show you how luminance detail works. I'm going to bring this up to right about 19 or 20. Let's see, 20 looks pretty good. So we've gotten rid of some of the artifacts in here. By moving the detail slider to the right, we haven't completely softened up the face beyond recognition. Now we have a third slider, luminance contrast, which is great because this preserves the contrast in those areas of detail. The further we drag it to the right, the more the contrast is being protected. So we don't have to settle for this almost soft focus approach here. If I drag the luminance contrast slider over, let's go pretty aggressive on this. We'll move this all the way over to almost 50. Let's say 49 right there. And that combination of a luminance value of 27 with luminance detail at 20, so it's protecting some detail from being softened, and with luminance contrast pushed fairly high, this is bringing back some of the contours and contrast in the face here for a much more believable result. And again, I'll toggle the preview off and on so you can see where the image started. Here's the image with our luminance noise reduction turned off. You can see that splotchiness and graininess in the face. And with our luminance noise reduction on, you can see we have a much smoother, more natural looking result. So again, in CS5, the additional controls to luminance and color make a huge difference and give us a much more believable and natural image. The dirty little secret of digital capture is that every camera or scanner will soften the original image to some degree. Fortunately, Camera Raw gives us a flexible toolset for recovering this lost sharpness. In this lesson, we'll also learn how to apply identical edits to multiple images. So let's get started here. I've got my Camera Raw dialog open. If you do not have your images open from the previous lesson, you can find them in the Chapter 8 folder, and I'd like us to scroll down and begin with the image titled Sharpening. Again, you can open this inside the Chapter 8 folder. Now we're going to apply some sharpening to this image, and we find our sharpening controls in the Detail tab. Now it's very important, much like with noise reduction, that you be at a 100% view in order to accurately view your editing effects when it comes to sharpening. So let's zoom in here. I'm going to hit Control plus repeatedly on Windows. That would be Command plus if you're on a Mac. And here for this image, let's just bring her face into view. Obviously for a portrait, you really want to be concentrating on the face and skin. It goes without saying, but I'll mention it. When you want to apply sharpening and judge its effects, you want to be viewing a part of the image that is already in sharp focus. Sharpening tools are essentially allowing us to apply localized contrast adjustments. We can't optically sharpen an image, so we're not using these tools to bring something out of focus into focus. We need to be starting with an area of the image that was already in focus at the time of image capture. We've got 4 sharpening sliders at our disposal here: amount, radius, detail, and masking. Now I'll go in depth into what each of these sliders do, but the easiest way to get a handle on what these sliders accomplish is to hold down the Alt key on Windows, the Option key on a Mac, as you click and drag the sliders. I'll do that here with the amount slider. I'm holding down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac, and if I click on the slider, you can see that the image turns into a grayscale preview. Now what this does is temporarily eliminate the color in order to better evaluate the sharpening effects here. This is optional, but if you're finding the color is distracting and getting in the way of you evaluating the image properly, simply hold down this Option key on Windows, Alt key on Mac. And the amount slider is our volume control. When the amount is set to 0, no matter what the other sliders are set to, sharpening is turned off. So let's activate sharpening here. I'm dragging to the right, and as you can see in this grayscale preview, or if I let go of the Alt key or Option key, you can see that we are sharpening the image. We're at a fairly high value here. Let's go even further so you can see what really happens if we go much too far. So you can see that we're actually adjusting localized contrast along edges here. So let's bring this back down to a more reasonable starting point. And let's talk about radius. Now what radius does is determine how far beyond a found edge the sharpening effect will apply. Now that's a bit abstract, but if we hold down the Option Alt key, it'll make much more sense. Holding down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac, if I bring radius down here to its minimum value, notice that the entire image goes gray. Now areas of the image in which you can actually see outlines and shapes are areas that are being sharpened. So if it's just a solid gray, that area will not be sharpened. Now pay attention around the eyes, eyelashes, and eyelids, and watch what happens to them as I drag radius to the right. Notice how more of the image is becoming visible, and you can see that around the edges here the effect is really spreading out so that the creases above the eyelids are much more prominent with a high radius than with a low radius. So radius is really going to control how far from the edge sharpening is going to apply. And again, what's an edge? An edge is simply an area where you have light pixels
meeting dark pixels. So this area right above the eyelid would be considered an edge, whereas this area in the cheek is a more smooth area. There's not a big distinction between pixels in terms of lightness or darkness, so this would be considered a smooth area, while the darker pixels of the eyelashes when up against the lighter pixels of the skin would be considered an edge. We have a detail slider, and the detail slider is great because what that does is allow Camera Raw to prevent smooth areas from being sharpened. Let's drag this slider all the way to the left, and again I'm going to hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac, and again the entire image goes gray. Areas that are gray are not being sharpened. When the detail slider is all the way to the left at 0, it is applying maximum protection to smooth areas. Watch what happens along the cheeks as I drag the detail slider to the right. Now you're able to see texture inside the cheeks. Areas that were once smooth are now being unprotected, so sharpening is going to be applied there. So for a given combination of amount and radius, dragging detail all the way to the right will apply that to smooth areas of the skin, whereas dragging detail all the way to the left will protect those areas as much as possible. I'll show it here in our color view. This is with detail at 0. And this is with detail all the way at its maximum value. Now our last control here is really interesting because it allows us to have a mask which will hide or reveal the amount, radius, and detail settings. Again, I'll hold down the Alt key on Windows, Option key on a Mac, and at its default setting of 0, the entire image goes white. And a white mask means that amount, radius, and detail are being applied globally throughout the entire image. As I drag to the right, though, you see areas of black start to appear. Areas of solid black are blocking the effect of amount, radius, and detail, so no sharpening is applied to those areas. Areas where you see a gray partway between white and black are allowing amount, radius, and detail to show through partially. The darker the gray, the more the effect is being blocked. The lighter the gray, the more the effect is being allowed to show through. So if I drag masking all the way to the right, I can block out that sharpening effect over a vast majority of the image. I'll take this back here to 0, and let's take a look at some actual settings that would give us good sharpening results here. For amount, let's see, 27, 28 is actually not bad. I'll come down just a couple of points here to about 25. Now our radius is much too high because we're starting to see some artifacts in here, and we're getting some areas of skin that are being sharpened that we really would like to stay smooth. So radius, I'm going to bring that down just a couple of points, right about there. It's not looking too bad. And detail, let's see, if we turn detail all the way off, we have a pretty good result, but we would like to apply some more sharpening to areas in here just to get them a little crisper. So perhaps we'll pull detail up perhaps around 8. Looks pretty good. But we don't want the sharpening to apply too strongly to these smooth areas of skin, so we'll go to masking and bring that mask up here probably about there. Looks pretty good. So you can see that we've got nice sharpness here in the eyes and in the hair, but we're not introducing artifacts in these smooth areas of skin. I'm going to toggle the preview off and on simply by pressing the letter P. So here's where the image was with no sharpening at all, and you can see it appears a bit softer, and here's with our sharpening settings. Now with sharpening, I should point out, in addition to being at a 100% view, you should be looking for a very subtle sharpening effect at this stage. You're not looking for a huge night and day difference. That would mean the image is likely over-sharpened. So again, here's our preview with sharpening off and with sharpening on. So if you pay close attention to the area around the eyes, for example, you'll see a difference, but it's rather subtle. But it will make a huge difference in your image when all is said and done and it's time to either output this to the web or print it. Now let's take a look at how we can synchronize edits among multiple images. Let's suppose we've spent a lot of time sharpening an image and we want to apply that change to a bunch of images of the same subject. That's very easy to do. Over here to the left, I want you to scroll down, and we've got 3 files here, Sync 01, 02, 03. Again, if those are not open right now, you can find them in the Chapter 8 folder.
and I'm going to simply click to activate the Sync 01 image. And I'm going to make some fairly obvious changes here so you can see how we can sync them across multiple images. First thing I'm going to do is select the crop tool, and I'm going to crop this image. And let's go to our basic panel here. And what I want to do is warm the image up a bit, so I'll take the temperature slider and drag it over there a bit. I'm going to boost exposure just a touch. And let's bump up our blacks just a little bit. So you can see here that from Sync 01 to these other two files, we have obvious differences. The crop, the color temperature, the brightness has changed. I'll even boost up vibrance a little bit here. Now what happens if we want to apply these identical edits to these following two images? Well, all we have to do is shift click to select all three. Now we have three selected images, but Sync 01 is the active image, and we know it's the active image because we have this blue outline around it. And knowing which image is active is important because we have a synchronize button here, and if I press it, it's going to give me choices of the various parameters that I want to synchronize from our active image to our other selected images. And because Sync 01 is active, that means that any settings we check here will be pulled from Sync 01 and transferred to the Sync 02 and 03 files. Now here I've got everything selected, but we have a pull down menu where we could choose just to select the white balance, just exposure, or just items in the basic panel. And I'll choose that one because those were the changes that I made. They were all in the basic panel except for the cropping. So I can simply add cropping by clicking right in this box. Now if I press OK, watch what happens. The crop and all the basic panel changes are automatically applied to the following two images. So it's a very fast and quick and efficient way to synchronize changes from one image to multiple. At some point, you're going to need to get your RAW files out of Camera Raw and into Photoshop. Here's how to do it while retaining the greatest flexibility and the highest image quality. I've got here in my Camera Raw dialog box the image Newfoundland selected. Now if your Camera Raw dialog box is not open with all of these images from the previous lessons, you can find Newfoundland in the Chapter 8 folder and simply open that. Now with this RAW file, what I would like to do is move it into Photoshop so I could add some text to this and make it part of a layout. Down here at the bottom of the image, we see a listing of the color space, the bit depth, and the size of the image. If we simply click, that brings up our workflow options dialog. Now this controls exactly how the image will show up inside Photoshop. Right now it's a RAW file, but we have options to choose the color space that it will open up with in Photoshop. We could set it to Pro Photo if we want to make sure that we are capturing the maximum number of possible colors in this image. For a bit depth, if we're going to do any editing to the image in Photoshop other than just adding layers to it with type, things like that, we'd probably want to have a 16-bit image set. Here we're just adding type, so let's leave this to 8-bit. That'll give us a much smaller file size. We can choose the size here. Now the size will automatically default to the camera sensor's native resolution. You can see options here with a minus sign and with the plus sign. The plus options are upsampling your image, so you could have a larger image, and the minus sizes will be downsampling your image. I think for here we'll simply leave it at its default, but this is nice and handy to have here if you know that you're going to be working with a small image in the beginning. You can save yourself some time by opening a smaller sized image in Photoshop, but we'll leave this here at the default setting. We can choose the resolution that we want the image to have. I'll leave it here at the default at 240 is going to work well for us, but you could change this to any value that you like. And we even have sharpening options here. We can set sharpening for screen, and we have choices for low, standard, and high sharpening. So if this image is destined for screen output, let's say it's going on the web or as part of some multimedia presentation, we would select screen here as our choice and choose a standard sharpening. If we're ultimately going to be printing this, If we're printing on glossy paper, we can select glossy paper and again choose from low, standard, and high amounts. With this, I think we can set the sharpening to screen here. We're not going to be printing this image out. But here's the option that I really want to spend some time talking about. Open in Photoshop as Smart Objects. Now when you have a smart object, the great thing about it is you have the flexibility to go back at any point and reopen the original file. So we're going to check this option, and once I do that, you're going to notice that down here the Open Image button is going to change. I'm going to press OK. Now instead of Open Image, we have Open Object. Now if we press this, the image will be opened up as a smart object inside Photoshop, and that's going to give us some great advantages in terms of flexibility. So let's simply press Open Object. And now we're inside Photoshop, and notice we have our smart object icon here in the Layers panel. Now let's add some type to this. I'm going to choose the Type tool by pressing T on the keyboard. And I've got a typeface here selected at a fairly large point size. Now this is just for demonstration, so you can use any font you want at any size. I'm going to simply type in here, let's see, and that's our first layer. I'll hit the Enter key to commit to that. And let's see, I'll type something down here. Okay, so we've got two type layers. We can move them individually by selecting the Move tool. We can drag them around. Let's bring this down over here. And of course we could alter the typeface and size at will. But suppose we realize that after bringing in this raw file, we've forgotten to address a couple of important issues. I'm going to switch to the Marquee tool here, and I'm going to open the Info panel. You'll notice that I have blown out highlights. The RGB values up in that Info panel are all reading 255. Now because it's no longer a raw file, I can't go and do highlight recovery, but because I have opened this as a smart object, I can go back easily to the raw file state and make a change and have it automatically update into this layout. And I do that simply by selecting the image layer Newfoundland and double clicking. That brings me right back into Camera Raw. Now what I can do here in Camera Raw, if I turn my highlight clipping preview on, I can see my blown out highlights. I'm going to drag the recovery slider and get rid of those nicely. And suppose while I'm here I say, well, you know what, this sky is a little bit too pale blue, it's going to clash with the type that I've selected. I'm going to go up and choose my targeted adjustment tool and choose the tool for luminance. That brings up our HSL panel, and luminance is open right here. If I simply click and drag down on the sky area, the sky is going to get darker. Now suppose I want to boost the saturation of that sky in addition to bringing the brightness down. I can simply go up to my targeted adjustment tool, select saturation, and I'm going to click on the sky and boost that saturation up. Okay, let's zoom in here. At 100%, and let's say that I need to add some grain here just so this image area doesn't feel flat. I'm going to go and click on the Effects tab and simply add some grain in here. Not too much, just enough to give it a little bit of body. Bring the roughness down just a hair, and we'll do that. Now, notice that I have an OK button here. If I press OK, we're going to go back into Photoshop and watch what happens. Our smart object now has updated with our changes. We've got a darker, richer sky in here. If I zoom in at 100% here, you can see that we've got some nice grain in here. So by opening the file as a smart object, at any point I can go back to the original raw file, make changes, and have those applied automatically to this image in Photoshop And by making these changes to the raw file, I get much higher quality results and have options available to me in the Camera Raw interface that I simply would not have if I worked on the image in its rendered state.
Photoshop is about much more than just photography. It's a primary tool for 3D, video, and animation artists as well. Let's take a look at the amazing possibilities.
In this lesson, we'll see just how easy it is to create a 3D object from scratch. We'll also take a look at the various ways you can move an object in 3D space. Now I've got the document 3D01 on screen, and you can find this file inside your Chapter 9 folder. We've got two layers here, a rock layer and our background, which is called sparkles. Now by far the easiest way to create a 3D object is to start with an image layer. Here we've got our rock texture, and what we're going to do is turn this into a 3D shape. Now to do that, we're going to open up the 3D panel, so let's go up to the window menu and select 3D. Now mine is simply a free-floating panel here. If yours is docked with something else, feel free to move it wherever you want. I'm a little tight on space. I'm going to try to keep this out of the way of the image.
Down here in the bottom of our 3D panel, we have a bunch of options under Create New 3D Object.
For our source, that's set to selected layers, and because rock is our highlighted selected layer, that's what we're going to be using. And we can create a 3D shape from this layer.
We can choose a cone, a cube, cylinder, donut, hat, lots of different choices here.
You can also make these same choices up in the 3D menu. If you simply go to New Shape from Layer, you have the same choices here. Let's turn this into a ring shape. There we go. We've got our 3D layer here. Now notice in the Layers panel, our rock layer looks a bit different. We have our 3D icon here, our default texture has been applied to it, and all of the non-3D areas here are converted to transparent pixels so that our background shows through nicely. Now let me show you how we can move this object around. We have two basic tools for moving a 3D object. We have the Object tool. The keyboard shortcut for that is the letter K. It's right down here in the Tools panel. And we've got a number of icons here. The first one that's highlighted is the Rotate tool.
Next to that, we have a Roll tool, we have a Pan tool, we can slide the object with the Slide tool, and finally we have a Scale tool.
Now this little home icon will take our 3D object back to its original location, no matter how many changes that we make to it. So that can come in very handy. So let's take a brief look at how these tools work. With the Rotate tool selected, I simply click anywhere in the image area and I can rotate this in a 3D space. I can do the same thing with the Roll tool. You can cycle through these options by pressing K on the keyboard. So if I press K again, I have the Roll tool. I press K again and I can pan it. So I can move it like that. Press K again, I can slide it. Move it freely in this 3D dimension, and finally by pressing K again I highlight the Scale tool. So if I click and drag down, I'm reducing it in size, and I can also scale it up.
You'll notice that superimposed over top of the image is our 3D axis. Now this offers us yet another way to manipulate the object. If you don't see 3D axis on your screen, I want you to go down to the bottom of the 3D panel and click on the very first icon. There's a choice called 3D axis, and I want you to select that. Now if that choice is grayed out, your video card does not support this advanced OpenGL feature, so just sit back and watch.
We've got three different axes here, an X, Y, and a Z axis. I'll show you the Z axis first. If we click on this top cone here, what this does is move the object. So if I click and drag up, I'm moving the object up, down to move it down. Below here, if I click on this icon, you see this ring show up. This lets me rotate the object. And you can see that our 3D axis is rotating as well, giving us a good visual as to what we're doing. Below that, I have this little cube, and I can skew the object. So I can flatten it out, make it a thinner shape, I can make it thicker. And finally down here at the bottom with this white cube, that's our Scale tool. So I can scale this down, I can scale it up. Now we have access to all of these controls along the individual axes. So if I click here, I can move it along this axis. I could do the same thing, moving it along that axis. So a wealth of controls here, so there's no shortage of opportunities to really move this object around in space. Now before we get on to the next lesson, I need to talk about another tool here, and that's the camera tool. It's located right next to the object tool in the tools panel, and the shortcut for this tool is the letter N. With the camera tool selected, up in the options bar you'll see icons that look very similar to what we had in the object tool. With this rotate icon selected, I can rotate the object. The next one will let me roll, and again I can move through these tools by pressing the keyboard shortcut, which is N. I can pan it, I can slide it, and I can scale the view here. Now so far it may seem that there is absolutely no difference between using the object tool and the camera tool, but there are a couple of important distinctions, and in the next couple of lessons I'll go into those. But the short of it is this: when you use the camera tool, you are adjusting the 3D object and its viewing perspective along with lights and shadows simultaneously. Now I'll get into more detail in this in the next two lessons. I'll give you some concrete examples of that, but for now it's enough to understand that we simply have two different tools for manipulating the 3D object, the object tool and the camera tool. Now with these basics out of the way, let's move on to the next lesson and learn how to manipulate a 3D objects are comprised of meshes, materials, and lights, and by changing the interaction between these elements, we can drastically alter the appearance of a 3D object. Now I've got a file open here titled 3D Sphere, and that is located inside your Chapter 9 folder, so go ahead and open that up. Now before we jump into this 3D panel, I want to make clear the distinction between the Object tool and the Camera tool. So I'm going to select the Object tool by pressing K on the keyboard, and we're starting here with our Rotate tool. Now as I rotate this image, I want you to notice that along this bottom edge of this sphere, we've got a shadow here, and no matter how I rotate the image, the shadow is remaining down here. Watch what happens if instead I choose my camera tool. I'll press N, that's the shortcut for camera tool, and again with the rotate camera selected, now look at what happens. As I rotate this image, you can see that our shadow here is moving along with the image. So with the camera tool, you are moving both the image and the light effects. So you can see that light, or lack of light in this case, is moving along with the object when we use the camera tool. If I go back to the object tool here, I'm simply rotating the image while that shadow is remaining stationary. So a big distinction between these two tools. Now I'm going to click the home position here to reset the object tool, and I'm going to press N for the camera tool and reset that. So now we're right back where we started. Now let's take a look at this 3D panel. The first icon that we have selected here brings up our scene mode. This gives us a good overview of the image. We can see the materials, the lights, and we can choose the rendering quality here. Next to that, we have our mesh mode. Now in Photoshop, you can't alter the meshes, but you can add shadows to them. You can make the mesh invisible, so you do have some limited functionality here. Next to that, we have our materials mode. Now we're going to go in great detail into this in a few moments, but let's move on to lights. That's where we really want to get started talking about some very cool features. Now by default, when you create a 3D object, you're going to have at least two lights here. We've got Infinite Light 1 and Infinite Light 2. And down here at the bottom, we have an icon where we can show the lights here. So I'm going to select 3D Light. And you can see these icons representing our lights. If I click here and select the Light Rotate tool, I can adjust the light here. So notice I can move the light around the image, illuminating different parts of it. I've got a second light over here. I can choose Infinite Light 2, and I can adjust this as well. So you can see how I can adjust the lighting there. Drag this back up and let me grab the bottom. It'll be a little easier for you to see. So we can move the light there as well. Now those are the two default lights. We can add lights, and there are different types of lights that we can add. If you look under light type here, we've got a point, spot, infinite, and image-based light. So I'm going to go down here to my new icon and add a new point light. And I'm also going to add a new spotlight. So we'll see two different types of lights here. Notice that my point light is showing up here and my spotlight is showing here. I'm going to choose my pan tool here. And let's go find one of these lights. Here is my spotlight. And if I bring this over in the image, you can see this wireframe showing the angle and direction of the light. I'm going to choose my rotate tool here.
Now, working with these tools can take a bit of getting used to, particularly with tools like rotate, because with the camera tools, you're going to have to be moving the mouse in the opposite direction of which you want to move the light. Now I'm going to go and adjust the intensity here to make it brighter.
And now you can see, let's go back and choose this slide tool so we can pull this out. You can see that we've got a huge spotlight that we can adjust anywhere around the image. The brightness is fairly high just so it's obvious what's going on, but you can also tone that down significantly. Let's take a look at our point light here. And let's grab this guy. Now the icon for the point light is this little guy right here. And notice that as we move it around the image, how that's casting a light on our 3D object. So we've got lots of flexibility here with our light sources. So you can illuminate your object in all kinds of interesting ways. Now I'm going to hide these for a moment, so I'm going to turn off 3D light here. What I want to talk about now is something really exciting, and that is the materials. So if I click on this materials icon here, I'm going to click on this pull down menu here, and you can see we have a list of available materials. Now, you won't have this entire list of choices by default in Photoshop, but there's an easy way to add them. If you go up to the 3D menu and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you have Browse 3D Content Online. When you select that, you go to Adobe's website and you can download a range of materials free of charge. Now we can easily add to this list. So in this pull down menu, I'm going to start here with glass, and I'm going to append some glass materials here. Click the flyout menu again. We'll go for organic. And again, we're appending these. We're not replacing our default set, so we're simply adding material choices here. Let's go down and add stone here. Hit append. And once more, let's go and select plastic. Now, what's the big deal about having so many materials available? Well, materials are how you change the texture of your object. So you can get a sense of just the incredibly wide selection of materials that you have to choose from. Now, whichever one you select here, remember, you can adjust the lighting to it, you can add lights to it, you can rotate the object, you can show it from different perspectives, you can slide it, you can pan it, you can scale it up or down. You've got the object tool and the camera tool. So there's really no shortage of options here to tweak and fine-tune your object to get it just the way you want it. Let's move on now to our next lesson. With CS5, creating 3D text has never been easier thanks to a brand new tool called Repoussé. Now I'm starting here with my image 3D text on screen, and you can open that inside the Chapter 9 folder. I've got my image here in full screen mode with menu bar. You can do the same if you'd like. And what we're going to do is turn this plain ordinary text into 3D text, like that. I'm going to show you how to do that step by step. The first thing we want to do is have our text layer selected. With that selected, we want to go up to our window menu and choose 3D. That brings up our 3D panel here. And under Create New 3D Object, we've got our source set to selected layer. That is our Angeles text layer here. And what we want to select is the radio button for 3D Repoussé object and simply hit Create. Now we get a warning that the text layer is going to be rasterized, so before you perform this step, make sure that you have the right typeface, the right color for your font, and we'll turn on Don't Show again and simply hit Yes. Now we've got the Repoussé dialog box up. Now let's clear some space here so that we can see the image, because this is where it really gets fun. Photoshop ships with a number of preset shapes here, and I'll just simply click on some and you can see what it's going to do to the text down here. Now this does take some processing power, so it may take your computer a few moments to catch up, but you can see that just with the click of a mouse you can get some very interesting shapes here. I'll click on this one here so you can see something drastically different. There we go, that's pretty cool. So we've got a lot of presets here. Now what these presets are doing is adjusting all of these settings here. We're going to go back to the basic default setting because we're going to add some of our own. Now you can see there are a ton of settings here. What I'm going to concentrate on is just a very small number of them to create this effect that we want. What we're going to do is to create the illusion that someone has actually created and placed physical blocks of text on the grounds here of Exposition Park, sort of our virtual public arts project, as if someone had designed some cubes and placed them on the ground. So to do that, we're going to work in this extrude menu, and for the depth, which is how far the extrusion extends beyond the front face of this object, we're going to go down here, bring this down somewhere about there. It looks pretty good, because we don't want a big extrusion here. We want something that looks pretty believable. Actually, that might be a bit too far. Let's come back out a couple of points. Right there looks pretty good. What we're going to do next is adjust the X and Y angles here, but we're going to choose shear. We don't want to bend the shape. We want to sort of shear these. And for the X angle, we're going to go up just a couple of points. And if you'll notice, that's shifting the extrusion to the right. For the Y angle, we're actually going to come down a bit. Just about 2 or 3 points, and that's shifting the extrusion down here. Now that looks pretty good. Before we leave this dialog box, however, I want to point out a couple of things. We could choose materials, and we have access to all of the materials that we have loaded up here into Photoshop. Now in this instance, I'm going to leave the default material that came up when we rasterized the text. I don't want anything too fancy here. This is a very subtle effect we're going for. We could adjust bevels, lots of other options here, but again, we're going for a very low-key approach, so we're going to leave those alone. One thing that we are going to do, however, we have 2 text layers, one for the word Angeles and one for Los, so we don't want to have to recreate this work from scratch. We didn't change too many settings here. But you can imagine that if we had changed a lot, we don't want to have to remember that or write it down. So what we're going to do is go and choose New Repoussé Preset. We're going to give it a name. Let's just call this Angeles. We hit OK. And we have our new preset saved down here. That's going to come in very handy in a few moments. So I'm going to hit OK. And now what we need to do, let me slide this out of the way, is to position this text so it's in a much more believable position here. To do that, we are going to select the camera tool, N is the keyboard shortcut for that, and I'm going to turn on ground plane here. Now this again is going to be a great illustration of the difference between the camera tool and the object tool. Watch what happens if I simply move this camera tool around. I've got my pan tool selected here. Notice that the object is moving and the ground plane. Now this red line here and green line simulates the ground, and that's going to be important because we're actually going to add a shadow. So we want our object to be resting right on the ground. If I choose the object tool and go and select the pan tool for that, watch what happens. I'm moving the object, but I'm moving it off of the ground. The ground is remaining stationary, but the object is moving. So again, a big difference between using the object tool and the camera tool. I'm going to undo that to take us back to where we were originally, and I'm going back to the camera tool, and I'm simply going to adjust this and get the angle right here. Let's move this back a little bit, and I'm going to choose this rotate tool, and we're just looking to get the ground plane here to match up nicely with the actual perspective of the image. If your image background is disappearing whenever you make adjustments with the ground plane view active, what I want you to do is go up to the 3D menu and turn off the feature Auto Hide Layers for Performance. Make sure that does not have a check mark next to it. Now 3D takes a bit of processing power, so turning this option on can speed things up a bit on an older computer, but without seeing the image behind your ground plane, it's going to be next to impossible to line things up in a believable manner. So again, we're just going to tweak this here. That's looking pretty good. And let's go down a bit in size. I'm just going to scale this view down just a hair. There we go. That looks pretty good. I'm going to turn the ground plane view off here. Now we've got our blocks of text here laying on the ground. Notice that the preview here of our 3D text is pretty rough, and that's because we haven't done any rendering. We're working with the interactive mode here under quality. Now this is the quality setting you want to choose when you're manipulating objects and moving them around, but if you want to get a preview of your shadows, how those things are working, then you want to set this to ray trace, either draft or final. For the sake of time, I'm going to choose draft, and now Photoshop is actually going to render this object. The edges are going to become nice and smooth, and you'll start to see your shadows in here. So again, you can see a much nicer rendering of the image in here. I'm going to turn this back off because there are a couple of things that I want to adjust here. I'm going to bring the size down a bit more. So with my scale tool selected here, I'm simply going to bring this down in size. And then with my pan tool, I'm going to bring this back down along here. And I think we'll just rotate it just a bit more. And we'll adjust here. That looks good. And again, I'm just trying to get this lined up nicely. What I want to do now is go to the lights portion of this 3D panel and notice that I have 3 infinite lights. What I want to do is soften up my shadows. So for each of these lights, I'm simply going to drag my softness up pretty high, somewhere around 88%. I'll do the same for this light. And once more for this third light. I want very soft shadows here falling on the letters. We're going to have a separate shadow that falls on the ground. And I'll show you how to do that. Now what we want to do is set our quality back to Ray Trace Draft. Because now we're going to add a ground shadow. This is a great new feature called Ground Plane Shadow Catcher, and when I select this, now I get a warning saying that I must have a ray trace render quality setting selected. I do have that, so I'm going to tell Photoshop to never show this warning box again, and I'm going to hit OK. And now we're going to get another render. And there you can see we've got nice shadows here falling behind the letters the way the other shadows in the image are. Now what we need to do is take this second text layer and do a similar adjustment. Now, one thing I will do before I rasterize this and use Repoussé is I am going to select my type tool. T is the shortcut for the type tool, and I'm going to reduce the size of the text here. It's a little big for what we want to go for. So I'm simply going to drag this down, and I'm holding the Shift key because I don't want to skew it. Right about there looks pretty good. I'll hit the Enter key to commit. Now what I can do, again in my 3D panel with 3D Repoussé object selected, I'm going to press Create. And again we have our Repoussé dialog box. Now, here's where we save some time. If I scroll down to the bottom of this list, I have the preset Angeles that I'd made. So I'm going to apply the same extrusion settings to this block of text as I did before. So that saves me a lot of time. I'm going to hit OK. And now I want to take advantage of all the time that I spent carefully positioning this Angeles block of text. If I select my camera view tool by pressing N, and I want to verify that this top text layer is selected, notice that in this view menu we have some defaults. We can go straight on, front, back, top, but look down here. We have these settings automatically saved for us for Angeles. So I'm simply going to select this, and that gives me identical settings in terms of perspective for lost that I used on the previous 3D layer. So now all I have to do is select my pan tool here and just simply lay this down nicely on top. I'm going to leave this hanging just off the edge to give it a bit more of an organic look. And again, for this I'm going to turn on Ray Trace Draft. And finally, I'm going up to the 3D menu and I'm going to choose Ground Plane Shadow Catcher. And let me move this out of the way. We can take a look at the final image, and there we go. We've got our nice little public arts project on the grounds of Exposition Park. Just like with still images, Photoshop lets you create and apply adjustment layers to a video file. Let's take a look at how this works. Inside our Chapter 9 folder, I want you to open up the file called Pilot. It's actually a QuickTime movie. Now, it doesn't have a profile embedded. We can simply assign it sRGB and we'll be fine. And if you get a dialog box warning you about pixel aspect correction ratios and things like that, simply ignore it and hit OK. Let me zoom out here. Now this is actually a video file. We've opened it inside Photoshop, and let's go up to the window menu and select animation. Here's our animation panel, our timeline. And notice that we've got in the layers panel layer 1, that's our video, and we can even play it. If I simply press the play icon, the video is going. Now you won't get sound inside Photoshop. The sound is inside the QuickTime file, but Photoshop is only going to give you video. Now what can we do with this video file? Well, we can do many of the same things to a video file that we would do to a still image, and that includes adding adjustment layers. Let's do something here for this image. We're going to start this image off in black and white. So we're going to add a black and white adjustment layer, and look at that, our video now is a grayscale rendering. I can click my on image adjustment tool, and I can click here in the sky, make this a little darker, click here, open this up a bit. It's exactly the same as working with a still image. So if we were to start playing the video, everything is now in black and white. I'll hit stop. Now this video is about 36 seconds long. What I want to do though is only have the beginning of it be in black and white. And here's what we can do. Notice that in our timeline we have black and white 1, that's our adjustment layer for black and white, and this green bar indicates that the black and white adjustment is applying throughout the entire length of the video, but we can change that very easily. If I go to the end of this bar and click and drag it to the left, I can decide that I only want the black and white adjustment layer to extend for the first 6 or 7 seconds. So if I hit play now, you'll see that the black and white adjustment layer is on, and as soon as it crosses over that green bar, it's off and we're back in color mode. Pretty cool. So we can toggle the visibility of this black and white layer on or off at will. Here's what else we can do. If I open up the disclosure triangle in this black and white layer, we've got a number of items here: position, opacity, style, layer mask position, layer mask enabling. What we can do is add what's called keyframes. Now, I'm going to get into this much more deeply in the very next lesson, but I'll show you briefly what we can do. If I click on the opacity stopwatch here, well, let's drag this timeline slider, because what I want to do is have the black and white adjustment fade out instead of ending abruptly the way it did in the first pass. So I'm going to set my timeline marker right about here. I'm going to click on this opacity stopwatch. Notice that places what's called a keyframe marker. Now right now the opacity of black and white is at 100%. If I simply drag this marker over here just before the black and white adjustment layer is set to turn off, I can reduce the opacity to 0%. Now by doing that, you can see that a second keyframe marker here, this is my ending marker. What keyframes are going to allow Photoshop to do is to make a smooth transition from this 100% opacity all the way down to 0%. So our black and white is going to fade out nicely into color. And I'll go here and play that for you. And look at how seamlessly the color comes in. Pretty cool. One final adjustment layer we'll make here. Let's go back to our adjustment panels. I'll select Vibrance. And let me click somewhere over here where we can get some nice colors in the image.
Now, if you're wondering why I'm dressing up as a pirate, this was a pilot that we shot in Coney Island during the annual Mermaid Parade. But back to the business at hand.
So what I can do is adjust the vibrance slider here, and I'll go fairly high so that you can see a difference. Notice that in my timeline I now have a vibrance layer here,
which corresponds to the vibrance layer that you see here in the layers panel.
I can toggle this off and on, so you can see there's with no vibrance and there's with my vibrance boost. So you really have access to all of the adjustment layers that you would make to a still image. You can quickly and easily apply those to video layers.
So the next time you come back with some home video that you shot and you're not pleased with the color, contrast, saturation, or any of those things, bring it into Photoshop and you can use your beloved adjustment layers to make that video awesome.
Creating animations from static images inside Photoshop doesn't require as much work as you might think. In this lesson, we'll create a basic animation and save it as a QuickTime movie. Let's get started by going to our Chapter 9 folder and opening the file titled FGA. At the bottom of the screen here, I've got my animation panel open from the previous lesson. If yours is not on screen, I want you to go up to the Window menu and select Animation. The file you're looking at here is a logo provided by the Fort Greene Tennis Association in lovely Brooklyn, New York, so thanks for that, guys. And before we jump in and get started, I want to verify one very important thing. This animation panel is in the timeline mode, and I want you to verify that you are in the timeline mode as well. There's an icon here at the bottom right with 3 rectangles. If you do not see this icon and instead see this icon, I want you to click here to put you in timeline mode. Photoshop offers 2 distinct ways of working with animations. There's a frame animation mode and a timeline mode. We're going to be working in the timeline mode. It gives you a lot more flexibility, and it's one of the more efficient ways to work inside Photoshop with animations. Now notice that this file is comprised of a number of separate individual layers. We can see them here in the Layers panel. I can toggle them off so you can see Ball, Fort Greene, Tennis, Association, and Brooklyn. Turn these back on. It's very important that each of these exist on their own layer. Why? Well, in this animation, we're going to be doing different things to each individual layer. Notice that each layer has a corresponding element in the animation panel here. So we've got ball, fort green, tennis, all the same items that are showing up in our layers panel are in our timeline. I'm going to press F to take us into full screen mode here, and then press the space bar to bring up the hand tool, and just to put this nicely in the center here. Now, creating animations in Photoshop is a lot easier, as I mentioned before, than you may think, but it does require some planning ahead on your part. You really have to be organized and know where you're going with this. Here we have the image in a finished state, meaning that this is what the animation is going to look like at the very end. We're seeing right now how all of the elements are going to appear at the very end of the animation. And it's important to recognize this because that very fact is going to determine how and where we make movements and adjustments to these individual layers. If I highlight a layer in the Layers panel, that corresponding element is highlighted in the timeline, and vice versa. So you can either click to activate a layer here, or you can activate it in the timeline menu. Whichever one your mouse is closer to is best. Now what we're going to be doing with these animations is working with something called keyframes. Keyframes are crucial to working efficiently with animations, and let me show you how they're going to work. We're going to start with the fort green layer here, and we're going to do something very simple to it. If I click open this disclosure triangle here, you'll see that we've got three options for position, opacity, and style. These are the buttons we're going to click on to add keyframes. For fort green, we're going to work just with one of these. We're going to work with opacity. Notice along the top of this animation panel, we have our units of measurement in red. These are all indicating the seconds of our animation. I'm going to take the timeline marker and move over to the 2-second mark. At this 2-second mark, we want the fort green element here to be positioned exactly where it is at a 100% opacity. Okay? Pretty straightforward. But 2 seconds before this, we want this to simply fade in from 0% to 100%. And this is how we do it with keyframes. We're concerned with opacity, so I'm going to click this stopwatch icon next to opacity, and that's going to place a keyframe mark here at the 2-second mark. What this means is that at the 2-second mark, this fort green opacity of 100%. How do we know it's 100%? Well, we can look here at the opacity value in the Layers panel. Now what we want to do is have this start at the 0-second mark with an opacity of 0%, and here's how we do it. I'm going to take the timeline marker, drag this over to 0, which is the very beginning of our animation, and at this point I'm going to go in the Layers panel and change opacity. I'll click on the word to select it and type in 0. I'll press the enter or return key to commit to that, and you can see a second keyframe has been added here. What this means is that at the 0-second mark at the very beginning of our animation, fort green is going to be at 0%, and it's going to gradually build up until at the 2-second mark it's at 100%. Now how fast is it going to build up? How exactly is that going to happen? That's the beauty of keyframes. Photoshop is going to determine all of that. All we need to tell Photoshop with keyframes is our start and end points and their values. So we want this to start at 0% at the beginning of the animation, and then at the 2-second mark we want this to be at 100%. That's the essence of keyframes. Pretty simple example. Let's take another one here that's a bit more complex. We'll go next to the tennis layer here. And again, I'll open the disclosure triangle. I'll scroll this down a little bit. Here we're going to work with position and opacity at the same time. What we want to happen here is at the 4-second mark, so let me move the timeline marker over here to 4 seconds. We want the word tennis to be located exactly where it is now. But 2 seconds prior to this, at the 2-second mark, we want the word tennis to be off of the screen and slide in from the left, gaining opacity as it goes along. So we're going to be concerned with the position of that element and the opacity. So we're going to click the stopwatch for position and opacity. We've set a keyframe for each one, and at the 4-second mark, this is where this tennis element is going to be. Let's take the timeline marker backwards to the 2-second mark and tell Photoshop where we want this element to be starting from. We want this to be off of the visible screen area. So I'm going to move in the document window, hold down the command key, that would be the control key on Windows, to bring up the move tool. And I'm simply going to click and drag this to the left off the screen. I'm holding down the shift key so I drag it in a very straight fashion and let go. Now that element is off the screen, and you can see that a second keyframe here has been added in the position row. Now while we're still here at the 2-second mark, we're going to change the opacity as well. We want the opacity, instead of being 100%, we want it to start at 0%. So I'll type in a 0, hit the return enter key to commit, and we've got 2 keyframes, one for position and one for opacity. What this means is at the 2-second mark, the word tennis isn't even visible. But if we drag the timeline marker, and you can see it sliding over and gaining opacity, at the 4-second mark, it's going to be completely visible at its original location. Alright, we're going to go next to the association layer here, and we're going to do the same thing, except the word association is going to slide in from the right while gaining opacity. We want that to happen at the 6-second mark. So we're going to drag the timeline here at 6 seconds, and this again is where we want the word association to be at 6 seconds. It's in its proper place, and it's at a 100% opacity. So again, let's add a position keyframe and an opacity keyframe. Now with our endpoint here, we can go back 2 seconds to the 4-second mark. And again, I'm going to invoke my move tool by pressing the command key on a Mac, the control key on Windows, and I'm simply going to click and drag this while holding down the shift key to bring this all the way to the right off the screen, and I'm going to change my opacity from 100% to 0%. Again, I'll show you a quick preview of what's going to happen at the 4-second mark. The word association is off the screen. It's at a 0% opacity, but over these 2 seconds, it's going to slide in, gaining opacity, and at the 6-second mark, it's going to be right where it started. Alright, now let's go to one just slightly more complicated. I'll drag up here. We're going to go to this ball layer next. I'm going to open the disclosure triangle, and again, we're going to work with position and opacity here. What we want to do is at the 8-second mark, and I'll drag the timeline marker over here to 8. Again, notice how we're always thinking of where the item is going to finally end up, and then we're moving backwards to tell Photoshop how to get it there. At the 8-second mark, we want this ball element to be located right here. It's at 100% opacity. But what we would like to happen is that as the word association slides in, we want to have this A kick the tennis ball down into this area here. How do we do that? Well, it's pretty simple. We're going to be changing position and opacity. So at this 8-second mark, we want to add a position keyframe and an opacity keyframe. Now here what we want to do is make the ball start right here where this A finally slides in. So let's take our timeline backwards to the 6-second mark. That's where the word association is going to be fully in place. And I'm going to bring up the move tool again with the command key on a Mac, control key on Windows. Click on the ball here, and I'm simply going to move it just until it kisses the A. Now, if you're finding that you're being constrained by snapping to these guides, you can hold down the control key, and this will allow you to position the object freely. And I'm going to place it right there. So we can see that we've got a position change here. Here's our keyframe for position. And we're also going to change the starting opacity. Now this time, I don't want to start the opacity at 0% because I want the ball to be slightly visible, or else it's not going to make much sense. So I'm going to change the opacity to 10%. Very light, but you'll still just be able to make out the ball. So again, we've got our second keyframe set here. And again, at the 6-second mark, the ball will be at 10% opacity. It will be kissing that A, and as it goes on to the 8-second mark, you can see how the ball is now being kicked. And at 8 seconds, it's in its final resting place. Now there's one more step we need to do here with this ball layer, because unlike in the other layers, we set the starting opacity to 10% and not 0%. And that's going to bring in this layer duration bar, this green horizontal bar that goes along here. If we start with an opacity of 10% here at the 6-second mark, this keyframe set here means that everything to the left of this in terms of time is also going to show a 10% opacity. I'll show you what I mean. If I take this timeline bar and drag it over here to the left, there we are at 6 seconds. But notice that as I go backwards here, the ball is still visible. It's 10% opacity, but it's still visible on screen, and we don't want that. So how do we fix it? Well, I'm going to set the marker right back here at the 6-second mark. What we can do is take this duration bar here, this layer duration bar, simply hover the mouse over the edge of it, and you can see these left and right arrow icons show up, and we're simply going to drag this and take the dark green part all the way over to 6 seconds. What that's going to do is turn off the visibility of that entire layer all the way from 0 up to 6 seconds. So now if I drag backwards, you can see that the ball is not visible. Now we didn't have to do this in the previous examples because we had set the opacity to 0. Wherever you have a starting keyframe at 0%, that 0% carries all the way to the beginning of the animation. So this time was the first time we really had to deal with this, but it's a very simple fix. Now we're finished with the ball layer, and just one more thing to do here. We're going to go down to the Brooklyn layer. We're going to open that disclosure triangle. Let me slide down here so you can see this. What we want to do with this layer is very simple. We just want to change the opacity. We're going to have this start in at a 0 opacity and come in at the end of the animation and be at 100%. So what we need to do is take the timeline marker, drag it all the way over to the end here. We're at the 10-second mark, and we're going to set an opacity keyframe. At the 10-second mark, our opacity is at 100%, as you can verify in the Layers panel here. What we want to do is drag backwards to the 8-second mark and set an opacity of 0%. With that set, Brooklyn, New York will not show up at all until the 8-second mark, beginning at 0% opacity, and it will build up to 100%. Alright, let's close this up here, and we're finally ready to take a look at a preview. I'm going to go click on this Rewind to Beginning button here, and we're simply going to press play. And there you have our animation. Now this is going to keep cycling through or keep looping over and over again, so I'm going to press the stop button here. Now it's all well and good to be looking at this in Photoshop, but if we want to share this with the outside world, we're going to need to export this. So let's go up to the File menu, go to Export, and we're going to choose Render Video. What we're going to actually do is make a QuickTime movie of this. So with Render Video selected, we get our Render Video dialog box here. It gives us the default name, which is based on the actual document name. I've got my folder here selected to save it in the Chapter 9 folder. You can save yours wherever is most convenient. We're going to leave all of these options here at their defaults. We're doing a QuickTime export to QuickTime movie. It's set to animation, best quality. All of that looks fine. We're not changing anything here. The range, we've got all frames selected. Now all that's left to do is hit the render button. Now we're ready to take a look at this QuickTime movie, which will be a 10-second animation. I'm going to go over here to my QuickTime application, and I'm going to open this. Inside the Chapter 9 folder, I have fga.mov, that's the QuickTime file. I'm going to double click that to open it up, and I'm going to simply press play. And there we have it, our 10-second animation using keyframes. We've just seen how great Photoshop's 3D and video tools are. If you want to learn even more advanced 3D techniques, I highly recommend Total Training's Adobe Photoshop Mastering Advanced Techniques, hosted by Brian Moffat. There you'll explore even more of Photoshop's absolutely amazing 3D
Most files are destined either for the web or for print. Let's take a look at how to optimize files for both types of output.
In this lesson, we're going to see how to use slices to easily create multiple image-based hyperlinks from a single web layout. I'll also show you how to organize and manage rollovers. This image we're looking at here is titled Web Page, and you can find it inside your Chapter 10 folder. With this image, we've got a sample mock-up of the home page of a website, and what we need to do here is have all of these graphic elements linked to different parts of the site. You can see we've got a big logo at the top, we've got photography and workshops, and then down at the bottom we have 6 separate images with type that should lead the user to different areas of the website. Now this is where slices come in. What slices allow us to do is to work with a single layout and designate specific areas that will take users to different parts of the website. So here we've got architecture, urban, commercial, and so on, and we want each of these to have their own unique hyperlinks. And with slices, we can do that very easily. Now there are a couple of ways to apply slices, and I'll take you through them. Notice that in our layers panel here, we've got a lot of individual layers for this document, and in fact, each of these items along at the footer here exist on their own layer. You can see architecture, I can toggle that off and back on, same with urban, and so on. So if you've done your layout based on separate layers, here's what you can do with slices. I'm going to click portraits down here at the bottom, and then shift click architecture so that all of these layers are selected, and I'm simply going to go up to my layer menu and choose new layer based slices. Once I do that, each layer that I selected is now its own individual slice. So running along the bottom, you can see those 6 slices. I should point out that when you create slices in Photoshop, there can be no non-sliced areas. So even though I only chose those 6 layers to become slices, the remaining area of the document up top became a slice in and of its own. So if you've got your elements created in individual layers, new layer from slices is a great option. We can also create slices manually. To do that, we're going to choose our slice tool. The keyboard shortcut for that is C. And if C takes you to the crop tool, just hit C again, and that will take you to the slice tool. Now with the slice tool selected, you simply click and drag across the area that you wish to make a slice. So what we're going to do here is click and drag around this logo. And we'll outline that, so now that becomes a slice. And you see how this area that we didn't select is automatically made into a slice. So every single pixel on this page is going to be carved up into a slice. We can use that same technique to create another slice here around the word photography. And I'll leave a little extra room over on this side. So that's another slice. And again, we can make a slice like that. So we've got slices. What's the big deal? Well, here's what's very, very cool about slices. From this single layout, we can define different attributes for each slice. In order to do that, we need to move to the Slice Selection tool. To select that tool, simply press the letter C on your keyboard. That will cycle you through to the Slice Selection tool. And if I simply double click on this slice, we get our Slice Options dialog. Now the slice type is defaulting to image because we did select the slice around an image. We can give it a unique name, and we can add the URL that this particular slice will be pointing to. So when the user clicks, we'll add the URL here that they will be taken to. We've got a target field. Now if you're big on HTML, you'll know that you can fill in here to specify whether clicking on this link will open up a brand new page, or whether the link will simply open in the current window of the user's web browser. You can add some message text, and you can even add an alt tag. In case that image doesn't load, you can have some text there to give the user an idea of what they should be seeing. I'm going to cancel out of this because there's another way to affect these slices, and that's if we go up to the File menu and choose Save for Web and Devices. If your screen doesn't look like mine, I want you to go to the upper left of the dialog box and click on the second tab titled Optimized. Notice that in this dialog, we can see our individual slices here. And again, if I double click, I have access to the same options. So let's just quickly go and name this. We'll call this architecture, the URL, and the target. Put blank there. That will make this hyperlink open up in a brand new browser window. And I'll leave the message and alt tag fields empty for now. So we'll simply hit OK. And here's the great thing. If I double click on this slice, we can give it a completely different set of parameters here. We can give it a different name, we can give it a different URL, and so on. So we can target each one of these to have individual attributes. I'll just cancel out of this. So not only can we make all of these discrete elements on the web page point to different locations, we can actually have these be rendered differently. With this slice selected, I can go up and I could choose to save this as a GIF. I could save it as a JPEG. That would probably be the better choice for this photographic image. So of course we can choose our quality settings here. We can convert it to sRGB and include metadata here, all those great things. Let's say we bump the quality up on this one to 100%, so we have JPEG there. But if I click on this second image, I can give it a completely different set of image quality settings. Again, what we're doing here with slices is cutting this single document up into multiple separate images. Each slice is going to ultimately be saved as a completely separate image, and each image can have its own settings in terms of image quality, as well as the web page that each image links to. I could make this one a JPEG, and I could choose a lower quality setting. I could click here and bring this down to 42, for example. I can choose whether or not to embed the color profile. And if I click on this one, now this isn't a photographic image, this is just solid text, so perhaps I could save this part as a GIF. So again, I've got the option here. I can choose how many colors it's going to have, whether it's got transparency, all those other great options. The idea is that with slices, I can work individually with each of these items on the page. Now when I hit the Save button here, I'm going to be asked for a location to save the images. Right now I'm inside the Chapter 10 folder. And here under Format, we can choose to save just the images, or we can save the HTML and the images. If we save HTML and the images, we'll have an images folder with all of these images specified, whether they're GIFs or JPEGs, and their quality settings will all be honored. And I'll also have an HTML page to specify all the hyperlinks in here. Photoshop is giving us a great head start here because both the images and the resulting HTML can be opened in Dreamweaver or whichever application you're using to build your web pages, and a big chunk of the work will already be done. We can choose to save only the selected slices. Now back in the Save for Web and Devices dialog, we only have a single slice selected right now. But what we could have done was shift-click to select multiple slices, and then under the Slices menu, when we choose Selected Slices, Photoshop would ignore any slice that we did not manually select. And under Slices, we can include all of the slices in the document, or, let me drag this out of the way, we could choose just the user slices. Now user slice is something that we've manually created as opposed to the layer slices, so we could choose to send just these user slices, or right now under settings we're using the defaults, but if you click on this pull down you can see some other options there. You can use XHTML. We'll just stick with the defaults. So we've got a lot of options to quickly and easily break up our Photoshop document into slices. Now there's something else I want to show you here. So we're going to cancel out of this, and we're going to hit Done. Now I'd like to show you an easy way to manage rollovers. I'm going to go back up here to my History panel and take the image back to its original state, and I'm going to go up to Window and choose Layer Comps. I've already made a couple of layer comps here, and Photography and Workshops are both going to be hyperlinks, and when there is no mouse over on the image, this is how they're going to appear. If the user hovers the mouse over the word photography, they will get that. So what I've done is made a rollover image. If they hover the mouse over the word workshops, they will get that. So when it's not over workshops or photography, that's what they see, and here's what they get when they do a mouse over. Now, to build these in Photoshop, it's very, very simple. All you need to do is make two separate graphic elements. And you can see here, I've got a text layer titled Photography Off, and that's what will show up when the mouse is not over the word photography. So I'll toggle the visibility off and on there.
Now, as soon as a user mouses over the word photography, they're going to see all of the elements located in this photography mouse over group. And we've got photography on, so we have text that's a different color, and we've got a color block behind it, and we've got an arrow. So we've got both of these, and we need to pull both of these images out of the layout so that our HTML editor can access both the mouse off and the mouse on image. And here's an easy way to do that. I'm going to turn the photography off layer on, and then I'm simply going to Alt-click on Windows. If you're on a Mac, that would be Option-click to turn everything else off but this layer. Then we can go up to the Image menu, select Trim, and we're going to trim based on transparent pixels. That means that areas of transparent pixels in this layer will be discarded. So I'll just hit OK, and you can see that we've now cropped away everything except that area around the word photography. And if we go up to the File menu and choose Save for Web and Devices, we can choose to save this as a GIF, let's say, and we can choose transparency, all those other things, and we can simply save this. I'll press Save here, and I'll save it directly in the Chapter 10 folder. We're just going to save the image here. And now we're back to our original layout, so if we go to our History panel and go one step backwards before we did that trim, and turn the other layers on here, we're back to having all of our layer elements visible.
So we can simply do that thing for photography off. I can do the same thing here by Option or Alt clicking on photography mouse over. That turns everything off except those elements inside that photography mouse over folder. And again, go up to Image, Trim, select OK. And now when I go to File, Save for Web and Devices, I'm going to be saving my mouse over image.
This time, let's give it a more useful name. Let's call it mouse over, and simply hit save. And now again, we're back to our original image. We step one step backwards here, and again, Option Alt click to turn the other layers on. So we've got a quick and easy way to handle our rollovers while still keeping all of the graphics. Did you know that Photoshop offers a way to preview print output on screen? In this lesson, we'll look at how to edit an image for a specific printer paper ink combination. Let's get started in our Chapter 10 folder and open the file titled Softproof. What we would like to do with this image is to preview how it will look when we print it. Now, in order to do that, we have to know a couple of things. We have to know the exact printer we're going to use and the paper that we're going to be loading into that printer. We also need to know the ink that's loaded in that printer. How do we find out those things? Well, Photoshop can gather all of that information from the printer profile. But first things first, and before we dig into printer profiles, let's duplicate this image. So we'll go up to the Image menu and select Duplicate. We can simply hit OK. Now we have two identical images on screen. Right now they're docked into a single tab window. What we need to be able to do is to view them side by side, or in this case top to bottom. So let's go up here to our application bar and click on the Arrange Documents icon, and let's choose this 2-up horizontal layout. So now we can see both of these images. I'm going to just reduce the size a bit here on the first image and again on the bottom image. So we're looking at each image at identical magnification, and we can see the full image in both of these windows. Now what we're going to do is activate this top image, and this is how the image looks on screen. All our edits are done, and we want to view how this is going to look once we print it. So with this top image selected, I'm going to go up to the View menu, choose Proof Setup, and select Custom. Now we have a bunch of options here. The most important one
is the device to simulate. What kind of output device are we trying to soft-proof here? What we're going to do is click and scroll all the way down here to the bottom, and I've got a profile here made on an HP printer on bamboo paper, a paper from Hahnemühle called Bamboo. I'm going to select this. Now you can use any profile that you want for this training. If you would like to use this identical profile, I have put that inside your Chapter 10 folder. So you can simply grab that ICC profile and install it. On Windows, you simply right-click on the file and say Install. If you're on a Mac, you would install this profile into the Library folder, inside the ColorSync folder, inside the Profiles folder. Now it's very important that once we have this profile selected here, that we turn on both of these display options. Clicking on Simulate Paper Color will also turn Simulate Black Ink on. We're going to leave the rendering intent here at relative and make sure that black point compensation is turned on. And we'll simply hit OK. Notice now the difference between the top image and the bottom image. The bottom images are on screen view. The top image shows how this image will look on that printer paper ink combination. So right now you can see we've got some issues here. The image is flat, dull, much more washed out. But the beauty of soft proofing is that knowing ahead of time this is how the image will print, we can make some adjustments here to the image specifically for this print output. And here's how we're going to do it. Again, with our soft proofed layer turned on, and we know that this layer has soft proofing on because we can see in the title bar we've got RGB, 8-bit, and the name of the printer profile that we're using to soft proof. So we're going to make a couple of adjustment layers. The very first one we're going to make is a curves adjustment layer. We can select curves. We're going to be working on the composite RGB curve. And a couple of things to note here. Notice how these highlights here in the sneaker are duller than in our original image. And notice how these blacks in here are certainly weaker than our original image. And we're going to boost those two. So I'm going to click the On Image Adjustment tool and simply go over and click in this sneaker area, and I'm simply going to drag up to brighten those whites a bit. Now notice that the whites here are much closer in brightness to the whites down at the bottom. Of course, the rest of the image has brightened up as well, but we're going to fix that. What I want to do now is find a shadow area, not maybe the deepest, darkest shadows in this image, but something nearby in that range. Right about here looks pretty good, and I'll simply click and drag down. Now with the blacks, you don't want to go too far because at a certain point you're just not going to be able to match the depth and richness of on-screen blacks on a printing paper, particularly in this case when we're printing to a matte paper. But simply by bringing the blacks down just a couple of points, you can see that we're getting a closer result to our original image. I'll toggle the preview off and on. Here's how the image would look if we sent it to the printer with no manipulation, and here's how it looks with some contrast adjustments. So we're getting there, we're getting closer. Another issue here is notice how the blues in here and the jeans and the hat are not matching the hue of the blues down in here in our original. We're going to fix that with a hue saturation adjustment layer. So let's go back to our adjustments panel and we'll click hue saturation. This time what we want to do, again with the On Image Adjustment tool selected, I'm going to click here in this pant area and I want to adjust the hue. If I simply click and drag, I'm going to be changing saturation. So what I'm going to do is hold down the Control key on Windows. If you're on a Mac, that would be the Command key. Click, and that's going to activate our hue adjustment. Now I'm not going to go very far on this. I just want to go a couple of points, maybe up to 3 in the hue. That gets us a little bit closer. We could use a bit more saturation in these blues as well. So I'll simply click, and I'm going to drag to the right to increase saturation. And here I'm going to go a bit further than we did with hue. Somewhere right about 18 looks pretty good. Now another area where there's a color mismatch is in these reds and orange colors down here. They're not exactly matching the hue of our original image. So with the On Image Adjustment tool selected, I'm simply going to click over here, holding down the Control key on Windows. That would be the Command key on a Mac because I want to adjust hue for this color range. And I'm simply going to click and just move it over a couple of points here, Right about there at 3 gives a much better result. And now let's take a look at what we've done. If I go in the Layers panel and just Alt-click on the visibility icon of the background layer, that would be an Option click if you're on a Mac, you can see there's our image with no adjustments. It'll be flat, dull, not a lot of contrast. But if I Alt-click on the visibility icon, again on a Mac, that would be an Option click, you can see what we get by making some adjustments with our soft proofing turned on. The main idea behind soft proofing is that if we can preview ahead of time and find out that the printer is going to reduce the saturation of the image and lower the contrast, we can edit the image to compensate for that. In essence, we'll be adding more contrast to the image and oversaturating the image so that by the time it comes out of the printer, the contrast and saturation will be just where we want them. I'm going to turn the soft proof off on this top layer just to demonstrate what I mean. We can turn this off by going up to the View menu and selecting Proof Colors, or we can simply use the shortcut of Control Y on Windows. That would be Command Y on a Mac. So if I press Command Y here, you can see that I must send this type of file to the printer to get this result. The printer paper ink combination is going to dull up that image a bit, so I have to send an image that is purposefully over adjusted in terms of contrast and saturation. So again, if we want this result coming out of the printer, that's the file that we have to send.
We've covered a vast terrain of Photoshop skills, from setting user preferences to manipulating 3D objects. The advanced techniques I've shown you will allow you to work smarter and faster with professional results. Our time here is finished, but be sure to apply the techniques we've learned to your own images. Whether you're creating personal work or producing images for clients, there's no limit to what you and Photoshop can do. If you'd like to learn more about me or my work, please visit diallophotography.com. And once you've mastered this advanced training series, be sure to visit totaltraining.com for more trainings. On behalf of the entire team here at Total Training, I'm Amadou Diallo. It's been a pleasure working with you, and here's to continued discoveries in Photoshop CS5.